The Moonstone by Wilkie Collins, dramatised for radio in 6 parts by Brian Gear, with music composed by Sidney Sager. The Moonstone, Part 1.
Hold out your hand, boy, and make a hollow of your palm. Now I pour the black ink into your hand, so, just a little, and I make the signs over your head. Now, look into the ink and tell me, do you see the English gentleman from foreign parts?
Yes, I see him.
Is it on the road to this house, and on no other road that the English gentleman will travel today?
Yes, on this road, no other.
And does the English gentleman carry with him that which we seek?
Yes, he carries it with him.
Will the English gentleman come here, as he has promised to come, at the close of day?
I don't know.
Why do you not know?
I'm tired. I cannot see into the ink any more.
I blow gently upon your forehead, so. You can wake up, boy. You have done well. Brothers, that is all we need to know. In the meantime, we will return to the town. Come.
My name is Gabriel Betteridge. I am over 70 years of age, though still in good health, thank God, and I am house steward to Lady Verinder, in whose service I have been since I was a lad of 15. This morning, Mr. Franklin Blake came to me and said...
Betteridge, my good friend.
Pray be seated, Mr. Franklin.
Thank you. I've been to the lawyers about some family matters, and among other things, we've been talking of the affair of the Indian diamond.
Oh, dear, dear, dear.
Mr. Brough thinks that the whole story ought to be placed on record in writing, and the sooner the better.
No. Some might say, Mr. Franklin, that the whole thing would be best forgotten. There are those who come out of it very badly.
True, but the characters of innocent people have suffered under suspicion already.
Oh, I don't
It would
know.
hardly do if their memories were to suffer also. I think that we should all tell the story of the diamond in turn.
No, I don't
As
agree.
far as our own personal experience extends, and no further. We must begin by telling how the diamond found its way into my aunt's house in Yorkshire 2 years ago. Nobody knows as much as you do, Betteridge, about what went on in the house at that time. So, you must take the pen in hand and start the story.
Our house is high up on the Yorkshire coast and close by the sea. We have got beautiful walks all round us, in every direction but one. That one leads for 1/4 of a mile through a plantation of firs and brings you out between low cliffs on the loneliest little bay on all our coast. The sand hills run down to the sea and end in 2 spits of rock jutting out opposite each other. Between the two lies the most horrible quicksand. No boat ever ventures here. No children from our fishing village ever come here to play. The very birds of the air, as it seems to me, give the shivering sand a wide berth. And what, you may ask, was I, Gabriel Betteridge, doing in such a desolate spot on a fine summer morning? Well, I will tell you. I was looking for our second housemaid, Rosanna Spearman, who was late for her dinner. And believe it or not, this was her favourite walk. I saw no sign of Rosanna in the plantation, but when I got onto the beach, there she was, in her little straw bonnet and her plain grey cloak that she always wore to hide her deformed shoulder as much as might be. You've been crying, Rosanna.
I had one of my fainting spells this morning, that's all. I asked if I might come out here for a breath of air.
Oh, yes. Now tell me what you're really crying about.
About the years that are gone. My past life still comes back to me sometimes.
Come, my girl, your past life is all sponged out. Why can't you forget it?
The stain is taken off Mr. Betteridge, but the place still shows.
No one among the servants knows about the reformatory. No one but my lady and Miss Rachel and me.
But I know. Don't you see?
No, I don't see. That's just foolish talk. Now dry your eyes and come back with me.
I don't want any dinner today. Let me stay a little longer.
Why do you like to come here? It's such a miserable place.
Something draws me to it. I try to keep away, but I can't. Sometimes, Mr. Betteridge, I think that my grave is waiting for me here.
There's roast mutton and suet pudding waiting for you, so go in to dinner directly. This is what comes of thinking on an empty stomach.
Oh, please not to tell my lady I am discontented, Mr. Betteridge. I am not. My mind's unquiet sometimes, that's all.
Well, we'll say no more about it, Rosanna. Now come along. There's much still to do before Mr. Franklin arrives this evening.
What sort of a gentleman is Mr. Franklin?
Why, as to that, I cannot tell you. I haven't seen him these 7 years, but he was the nicest boy that ever broke a window. That I can say. Mind you, he still owes me 7 and 6pence. Mr. Franklin had a hole in his pocket that nothing would sew up.
Cook says his father was a duke.
Cook would do well to hold her tongue, and I shall speak to her when I get back.
Then who was Mr. Franklin's father?
Mr. Franklin's father was plain Mr. Blake. He fancied he was a duke, and spent a considerable fortune trying to prove it. Oh, the whole thing dragged on for years and years, and he was still plain Mr. Blake at the end of it. He took revenge on his country by sending Mr. Franklin abroad to be educated. Then, yesterday morning, came this letter from Mr. Franklin to say he's arriving today to keep Miss Rachel's birthday.
Oh, look, Mr. Betteridge, look. The tide's on the turn. Look at the sand, how it heaves and shivers. It's as if there were hundreds of suffocating people under there, all struggling to get to the surface and all sinking deeper and deeper.
Rosanna.
Throw a stone in, Mr. Betteridge. Throw a stone in and let's see the sand suck it down.
Now, I will not have you talking like this. I will not have it, I say. You just be...
Where are you?
Who's there?
Dear old Betteridge. I owe you 7 and 6pence. Now do you know who I am?
Franklin. Mr. Franklin! Oh, Lord bless and save us. 4 good hours before we expected you.
Mr. Betteridge, thank you. I'll go back now. I'll go back, and I'll try not to have any more silly thoughts.
Yes, that's right, Rosanna. And do try to eat some dinner. It'll do you good.
What a strange girl, Betteridge.
Rosanna Spearman, Mr. Franklin, second housemaid. She's not herself today, but you'll be wanting some luncheon, Mr. Franklin.
Oh, no, Betteridge. There's one advantage to this horrid place. We've got it to ourselves, and I've something to tell you. I dare say you'll hardly credit it, but I suspect I've been followed and watched in London. That's why I'm here 4 hours early. I came by the morning train to give a certain dark-looking stranger the slip.
But who's watching you, sir, and why? Why?
Oh, just a minute. First, tell me about the 3 Indians you've had at the house today. I saw Penelope before I came down here, and she mentioned them. Tell me, Betteridge, what did they do?
Oh, very little, sir. They took themselves off, as I asked them to. There were just 3 of them, and they had a little boy with them. I thought they were jugglers of some kind. They asked if they could put on their show for the lady of the house.
But you straightway told them to leave.
Well, sir, the family silver was on the pantry table, and their manners were so nice, that made me suspicious.
And then what?
Well, then I tried to go back to a nice little nap I was having, but I'd scarcely dropped off before Penelope came running up, and she said the Indians knew you were coming, and they meant you some mischief.
What mischief? And how did you know?
Well, she was having a chat with the lodge-keeper's daughter, and they saw the Indians on their way out. Well, you know what women are. They took it into their heads that the little boy, largely on account of his being fair and delicate-looking, was ill-used. So they followed them along the inside of our hedge. They said they saw them pour some sort of ink into the boy's hand.
Ink?
Then they made him look into it and asked him questions about the English gentleman whom Penelope took to mean you, sir.
And what did the boy say?
He said you would be coming along that particular road this evening and that you would be carrying what they were seeking for.
So, what do you make of that, Betteridge?
I'll tell you what I make of it, sir. Plain trickery. Well, I mean, it's obvious, isn't it? They must have heard the servants talking about your arrival and saw their way to making a little money by it. They meant to wait until they saw my lady drive home and then come back and foretell your return as if by magic. What Penelope overheard was them rehearsing all that hocus-pocus. Well, it all strikes me as just nonsense, doesn't it you, sir?
No, Betteridge, it does not. I suspect that what they seek is this little package.
Really, sir? And what might there be in that little package?
Colonel Herncastle's legacy to his niece, Rachel Verinder. His diamond. The Moonstone.
The Moonstone. And you carrying it about as though it were no more value than a piece of cheese.
My father is the Colonel's executor. He has given it to me to bring down here.
But your father wouldn't have touched the Colonel with a pair of tongs. No one would.
Why not? What is there against the Colonel?
Surely you know that John Herncastle was one of the greatest blackguards that ever lived.
I know that's what everyone says, but why?
Well, sir, take what happened in the army. He had to leave the Guards before he was 22. He went out to India to try a little active service. He was at the taking of Seringapatam, but soon after that he changed into another regiment and then into a third.
Is that a crime?
No, sir. But he came back to England with a character that closed the doors of all his family against him. I've heard say that the diamond was at the bottom of it, or how he came to get the diamond while he was in India.
Did you ever see him yourself?
Only once, about 2 years ago. It was on the night of Miss Rachel's birthday. There was a party, as usual, at my lady's house in London, and John Herncastle came to the door. "Go up to my sister," says he to me, "and say that I have called to wish my niece many happy returns of the day." Well, of course, my lady would have none of him, and when I gave him her answer, he just laughed, and I remember his very words. "Thank you, Betteridge," he said. "I shall remember my niece's birthday." And he walked out of the house. Miss Rachel's next birthday came round, and we heard he was ill. 6 months after that, he was dead.
That would explain it. Listen, Betteridge, it's my belief that certain people in India want to get that diamond back. And more than that, I believe the Colonel, knowing this, has deliberately left a legacy of trouble and danger to his sister through Rachel.
What? Are you sure, Mr. Franklin?
Yes, I'm sure. Well, nearly sure. A few days ago, I had dinner with Mr. Bruff, the family lawyer, and he told me more about it. We see, the Colonel had some papers that my father thought would help him in his claim to the dukedom. Well, as you know, nothing came of it. But he and the Colonel struck a bargain. In return for seeing the papers, my father was to look after the Moonstone, deposit it with his bankers.
But why didn't the Colonel keep it himself?
Because he was afraid that some Indians were on the track of it and would kill him to get it.
Then they would kill your father, wouldn't they?
No, because they probably wouldn't know he had it.
Then they would suppose the Colonel still had it, and what was there to stop them killing him?
He had taken the care to inform them through certain channels that were open to him, that if they did, then the Moonstone would immediately be sent to Amsterdam and cut up into a number of smaller stones before they could lay their hands on it. That's how the Colonel hoped to save himself from being murdered.
But the Indians could still raise the value on the smaller stones, couldn't they?
Yes, but the value in money means nothing to them. The Moonstone's value to them lies in its religious significance as a whole stone. Now, that's where the Colonel was so clever. If they killed him, they as good as destroyed the Moonstone themselves. And they would never do that. It's sacred to them.
But are you sure that all this is true, Mr. Franklin? It sounds fantastic to my common-sense way of thinking.
Well, I had it from Mr. Bruff himself, and he drew up the Colonel's will, so he knows all about it.
Now, let me get this clear, sir. You think the Colonel has left the Moonstone to Miss Rachel so as to bring all this danger onto my lady?
Yes, almost certainly.
But suppose my lady had died before the Colonel did, or even, God forbid, but such things do happen, or even suppose that Miss Rachel had died.
In either event, the will provides for the diamond to be cut up and sold, and the proceeds go elsewhere.
Not to Miss Rachel or my lady?
No.
Then it does look black, Mr. Franklin. Black indeed. But on the other hand...
Precisely. On the other hand, we don't know what his intention was. We could be misjudging him. Now, Mr. Bruff says the Colonel was reconciled with the Church on his deathbed. Perhaps it's just as it says in the will. The Moonstone is a token of forgiveness for the way Aunt Julia closed her house to him.
But then again, perhaps he took the clergyman in. That's not difficult to do, you know, sir, not when you're telling them what they want to hear.
Now, Betteridge, do you see why I believe there's a conspiracy at the bottom of all this?
I'm beginning to, sir. Though I keep hoping there still might be some perfectly innocent explanation for it all.
I don't think there can be. I think it means a plot among the Indians. A plot with some old Hindu superstition behind it.
Mr. Franklin, you said you were followed in London. That was something to do with all this, I take it?
Yes. After I took the Moonstone out of the bank, I thought I was followed by a man with a dark complexion. I went to my father's house to pick up my luggage and found a letter there which unexpectedly detained me in London. So, of course, I had to put the Moonstone back in the strong room again. And again, I thought I saw the man with the dark complexion. Now, I saw him definitely for the third time when I took the Moonstone out of the bank again this morning. So, I took the morning instead of the afternoon train, as I'd intended. Now, here I am with the diamond safe and sound, and what is the first news that meets me? I find that 3 strolling Indians have been at the house and that my arrival from London is of particular interest to them.
It could be just coincidence.
Yes. And it could be that in bringing the Moonstone to my aunt's house, I am serving the Colonel's vengeance blindfold. But then again, I could be vindicating him in the character of a penitent and Christian man.
God alone knows, sir. Don't ask me.
Why did my uncle leave the Moonstone to Rachel? Why didn't he leave it to my aunt if he wanted to make his peace with her?
Because he knew my lady well enough to know that she would have refused any legacy that came from him.
Well, how did he know that Rachel might not refuse it too?
Is there any young lady who could resist the temptation of such a birthday present as the Moonstone?
But why did he leave the diamond to Rachel only if her mother is still alive? Now, that's the condition in his will. I even have a copy of that part of it to give to Aunt Julia.
If he has purposely left a legacy of trouble and danger to his sister through her daughter, then it must be conditional on her being alive.
Cigar, Betteridge?
No, thank you very much, sir. I prefer a pipe.
I wish I knew what to do. I don't want to alarm my aunt without reason, and I don't want to leave her without what may be a needful warning. If you were in my place, Betteridge, tell me, in one word, what would you do?
In one word, sir, wait.
With all my heart. But how long?
Now, this is the 25th of May, and Miss Rachel's birthday is on the 21st of June, so we have close on 4 weeks in front of us.
Mm-hmm.
Let's wait and see what happens in that time, and let's warn my lady or not as the circumstances direct us.
Perfect, Betteridge, as far as it goes. But what's to be done with the diamond between this and the birthday?
Put it in the bank at Frizinghall. The Bank of England isn't safer than the Bank at Frizinghall. If I were you, sir, I would ride straight there with it before the ladies come back from their drive.
Excellent. The very thing. Betteridge, you are worth your weight in gold. Come along, back to the house and saddle the fastest horse in the stables. Why, this is the way. I do like to be doing something.
When I heard the last of his horse's hoofs on the drive and found I was alone again in the yard, I felt half inclined to ask myself if I hadn't woken up from a dream. The afternoon wore on, and my lady and Miss Rachel came back.
There, that's my duty done for another month. The rector may be a worthy man, but he is an exceedingly dull one.
My lady, Mr. Franklin has arrived.
Already? But he's not expected until this evening.
Yes, Miss Rachel. That is to say, no, Miss Rachel.
But where is Mr. Franklin?
He has gone away again, my lady.
Gone away again, Betteridge? Whatever for?
I don't quite know, my lady. He is returning, naturally. I can only put it down to one of Mr. Franklin's freaks. He galloped off on a horse almost as soon as he got here.
Freaks, Betteridge? And no doubt it was one of Mr. Franklin's freaks, as you call them, that inspired his arrival some hours earlier than expected.
No doubt, my lady.
Tell me, Betteridge, what does Mr. Franklin look like?
Look like, Miss Rachel? Well, he looks like Mr. Franklin, I suppose.
Betteridge, don't be obtuse. You know very well what I mean. The last time I saw Mr. Franklin, he was a boy of 14. He promised to be tall, I remember.
Indeed, Miss Rachel, so he did. But tall? No, I would not describe him as tall.
But not short, Betteridge. Surely Mr. Franklin has not turned out short.
He does want middle height by an inch or two, or so it seems to me. But he's neat and slim, and he still has that bright, straightforward look in his eyes.
You will just have to contain your curiosity, Rachel, until Mr. Franklin has another of his freaks and returns. I'm going to my room. I don't know which is more fatiguing, the heat or the rector of Frizinghall.
I thought I slipped out of that rather neatly. But no sooner had I gone to my own little sitting room than I had difficulties with Penelope. You will remember it was Penelope who told Mr. Franklin of the Indians when he arrived, and sent him on to find me at the Shivering Sand. Did I mention that Penelope was my daughter? Well, at all events, I've mentioned it now. She was also Miss Rachel's maid, and no sooner had she taken Miss Rachel's sunshade and gloves than she came to question me.
Well, Father?
Well, what, my girl?
Now, Father, you know very well what. What did Mr. Franklin say about the Indians when you told him?
Mr. Franklin and I went on, having dismissed the Indians as of no account whatsoever, to talk of foreign politics until we both fell asleep in the heat of the sun. Oh, by the by, I trust Rosanna returned satisfactorily. She left us in rather a hurry when Mr. Franklin found us.
It's funny you should say that, Father, because Rosanna's been acting very strange since she came back, and Mr. Franklin's at the bottom of it, if you want my opinion. She turned all colours of the rainbow and asked hundreds of questions about him, and when I said I thought it was extraordinary that a strange gentleman should have any interest for her, she grew quite angry with me. Well, really, Father, there's only one explanation for it.
Oh, and what might that be?
Why, Rosanna has fallen in love with Mr. Franklin at first sight.
Nay.
That's all it can be.
Fallen in love with him? Fallen in love with Mr. Franklin?
Yes.
Oh, come, that's the silliest thing I ever heard. Now, you just keep that idea to yourself. It would do the poor girl a deal of harm if that got about among the other servants. They have a low enough opinion of her as it is. Rosanna Spearman in love with Mr. Franklin? The very idea. Mr. Franklin returned from Freising Hall, and to my great disappointment, and no doubt to yours also, nothing had happened. He had not met with the Indians. He had deposited the Moonstone in the bank, and he had got the receipt for it safe in his pocket. I would have given something to have waited at table that evening, but waiting at dinner, except on high family festivals, was letting down my dignity in the eyes of the other servants. Penelope brought me some intelligence, however.
And really, Father, I've never known Miss Rachel so particular over dressing her hair. Oh, but it was worth all the trouble, every bit. She looked so bright and pretty when she went down to meet Mr. Franklin in the drawing-room.
Later in the evening, we heard them singing duets, and my lady, on the piano, following them, as it were, over hedge and ditch, and seeing them safe through it in a manner most wonderful and pleasant to hear through the open window. Later still, I went to Mr. Franklin in the smoking-room with the soda-water and brandy, and found that Miss Rachel had put the diamond clean out of his head. When I endeavoured to lead the conversation to more serious things, all I could extract from him was...
Really, Betteridge, I've no hesitation in saying that Miss Rachel is the most charming girl I've seen since I came back to England.
Towards midnight, I went round the house to lock up, accompanied by my second-in-command, Samuel the footman. When all the doors were made fast, except the side door that opened onto the terrace, I sent Samuel to bed and stepped out for a breath of fresh air. The night was still and close, and the moon was at the full. I had come out on the dark side of the house, and as I looked to my left, I saw the shadow of a person thrown forward from behind the corner. Being old and sly, I forbore to call out, but my feet betrayed me on the gravel. Before I could steal round the corner, I heard lighter feet than mine, and more than one pair of them, retreating in a hurry. By the time I had got to the corner, the trespassers had run into the shrubbery and were lost to sight. From there they could easily make their way over our wall and into the road. While I was thinking what to do, I noticed for the first time a little bright object lying on the gravel under the light of the moon. I picked it up. It was a small bottle. Inside there was a thick, sweet-smelling liquor, as black as ink.
Well, you know, Betteridge, even in England there are people who believe that some have the power of seeing persons and things beyond the reach of human vision. They call it clairvoyance, brightness of sight. The Indians must believe the boy is one of these.
Just a lot of hocus-pocus, if you ask me.
Quite. But depend upon it, Betteridge, the Indians took it for granted that we should keep the diamond here, and they brought their clairvoyant boy to show them the way to it.
Do you think they'll try again, sir?
It depends on what the boy can really do. And if he can see the diamond inside the bank at Frizinghall, we shall be troubled with no more visits at present. But if he can't, we shall have another chance of catching the Indians in the shrubbery before many more nights are over our heads.
My own feeling was that the Indians had reports of Mr. Franklin having been seen at the bank and drew their own conclusions. Now pay close attention to what I say next. You will find it has a bearing on something that is still to come. Mr. Franklin dabbled in decorative painting. He had invented a new mixture to moisten paint with, which he described as a vehicle. What it was made of, I don't know. What it did, I can tell you in 2 words. It stank. Miss Rachel, being wild to try her hand at the new process, they set to work decorating her own little sitting-room door. Mr. Franklin scraped off all the nice varnish and made a surface to work on. Miss Rachel then covered the surface, under his direction, with birds and flowers and cupids, copied from a famous Italian painter whose name escapes me. When they were not riding or seeing company or taking their meals or singing their songs, there they were, with their heads together, spoiling Miss Rachel's sitting-room door. The servants' hall began to debate whether or not we should have a wedding in the house before the summer was over. That Mr. Franklin, on his side, was in love, no one who saw him could doubt. The difficulty was to fathom Miss Rachel. There was also her other cousin, Mr. Godfrey Ablewhite.
Mr. Godfrey, Father? How can you possibly think Mr. Godfrey's chances are better than Mr. Franklin's?
For one thing, Mr. Godfrey is very well off. Mr. Franklin, I fear, is always in want of money.
How can you possibly know that?
Because I know Mr. Franklin, that's how. Only the other day that foreigner called to see him on business, and he was very quiet for a whole day afterwards. That was over some debt while he was travelling on the continent, you can be quite sure of that.
As if Miss Rachel was the sort to marry for money.
It's not just money. Mr. Godfrey is a barrister by profession, and what is Mr. Franklin? Nothing. As a speaker at charitable committees, Mr. Godfrey is tireless. What does Mr. Franklin do besides ride out and sing pretty songs and spoil young ladies' sitting-room doors?
But would Mr. Godfrey make any sacrifice for Miss Rachel? You know how fond Mr. Franklin is of his cigars. Yet when Miss Rachel said she hated the smell of them in his clothes, he instantly offered to give them up. And he did so.
Yes, and that night he slept so badly for want of tobacco and looked so haggard and worn the next day that Miss Rachel begged him to go back to smoking again.
And he refused because he said he could take to nothing that would cause her a moment's annoyance.
What about the presents? The beautiful casket in china from Mr. Godfrey with his love and best wishes, and a plain little locket from Mr. Franklin not worth half the money.
How could it be, seeing you're so positive Mr. Franklin has none? Besides, do you really think Miss Rachel could be moved by such a consideration as that? If you ask me, Miss Rachel would sooner marry the dustman than Mr. Godfrey Ablewhite.
Shortly before Miss Rachel's birthday on the 21st, we had the doctor in the house professionally. He was summoned to prescribe for Rosanna Spearman. And as it was a matter concerning one of the servants, my lady naturally wanted to hear my opinion of the matter.
Waking and crying at night, loss of appetite. Yes, I put it down to nerves, Lady Verinder. I doubt if the girl's fit for service.
Would a change of air be beneficial, do you think, Mr. Candy?
Indeed, a change of air is often most beneficial in cases like this. I would strongly advise it, if it be possible.
Would you like to go to one of our farms inland, Rosanna? Perhaps as a dairymaid? And getting more fresh air than you do here, you would find your spirits improve remarkably.
Oh, my lady, I know you mean to be helpful, but I do so love it here. I would be far worse if you sent me away from here and all of you. I'm so grateful to you, my lady, for giving me a chance. Please let me stay.
Oh, Betteridge, what do you say?
Well, my lady, seeing as Mr. Candy thinks it's nerves and Rosanna does so want to stay, it would only do her nerves more harm to send her away. At least that's how it seems to me. I have no complaints of her work, my lady.
Very well, Rosanna, you may stay. But no more crying at night, do you hear? It cannot be good for you to lose your sleep.
Thank you, my lady.
As you wish, my lady, but I still think a change of air's the thing.
Thank you, Mr. Candy. And I look forward to seeing you at dinner on Rachel's birthday.
Oh, it will be my pleasure, my lady.
That proved to be the worst advice I could have given, though I meant only to help Rosanna. If I could have looked a little way into the future, I would have taken her out of the house then and there with my own hand. Later the very same day, Penelope made an awkward discovery which we hushed up on the spot. She caught Rosanna at Mr. Franklin's dressing-table, secretly removing a rose which Miss Rachel had given him to wear in his buttonhole, and putting another rose like it, of her own picking, in its place. June the 21st, the day of the birthday, was cloudy and unsettled at sunrise, but towards noon it cleared up bravely. After breakfast, Mr. Franklin and I had a private conference on the subject of the Moonstone.
I must own, Betteridge, I'm in 20 different minds about what to do.
Why, how can that be, Mr. Franklin? There is only one thing to do. Take the Moonstone out of the bank at Frising Hall and present it to Miss Rachel.
Oh, yes, that's all very well, but what if...
But nothing, sir. Nothing can alter the legal obligation you have to give the diamond to Miss Rachel. And nothing has happened to justify you in alarming my lady.
Nothing? What about the prowlers in the night?
They haven't bothered us since, and we have no proof that the diamond was what they were after. Well, that's my way of looking at it.
Betteridge, you were not followed on 3 separate occasions by a man with a dark skin. I must own that I'm a little nervous about riding back from Frising Hall alone and with the Moonstone in my pocket.
Well, there's a way out of that difficulty, sir.
Huh?
Mr. Godfrey sent a note this morning. He was obliged to consult his father on business, and he spent last night at Frising Hall. He intends to ride over in good time for dinner this evening with his sisters. Now, what could be more natural than for you to return in their company?
Yes, Betteridge, what a good idea. That's what I shall do. But first, Miss Rachel and I have got to finish that door.
Oh, dear.
And we shall want Penelope to mix the colours again, so perhaps you'd send her up at the first opportunity.
They used the whole morning and part of the afternoon in the everlasting business of the door. It was 3 o'clock before Miss Rachel and Mr. Franklin took off their aprons and released Penelope and cleaned themselves of their mess. But they had finished the door on the birthday, and proud enough they were of it. Mr. Franklin snatched a morsel from the luncheon table and rode off to Frising Hall to escort his cousins, the Ablewhites, as he told my lady, to fetch the Moonstone, as was privately known to himself and me. This being one of the high festivals on which I took my place at the sideboard, I had plenty to occupy me while Mr. Franklin was away. Then I retired to collect myself over a pipe of tobacco. I was aroused by the clatter of horses' hoofs outside, and going to the door, received a cavalcade comprising Mr. Franklin and his 3 cousins escorted by a groom.
Ah, my dear Betteridge, good day.
Good day, Mr. Godfrey, sir, good day.
But so hot, Betteridge, so hot. However, I'm most glad to see you wearing so well.
That's very kind of you, sir. You do not seem to be quite your usual self, if I may say so.
Ah, the pressures of the world, I fear, Betteridge.
Quite, sir, quite. And your father? I trust you found him in good health?
Much as usual, Betteridge. Felicity, Georgina, do stop gossiping and come inside, out of the heat.
Oh, Godfrey, you know how much I've been looking forward to meeting Mr. Franklin after all these years.
And since you monopolised him all the way over.
With your everlasting business.
We were just making up a little leeway. Betteridge!
Oh, Betteridge, looking younger than ever.
How do you do it? You must have the secret of perpetual youth.
Felicity, Georgina, a word in your ear. Please.
Mr. Franklin, sir, have you got the diamond safe?
Here in my breast pocket, Betteridge. Safe as the bank of Frising Hall.
And the Indians, did you see anything of them?
Not a sign, not a glimpse.
Then you will wish to give the diamond into Miss Rachel's hands as soon as maybe.
Immediately, and then my duty is done. But I have first to tell Lady Verinder about the Colonel's bequest and give her the copy of that part of the will. Where is she, Betteridge?
In the small drawing room, sir.
I shall go there directly. Perhaps you would ask Miss Rachel to come along too in a minute?
Very good, Mr. Franklin.
Cousins, pray excuse me for a few minutes. I have some small business with Aunt Julia and Rachel. Then I think I can promise you a surprise.
About half an hour afterwards, I was crossing the hall when I was brought to a standstill by an outbreak of screams from the small drawing room. I can't say I was at all alarmed, for I recognised them as the screams of the Miss Ablewhites, and they screamed at anything and everything. However, I went in to discover whether anything serious had really happened. There stood Miss Rachel at the table with the Colonel's diamond in her hand. There, on either side of her, knelt the two Miss Ablewhites, devouring the jewel with their eyes and screaming with ecstasy. There, at the opposite side of the table, stood Mr. Godfrey, clapping his hands like a large child and singing out softly,
Exquisite. Oh, exquisite.
There sat Mr. Franklin in a chair by the bookcase, tugging at his beard and looking anxiously towards the window. And there, at the window, stood my lady, the extract from the Colonel's will in her hand, her back turned on the whole of the company.
Yes, Betteridge.
Excuse me, my lady, but I wondered if you had any particular instructions about the dinner.
Come to my room in half an hour. I shall have something to say to you then. Godfrey, pray excuse me. I should like to rest before dinner.
Look, Gabriel. Come and look at my wonderful gift from Uncle John.
Lord bless us. That is a diamond. Why, it must be as big as a plover's egg, or nearly.
Close the shutters, someone, so that we may see it in the dark. Godfrey, would you mind?
Of course, Rachel. Mere carbon, Betteridge, mere carbon, after all. How it does excite the ladies.
And not only the ladies, Mr. Godfrey. Some men would commit any wickedness to possess a jewel like that.
Very true, Betteridge, my good friend. Very true, unhappily.
Look at it now, in the dark. Just look at the way it glows. It's like the harvest moon.
Oh, it's lovely, Rachel. Quite lovely.
Oh, you are lucky. I wish that I had such a jewel, don't you, Felicity?
Oh, yes, Georgina. You'll be the envy of the county with this, Rachel. Won't she, Godfrey?
Of all society, my dear Felicity.
Oh, Godfrey.
There's only one thing that troubles me. Why should my Uncle John have left me this? I do believe he never even saw me, and by all accounts he was a dreadful man. Franklin, have you no idea?
No, Rachel. I wish from the bottom of my heart that I had.
It is so beautiful. I must wear it at dinner tonight.
Oh, yes, you must, you must.
But I can't. There is no setting for it.
I dare say I could make something that would do for a temporary setting. A bit of silver wire and a pin so that you could fix it to your dress,
yes.
if that's what you want.
Oh, Franklin, could you?
Of course.
Such ingenuity, Franklin. We shall all be in your debt.
At the end of half an hour, I presented myself in my lady's room. What passed between us was a repetition of what had passed between Mr. Franklin and me at the Shivering Sand, with this difference, that I kept my own counsel about the Indians. When I left, I could see that Lady Verinder took the blackest possible view of Colonel Herncastle's motives, and that she was bent on getting the Moonstone out of Rachel's possession at the first opportunity. The time came for me to smarten myself up for receiving the company, and just as I had got my white waistcoat on, Penelope knocked at my door on pretence of improving the tie of my cravat.
News for you, Father. Miss Rachel has refused him.
Oh, and who's him?
The ladies' committee man, Mr. Godfrey. Oh, how I hate him for trying to stand in the way of Mr. Franklin.
Nay, Penelope, not so tight.
Sorry, Father, but I know you agree with me.
Well, that's as may be. And how do you know Miss Rachel has refused him?
I saw him take her away alone into the rose garden, and I followed them.
Penelope, that was most improper of you.
Now, don't interrupt, Father. And where's your hairbrush? They'd gone out, arm in arm, both laughing. I waited behind the holly bush to see what happened.
Well, girl, get on with it.
They came back, walking separate, as grave as could be, and looking straight away from each other. I was never more delighted in my life.
Here, Ma'am, what are you doing with that brush?
Just the other side of the holly, Mr. Godfrey came to a standstill.
Then you prefer that I should remain here as if nothing had happened?
You have accepted my mother's invitation, and you are here to meet her guests. Unless you wish to make a scandal, of course you will remain.
I am sorry if what I have said has caused you any pain or distress.
Let us forget what has passed. Let us remain just cousins. Now, please excuse me. I must go in and change for dinner.
Now, that's awkward. Very deuced awkward indeed.
And you never saw a man look more put out in all your life, Father. He ground quite a hole in the gravel with his heel.
Not so hard, Penelope. My head's as red as a lobster, and you should not have eavesdropped like that.
There's one woman in the world who can resist Mr. Godfrey Ablewhite at any rate. And if I was a lady, I should be another.
It was a noble sight to see when all the company were settled in their places and the rector of Frisinghall, with beautiful elocution, rose and said grace. But as the dinner got on, I became aware that this festival was not prospering as others had before it. There were gaps of silence in the talk, and when they did use their tongues, it was usually in the most unfortunate manner. Mr. Franklin, I regret to say, was no exception.
Yes, it is true, Mr. Candy, that latterly I have not slept very well at night.
Your nerves are all out of order, young man. You ought to go through a course of medicine immediately.
In my estimation, Mr. Candy, a course of medicine and a course of groping in the dark mean one and the same thing.
But you yourself, constitutionally speaking, are groping in the dark after sleep, and nothing but medicine will help you find it.
Why, Mr. Candy, I've often heard of the blind leading the blind, and now for the first time I find out what it means.
You go too far, young man, you go too far. You think medicine of no account and doctors a bunch of fools, do you? Well, a fool I may be, but I can still make you eat your words tomorrow morning.
A fool you certainly are, Mr. Candy, if you think I shall eat any words I've addressed to you tonight.
Franklin, Mr. Candy, really this is too disagreeable. I forbid you to discuss the subject any further.
Of course, Lady Verinder. For my part, secure in my scientific knowledge, I shall gladly bow to your wish.
Shall we withdraw, ladies?
Yes, indeed. It seems as though the devil possessed that dinner party, and worse was to come. The ladies had just risen to leave the gentlemen over their wine, when there was a sound from the terrace which startled me out of my company manners on the instant.
Georgina, hark, the Indians.
Oh, the Indians from Frisinghall.
Come and show us their juggling.
Oh, exciting.
Oh, what a sweet little boy.
Oh, what a little darling.
Oh, I must kiss him.
And I.
As I lived by bread, here were the Indians returning to us with the return of the Moonstone to the house. Mr. Franklin got on one side of Miss Rachel, and I put myself behind her. There she stood, innocent of all knowledge of the truth, showing the Indians the Moonstone in the bosom of her dress. The next thing I clearly remember was one of the company, Mr. Mirthwaite, the famous Indian traveller, coming up quietly behind the jugglers and addressing them in their own language. The next moment their faces turned grey. The chief Indian, the one who spoke English, turned to my lady and informed her that the entertainment was over. The Miss Ablewhites were loud in their disappointment. The little boy went round with the hat, and the juggling was over as soon as almost it had begun. The ladies withdrew to the drawing-room, the gentlemen returned to their wine, and I and Samuel the footman saw the Indians safe off the premises. Going back by way of the shrubbery, I found Mr. Franklin and Mr. Mirthwaite walking slowly up and down among the trees. Mr. Franklin beckoned me to join them.
Mr. Betteridge, I have spent many years in India, and I can assure you that those three Indians are no more jugglers than you or I.
Really, Mr. Mirthwaite? Then what are they?
Unless I'm mistaken, they are high-caste Brahmins. I know what Indian juggling really is. What you saw tonight is a very bad and clumsy imitation. When I spoke to them in Hindu, I accused them of being impostors, and you saw yourself how it told on them.
But I thought Brahmins would never, under any circumstances, sacrifice their caste.
Quite right. And these have doubly sacrificed it, first in crossing the sea, secondly in disguising themselves as jugglers. There must be something very serious at the bottom of it to plead for them when they return to their own country. I suppose you have no idea what it might be, Mr. Blake?
Yes, I have. The diamond Miss Verinder is wearing in her dress this evening was left to her by her uncle, Colonel Herncastle, who obtained it in India some 50 years ago. I brought it here from London, acting as executor, and I suspect that while taking it from the bank I was followed by a dark-skinned man.
If the diamond was of some sacred significance to the Hindus, then that would certainly explain the presence here of the three Indians.
All we know, sir, is that the Colonel got it in some mysterious way in his travels. We don't know that it has to do with their religion.
Ah, yes, we do, Betteridge. Now, I had a letter from Mr. Bruff this morning. I wrote to tell him that it looked as though the Indians really were after the Moonstone, and he sent me a document he'd been holding back. It was written by a cousin of John Herncastle and describes how he got the diamond at the taking of Seringapatam. The writer says he thinks that Herncastle had killed 3 Indians, not in the fighting, but during the looting which followed, and had obtained the Moonstone at that terrible cost. That was why his reputation was in shreds when he returned to this country, and why none of his family would have anything to do with him.
And was this diamond set in the handle of a dagger?
Yes. It had belonged to a sultan. Tipu, Sultan of Seringapatam.
Well, so I have looked upon the Moonstone. Mr. Blake, the jewel that your cousin so carelessly wears in her bosom is the most sacred known to the Hindu people. If she were to set foot in certain parts of India dressed as she is tonight, her life would not be worth 5 minutes' purchase.
Murthwaite, you can't mean it.
I'm afraid I do. Listen. I know the history of the Moonstone. It is centuries old, and tradition says that it was originally set in the forehead of the Indian god who typifies the moon. Hundreds of years ago, when the Mohammedans sacked the holy city of Somnath and stripped the temple of its treasures, only the moon god escaped. 3 Brahmins, at great risk, took it to Benares, and there it was set up and worshipped again. There's a legend that Vishnu appeared in a dream to the Brahmins and commanded that the Moonstone should be watched from that time forth by 3 priests in turn, night and day, to the end of the generations of men. The next turn in the story took place in the reign of Aurangzeb, the Mughal emperor. At his command there were more attacks upon the temples of Brahma, and the Moonstone was seized by an officer and his army. It passed from one lawless hand to another, until it fell into the possession of Tipu, who placed it as an ornament in the handle of a dagger. Now suppose those 3 men whom Herncastle is reported to have killed were the 3 Brahmin priests who were then the Moonstone's guardians, disguised and outwardly conforming to the Mussulman faith. Do you not begin to see who our 3 incompetent jugglers might be?
Lord bless us.
The 3 Brahmin priests who have succeeded to the guardianship of the Moonstone.
Dedicated, you may be sure, to securing its return at whatever cost.
You mean they would kill to gain their object?
My dear fellow, the sacrifice of caste may be a serious thing in India. The sacrifice of life is nothing.
What a set of murdering thieves.
Ah, but a wonderful people, Mr. Betteridge.
Yes, it sounds like it.
They have seen the Moonstone on Rachel's dress. There's no help for it. I must speak to my aunt tomorrow.
What about tonight, sir? Supposing the Indians come back?
The Indians won't risk coming back tonight. The direct way is hardly ever the way they take to anything, let alone something as important as this.
But suppose the rogues are bolder than you think, sir?
In that case, let the dogs loose.
Very good, sir.
It's been building up to this all day. The Indians will want their umbrellas tonight, Mr. Betteridge. Come, let us rejoin the ladies.
I own that after that I went back to my little room in a perspiration. I was far into my second pipe when Penelope came in with her report from the drawing-room where she'd been handing round tea.
The Miss Ablewhite sang a duet very loudly. I saw Mr. Franklin positively flinch. And Miss Rachel has been stealing looks at him, and I know very well what sort of looks. And Mr. Franklin has been going on at Mr. Godfrey about ladies' charities. And Mr. Godfrey has been hitting back rather smartly. And Mr. Murthwaite has been asleep. Oh, have you seen anything of Mr. Candy during the evening?
Why, no, should I have?
Well, he vanished most mysteriously for a time, and when he came back he was wearing a very smug look. I wonder what he's been up to.
The arrival of the carriages was the signal for the arrival of the rain. Most of the company went home under cover. The exception was Mr. Candy, who had only a gig, but he still seemed very pleased with himself. It looks as though it means to rain all night. What a downpour! I'm afraid you'll get wet through, Mr. Candy.
Mr. Betteridge, I wonder you have arrived at your time of life without knowing that a doctor's skin is waterproof. Good night to you.
When the last of the guests had driven away, I went back to the drawing-room. Mr. Godfrey had some brandy and soda water. Mr. Franklin took nothing. He looked dead tired. I suppose the events of the day had been too much for him. Truth to tell, they'd been rather too much for me. My lady was looking hard at the wicked Colonel's legacy shining in her daughter's dress.
Rachel, where are you going to put your diamond tonight?
Oh, I don't know. Anywhere. Why, on my dressing table, of course, with my other things. Oh, no. It might take to shining in the dark. I'm sure I'd be quite terrified if I woke up and saw its awful moony light shining out of the gloom. I know. The Indian cabinet in my sitting room. Now that is just the place, Mamma. What could be more appropriate than the Indian diamond going into the Indian cabinet? Why, they could admire each other.
My dear, your Indian cabinet has no lock on it.
Good heavens, is this an hotel? Are there thieves in the house?
Why not let me keep the diamond for you tonight?
Oh, Mamma, no. How could you suggest such a thing?
Very well, my dear, as you wish. But I'd like you to come to my room first thing tomorrow morning. I shall have something to say to you.
Not something unpleasant, I hope.
Well, I really can't discuss it with you in your present mood. Good night, gentlemen.
Good night, Aunt Julia.
Good night, Betteridge.
Good night, my lady. And so the day ended. Already, it seemed to me, the Moonstone had begun to cast its shadow over our lives. When the gentleman retired for the night, Mr. Godfrey was very solicitous for Mr. Franklin's rest, and pressed him to take a brandy and soda to his room. It would help him sleep, he said. That night I shut up everything myself and left nothing to Samuel. All was safe and fast when I went to bed between midnight and 1 in the morning. The day had been a little too much for me, I suppose, for I had a touch of Mr. Franklin's malady, and it was sunrise before I fell asleep. All the time I lay awake there was not a sound but the splash of the rain and the sighing of the wind among the trees. About 7:30 I woke, and opened my window on a day of fine sunshine. The clock had struck 8, and I was just going out to chain up the dogs again, when I heard a sudden whisking of petticoats on the stairs above me.
Father, come quick!
Penelope, you'll wake the house, whatever's the matter.
Oh, Father, don't stand there, for God's sake. Come upstairs. The Moonstone has gone.
Gone? But how could it have gone?
Oh, how should I know? But gone it most certainly is. And Miss Rachel's half out of her mind. Oh, Father, come up and see.
That was part 1 of The Moonstone by Wilkie Collins, dramatised for radio by Brian Gear. The cast: Gabriel Betteridge, John Sharp, Franklin Blake, John Telfer, Rachel Verinder, Sally Baxter, Godfrey Ablewhite, Geoffrey Beavers, Lady Verinder, Petra Davis, Rosanna Spearman, Tammy Ustinoff, Penelope Betteridge, Josie Kidd, Mr. Berthwaite, Gordon DeLew, Mr. Candy, Danny Schiller, the Indian, Geoffrey Searle, the boy, Crispian Balmer, Felicity Ablewhite, Lisa Penny, and Georgina Ablewhite, Deborah Jane Sharp. The music was composed and conducted by Sidney Sager, and the programme, which came from Bristol, was directed by Brian Miller. The Moonstone by Wilkie Collins, dramatised for radio in 6 parts by Brian Gear, with music composed by Sidney Sager. The Moonstone, Part 2.
Gabriel Betteridge is my name, and I am my Lady Verinder's steward at the family seat in Yorkshire. Perhaps you will remember that Mr. Franklin Blake wanted me to begin the story of the Moonstone, telling you just as much as I knew at the time, and no more. Let me go back a bit. The Moonstone was a large diamond left by Colonel Herncastle to his niece, Miss Rachel Verinder, on her 18th birthday. But the Colonel was a secretive man, and some trouble seems to accompany the Moonstone wherever it goes. When Miss Rachel's cousin, Mr. Franklin, brought it to her in Yorkshire, he was followed by 3 Indians. According to Mr. Murthwaite, the explorer, who lives in our locality, they're Brahmin priests, dedicated to getting the diamond back by any means whatever. The morning after Miss Rachel's birthday, I was just opening the front door when my daughter, Penelope, called out that the Moonstone had vanished from Miss Rachel's sitting room where it was left overnight.
Now, Father, come and see for yourself. I saw Miss Rachel put the diamond into the Indian cabinet last night. When I came in with our cup of tea at 8 this morning, I found the drawer open and empty.
Is this true, Miss Rachel?
Yes, Betteridge, it's true. The diamond is gone.
I'm going into my bedroom and I don't want to be disturbed.
Betteridge, what is the matter? What is all this noise?
The diamond, my lady. It's gone.
And where is Rachel?
In her room, my lady, and she has locked the door.
Rachel, it is I.
I do not wish to see anyone, Mamma.
Rachel, open this door instantly. Now, Rachel, what is all this about the diamond?
Poor Miss Rachel, I've never seen her so upset.
What's this, Betteridge? Miss Rachel's diamond gone?
Yes, sir. I'm afraid it's true.
Oh, awful. How very shocking. You're quite sure?
Quite, Mr. Godfrey.
Oh, dear me. How very unfortunate. Oh, Franklin, have you heard the news? Rachel's diamond is missing.
What's that you say, Godfrey?
The diamond, the Moonstone. It's vanished.
What?
The Moonstone has gone from where it was put in the Indian cabinet.
Gone? Gone, you say?
Are you quite well, Mr. Franklin?
You don't seem quite yourself, sir, if I may say so.
Well, the fact is, Betteridge, last night I had the best night's sleep I've had for ages. I haven't quite woken up. However, let's think what to do. Now, where was the diamond put?
In the Indian cabinet, Mr. Franklin. I saw Miss Rachel put it there.
Well, now, perhaps it's fallen down behind the drawer. Have you looked, Penelope?
Why, no, I haven't. I was so upset, and so was Miss Rachel.
Well, then, look now, girl, look now.
Yes, Father.
I'll look on the floor in case it fell down and rolled away somewhere.
Would you like some black coffee, Mr. Franklin?
No, thank you, Betteridge. I'm beginning to wake up now.
The diamond is definitely not in the cabinet.
I can't see it on the floor.
Penelope, knock and see if Rachel can tell us anything.
Well, I'll try, sir, but really she seemed so upset.
Oh, good morning, Franklin. Godfrey.
Good morning, Aunt
Good morning, Aunt Julia.
Excuse me, my lady, but Mr. Franklin wishes to speak to Miss Rachel.
Oh, we thought Rachel might be able to tell us something.
Impossible. She seems quite overwhelmed.
But did she say anything to you which might throw any light on the matter?
Nothing, not a word. She seems positively to shrink from speaking of it, even to me. I suppose I have no alternative but to send for the police.
And the first thing for the police to do is lay hands on the Indians who were here last night.
The jugglers? Whatever for, Franklin?
Because they stole the Moonstone. Aunt Julia, we mustn't lose a moment. Give me a letter of introduction to a magistrate and I'll ride straight over to Frizinghall with it. And we may stop them before they've got away too far. Now then, Betteridge, while I'm away, make sure the servants leave the doors and windows exactly as they were last night.
Of course, Mr. Franklin. But I don't see how the Indians could have got into the house. I was awake till quite late and I heard nothing, no dogs barking.
One of them might have slipped into the hall while the dinner company were going away. He could have stayed hidden under a sofa until the house was quiet, and then the Moonstone would have been his for the taking.
But how would he have known where to look for it?
Eavesdropped at the drawing-room door. Rachel talked about where she might keep it last night. But I can't waste time in speculation, Betteridge. I must be off to Frizinghall. Yep.
It all seemed rather flat after Mr. Franklin had ridden off. My lady sent for me, and I had to tell her everything that I had kept from her so far about the Indians and Mr. Franklin's suspicions. She was a woman of high courage, and agreed we had been right to say nothing until now. Miss Rachel stayed locked in her room. The women servants took to whispering in corners, except Rosanna Spearman, who kept by herself. At 11 o'clock, Mr. Franklin came back from Frizinghall.
Well, Franklin, are the police coming?
Yes, Superintendent Seagrave and 2 men are following, but it's a mere matter of form. The case is hopeless.
Do you mean the Indians have escaped?
The poor Indians have been most unjustly put in prison.
But what about one of them being hidden in the house?
That has proved to be quite impossible.
Oh, would you explain yourself, Franklin, instead of adding to the mystery?
Perfectly simple, Aunt Julia. I took your letter to the magistrate, and the magistrate sent for the police. Well, so far, so good. But when the police made inquiries, they discovered that the Indians were still in the town. Hardly the act of guilty men. And more than that, they'd all been seen returning with their little boy between the hours of 10 and 11, which proves they'd walked straight back from here.
But might they not have returned later in the night?
No, the police had some reason to make inquiries at the lodging house where the Indians are staying, and they saw them all there at midnight.
And soon after midnight, I went round and shut up the house.
So that disposes of any idea of their returning and breaking in.
Then why are the Indians still in prison, Franklin?
Because the magistrate thought something might be turned up against them. So he committed them for a week as rogues and vagabonds to keep them at our disposal, as it were. But in truth, there isn't even a case of suspicion against them.
This gets worse. If the Indians did not take the diamond, then who did?
10 minutes later, Superintendent Seagrave arrived. He was the most comforting officer you could wish to see, tall and portly, and he ordered his 2 inferior officers about with great severity. He asked me to wait upon him in Miss Rachel's sitting room.
I've gone round the premises both outside and in, Mr. Betteridge, and the result of that investigation proving to me that no one has broken in, and I deduce that the robbery must therefore have been committed by someone in the house.
I sincerely hope you are wrong, Mr. Seagrave.
Oh, depend upon it, I'm right. So I posted one of my men on the staircase leading to the servants' bedrooms with the strict instructions to let nobody past him until further orders. Now then, I shall now examine this sitting room.
Go on, you tell him. Go on, get him. There he is. Now, what's all this, Mr. Superintendent, about none of us being allowed to go to our room?
Who is this person, Mr. Betteridge?
Nancy Swales, our kitchen maid.
Well, then, Nancy Swales, it's true that until further inquiries have been completed, I have barred all the servants from going to their rooms.
Have you indeed? Then which of us do you think it was that did it? Can you tell me that?
Now, silence. I will not have you women barging in here when I'm conducting an investigation. Now,
I don't know.
You. You.
Me, sir.
Who are you?
Rosanna Spearman, sir.
Well, Rosanna Spearman, you just look at the mischief someone's petticoats have done already.
What mischief, sir?
Well, that smear of paint on the door just under the lock. Clear out, all of you, will you now, please? Clear out. Now then, Mr. Betteridge, I should like to speak to Miss Rachel Verinder. Would you be so kind as to summon her for me?
She's in there, Mr. Seagrave, in her bedroom.
Oh, indeed. Well, then, pray ask her if she would kindly favour me with a word.
Miss Rachel?
What is it, Betteridge?
Superintendent Seagrave is here, Miss Rachel, and would like to speak with you.
I have nothing to tell him, and I can't see anybody.
Very good, Miss Rachel. Did you hear that, Mr. Seagrave? Miss Rachel regrets that
I heard, thank you, Mr. Betteridge, and I must say I found the young lady's attitude, quite frankly, to be obstructive. Highly obstructive.
Miss Rachel is very upset by the loss of her jewel. I beg you to wait a little and see her later.
Very well, Mr. Betteridge. Well, as I cannot speak to the young lady, I should like to question her maid.
Yes. That is my daughter, Penelope. I'll send for her. Penelope told Mr. Seagrave all she could, which was little enough. Questioning Mr. Franklin, Mr. Godfrey and myself produced still less. Mr. Seagrave next tried to discover whether any of the furniture had been moved out of its usual place during the night. While we were poking about among the chairs and tables, Miss Rachel herself suddenly appeared out of her bedroom.
Penelope?
Yes, miss?
Mr. Franklin Blake sent you with a message to me this morning, saying he wished to speak to me.
Yes, miss.
Where is he now?
He's on the terrace with Mr. Godfrey.
Then I shall go down and see him.
If you please, Miss Verinder, I would rather you favoured me with your conversation.
My business is with Mr. Blake, not with the superintendent of police.
Dear.
It showed a want of due respect, but I couldn't help looking out of the window. Miss Rachel went up to Mr. Franklin without appearing to notice Mr. Godfrey, who drew back and left them alone. She spoke a few words to Mr. Franklin, who seemed to be utterly astonished by what she said. While they were still together, Lady Verinder came onto the terrace. Miss Rachel saw her, said a few more words to Mr. Franklin, and went back into the house. Then Mr. Franklin seemed to tell Mr. Godfrey and my lady what Miss Rachel had said to him, for they too stopped short in amazement. I had just seen as much as this when the door of the sitting-room opened violently, and Miss Rachel walked swiftly through to her bedroom.
Miss Verinder, I must insist, if I am to recover your jewel,
I
then...
have not sent for you. I don't want you. My diamond is lost, and neither you nor anybody else will ever find it.
Oh, dear. And precisely what am I supposed to make of that, Mr. Betteridge?
I can only assume, Mr. Seagrave, that Miss Rachel's temper is still upset by the loss of the diamond.
But I'm here to help find it.
That appears to be the very thing she objects to. I imagine that's what she was telling Mr. Franklin just now on the terrace. It was his idea to fetch you, and she was certainly saying something very serious to him.
And how, may I ask, does Miss Verinder know the diamond will never be found again? No, Mr. Betteridge, no. There's nothing else for it. I shall have to search the servants' quarters.
The result, of course, was that the Moonstone remained as lost as ever, and Mr. Seagrave was fast approaching his wits' end. At this point, Mr. Franklin sent for me in the library. To my astonishment, just as my hand was on the door, it was suddenly opened from the inside and out walked Rosanna Spearman.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Betteridge.
Rosanna, what are you doing in the library at this time of day?
Mr. Franklin dropped one of his rings upstairs, and I have just been to give it to him.
You should have handed it to me. Just because the police have turned the house upside down, there's no need for you to forget your manners, my girl. Now, don't let me have to speak to you again.
I'm sure Mr. Franklin was obliged to me.
Come in, Betteridge. I want a conveyance to the station.
Yes, Mr. Franklin, going to London?
No, I've convinced my aunt that we need a better man than Seagrave. Now,
My father knows the Chief Commissioner of Police, and if anyone can lay his hands on the right man for this job, he can. So I'm going to telegraph him straight away.
Very good, Mr. Franklin. I'll have the pony chaise got ready.
Right. Oh, by the way, that girl who was in here just now, is she altogether right in the head, Betteridge? She behaved very oddly.
Oh? In what way, sir?
She came to give me a ring I'd dropped, and instead of going away again, she said, "They'll never find the diamond, will they? Nor the person who took it. I'll answer for that." And she heard your step outside, and she left.
I'm sorry that she's troubled you, Mr. Franklin, but I don't think there's any harm in the girl. I'll see that she doesn't bother you again.
Well, keep a careful eye on her, will you? This is a more important matter than you may think.
It's a matter of £20,000, sir.
It's a matter of quieting Rachel's mind. I'm very uneasy about her.
And so am I, Mr. Franklin. Oh, by the way, Mr. Seagrave says he wants to question the Indians at Frysing Hall. He says he thinks someone in the house stole the diamond in collusion with them.
The man's a fool. Well, I suppose I'd better wait and see what the result is before I send my wire. But if you ask me, he's just trying to gain time.
Yes, sir. Perhaps you would be good enough to take him into Frysing Hall with you. Oh, and Mr. Godfrey, he's interested in the interview with the Indians, too. On my way to the stables to order the chaise, I looked in at the servants' hall. They told me that Rosanna Spearman had been suddenly taken ill and was lying down in her room. Curious, I thought. She'd looked well enough just a few minutes before. She came downstairs again at tea time, had an hysterical attack and was sent back to bed. I was forced to accept what Penelope had told me, that the girl was in love with Mr. Franklin. And so that miserable day came to an end, with Miss Rachel keeping to her room and refusing to come down to dinner. The next morning I met Mr. Franklin and Mr. Godfrey in the hall.
I knew it'd be a waste of time questioning the Indians again, suspecting someone in the house indeed.
I'm sure Superintendent Seagrave's experience in these matters is more to be relied on than ours, Franklin.
Mr. Franklin, sir. Mr. Franklin, a telegram for you. It arrived only a minute ago.
Good man, let me see. Oh, excellent! Couldn't be better.
What is it, Franklin? Has the Commissioner found someone who can help
I'll say he has. Sergeant Cuff, no less.
Sergeant Cuff? Where have I heard that name? The newspapers, perhaps?
There isn't his equal in England when it comes to unravelling a mystery. We're to expect him by this morning's train.
I shall be most interested to hear his opinion of the case. I'm afraid I must be in town on Friday. I have a ladies' committee on Saturday morning. But I'll gladly stay until the last train today.
I wonder what Seagrave will find to say for himself. He's coming back to us this morning.
I'm sure that Mr. Seagrave has done all that any competent officer can be expected to do. Now, if you'll excuse me, there are some notes I want to look over before Saturday.
Certainly.
By the way, Mr. Franklin, you remember Mr. Candy, with whom you had that discussion at Miss Rachel's birthday dinner?
Discussion? What discussion?
About your sleepless nights.
Oh, yes. And I was proved right. I had the best night's sleep for ages, and no medicine passed my lips. So much for Mr. Candy and his ideas.
Indeed, sir. But the postman tells me the poor man is in a fever. Quite delirious, he says.
Delirious? What's the matter with him?
Pneumonia, I shouldn't wonder. Don't you remember how it came on to rain very heavily and he only had his gig to drive home in?
Oh, yes. Well, there's rough justice for you. Is anybody looking after him?
He has an assistant, a Mr. Jennings. Strange man, but competent, I suppose. Sergeant Cuff drove up in a fly from the station. A lean, elderly man dressed in decent black, with a hatchet face. He asked to see Miss Rachel's sitting room, and I took him there with Mr. Franklin hovering in the background. Eventually he came face to face with the door covered with the decorative painting. Immediately He laid his finger on the little smear.
That's a pity. How did that happen, Mr. Superintendent?
Well, the women's petticoats did it. I was questioning the female servants in here yesterday morning, and, well, their petticoats did it, Sergeant. Mr. Betteridge was here, he'll tell you that.
Did you see which petticoat did it, Mr. Betteridge?
No, sir, I'm afraid I did not.
You noticed, of course, Mr. Superintendent.
Well, I can't charge my memory, Sergeant, on that point, but it's a mere trifle, after all.
I made a private inquiry last week, Mr. Superintendent. At one end of the inquiry was a murder, and at the other end was a spot of ink on a tablecloth that nobody could account for. In all my experience, I have never met with such a thing as a trifle, Mr. Superintendent. Before we go a step further, we must see the petticoat that made that smear, and we must know for certain when the paint was wet.
I can tell you that, Sergeant.
Pray do, Mr. Blake.
Miss Verinder and I painted the door. We used a vehicle that I myself devised. It dries in 12 hours.
And what time were the servants in this room yesterday morning?
Well, let me see. Oh, yes, the women were in here at 11 o'clock precisely.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. Now, Mr. Blake, do you remember when the smeared bit was done?
Perfectly. It was the last part of the door to be painted, and I finished it myself by 3 on Wednesday afternoon.
Ah. Today's Friday, Mr. Superintendent. Let us reckon back. At 3 on the Wednesday afternoon, that bit of the painting was completed. The vehicle dried in 12 hours. That is to say, it was dry by 3 o'clock on Thursday morning. At 11 on Thursday morning, you held your inquiry here. Take 3 from 11, and 8 remains. That paint had been 8 hours dry, Mr. Superintendent, when you supposed the servants' petticoats smeared it.
Well, yes, Sergeant, yes, indeed it had.
It is quite on the cards, Mr. Blake, that you have put the clue into our hands. Now then, it is clear from my examination of the smear that it was not done by a hard object, and no...
Miss Rachel. Sergeant Cuff, this is Miss Rachel.
Did you say that Mr. Franklin Blake had put the clue into your hands?
That gentleman, miss, has possibly put the clue into our hands. Now, may I ask you a question? Do you happen to know who smeared the paint on your door?
Are you another police officer?
I am Sergeant Cuff of the Detective Police.
Do your duty by yourself, Sergeant Cuff, and don't allow Mr. Franklin Blake to help you.
Thank you, miss. Now, do you happen to know anything about the smear of paint? Might you have done it by accident yourself?
I know nothing about it.
I told you, Betteridge, that I was uneasy about Rachel. Now you see why.
I've never known Miss Rachel to behave like this.
And now you see the difficulties I've been working under.
Miss Verinder appears to be a little out of temper. Natural enough. Now, I have looked at the smear closely. No skin mark like a human hand is printed off on it. Mr. Betteridge, could perhaps some large dog have got in here and done it with a whisk of his tail?
Quite impossible. No dogs ever come into this part of the house.
Then it must have been done by an article of clothing. The next thing to discover is when the door was last seen without that smear. Mr. Blake, did you notice your work here on the Wednesday afternoon after you had done it?
I can't say I did.
Who was the last person to be in here on Wednesday night?
Miss Rachel, I suppose. Oh, possibly my daughter. She's Miss Rachel's maid.
Would you be so good as to send for her, Miss Betteridge?
Penelope, come along now. I thought you might want a word with her, Sergeant, so I asked her to wait in the corridor in readiness.
Yes, Father.
This is Sergeant Cuff from London. He'd like to ask you about Wednesday night, Penelope.
Perhaps you'd be so good, Penelope, as to help me a little over that smear of paint on the door. Just under the lock.
Why, yes, sir.
And at what time on Wednesday did you last see the door?
Why, I should think after I wished Miss Rachel good night. About 12 o'clock.
And was it smeared then?
No, sir.
Could you have smeared it accidentally yourself as you went out?
Well, I suppose I could have, sir. But I knew the paint was still wet and took particular pains to hold in my skirts.
Do you happen to remember the dress you had on?
Why, it was this one. And there's no paint on it that I've noticed.
Indeed? You seem to be right, Penelope. Can either of you gentlemen see any paint on that dress, perhaps at the back?
No. None at all.
Oh, neither can I.
Thank you, Mr. Seagrave. Then I think we can safely say that someone must have been in this room and done the damage to the paint between midnight and 3 o'clock. This trifle of yours, Superintendent Seagrave, has grown a little in importance since you've noticed it. We have now to look for an article of dress in this house with a smear of paint on it, and to ask the owner of that article how he or she can account for being in Miss Verander's sitting room in the early hours of Thursday morning. If that person can't satisfy us, we haven't far to look for the hand that took the diamond. I'll not detain you any longer from your regular business in the town, Mr. Superintendent.
And I've only one opinion to offer on leaving this case in your hands, Sergeant Cuff. There is such a thing as making a mountain out of a molehill. Good morning.
Be so kind as to leave one of your men here in case I should want him, Mr. Seagrave.
Very good. Sergeant Cuff.
Mr. Betteridge, ask her ladyship if I may have 10 minutes' conversation with her, as soon as it may be convenient.
Is this absolutely necessary, Sergeant Cuff?
Absolutely. The other officer has done a world of harm by letting the servants see that he suspected them. But at the same time, their rooms must be searched again, because the first investigation only looked for the diamond, and now I must look for the article of clothing with the paint on it.
And if you find that, I presume it implies you have also found the thief.
At present, I don't say the diamond is stolen. I only say it's missing. And finding the dress with the paint on it may lead to its recovery.
My servants have been with me for years. I will not allow them to be insulted a second time by having their rooms searched as though they were common thieves.
But suppose, your ladyship, that this time everyone in the house consented to be searched. That would impress the servants as fair dealing between them and their betters. And instead of hindering the investigation, they will make it a point of honour to assist it.
Oh, what do you say, Betteridge?
I agree with the sergeant, my lady.
Then you shall speak to the servants with the keys of my wardrobe in your hand, Sergeant Cuff.
Thank you, my lady. But hadn't we better make sure that the other ladies and gentlemen will consent?
Come in.
Excuse me, Aunt Julia, but it's time for me to depart to catch my train, and I've come to take my leave. Franklin here is coming to the station with me.
Well, just before you go, Godfrey, Sergeant Cuff wishes to search the servants' rooms again, and he proposes we all consent to be searched. May I have your agreement?
Of course. Here's the key to my trunk, Sergeant Cuff. It can follow me to London when you have done with it.
Nothing I have is under lock and key. You may search my things with pleasure.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Perhaps you'd say my farewell to Rachel, Aunt Julia. When next I see her, I hope I may return to a certain subject which I mentioned to her on her birthday.
Come along, Godfrey. We've no time to lose.
Oh, yes. Thank you for reminding me, Franklin. Farewell, Aunt Julia.
Godfrey. Well, it now remains only to obtain Rachel's consent. I shall go and speak to her at once.
There is just one more thing, your ladyship. May I see the washing book, if you please?
Certainly, if it will bring this business to a speedier conclusion.
Your ladyship, I'll have Samuel send someone up with it immediately.
While you are waiting for the book, I will go and see my daughter. I hope not to keep you waiting for her answer.
Thank you, your ladyship. You're being most helpful.
You will have the book in a moment, Sergeant Cuff. I see you are admiring the view from her ladyship's windows.
I was looking at the rose garden, Mr. Betteridge. Gravel walks between the roses, dear, dear. Tell your gardener grass, not gravel, Mr. Betteridge.
You sent for the washing book, Mr. Betteridge.
Ah, yes, Rosanna. Thank you. Here you are, Sergeant Cuff.
Thank you, Mr. Betteridge.
You are looking pale, Rosanna.
I'm all right, Mr. Betteridge. Thank you very much.
I heard you were not well yesterday.
It was nothing, Mr. Betteridge. It's past now.
Thank you, Rosanna. Here you are. You may return the book.
That will be all, Rosanna.
Thank you, Mr. Betteridge.
Why did you want the washing book, Sergeant Cuff?
Because when Superintendent Seagrave drew the attention of the women servants to the smear of paint, he may have pointed out the necessity of getting rid of an article of clothing, presuming it belonged to one of the servants. If it were an article of linen, it might have been sent to the wash or been made away with by its owner. Now, tell me, has that young woman been here as long as the other servants?
Rosanna Spearman. Why do you ask?
Because the last time I saw her, she was in prison for theft.
Sergeant Cuff. Rosanna Spearman was once in prison. She was also in a reformatory in London, in which my lady takes a great interest. Rosanna was recommended by the matron as being a totally reformed character, and neither I nor her ladyship has had any serious cause for complaint since she has been in service here.
No serious cause, Mr. Betteridge?
No cause to doubt her honesty, Sergeant Cuff. It is true she is not like the other servant girls. She has fainting spells, is all that I meant.
And a deformed shoulder.
Sergeant Cuff, it pains me beyond expression to tell you this, but my daughter will not allow you to search her room. I gave her your reasons, but she was adamant. She will not consent.
In that case, your ladyship, the idea must be given up. Either all the rooms must be searched or none. Mr. Betteridge, send Mr. Godfrey Ablewhite's portmanteau to London by the next train.
Unless there is anything else you wish to ask me, I should like to retire.
There is nothing, your ladyship, and my thanks for your assistance.
Oh.
You don't seem to be much disappointed, Sergeant Cuff.
No, I am not. Let's go into the garden and look at the roses. It's a pity Miss Verinder won't help me. She makes this investigation more difficult than it might have been. I have decided to see the servants and search their thoughts and actions instead of their rooms. Now, did you notice anything strange in any of them after the diamond was found to be missing? Anyone unexpectedly out of temper or taken ill? Hello?
What's the matter?
Touch of rheumatics in my back, Mr. Betteridge. We shall have a change in the weather soon.
Yes, I've noticed it myself.
Let's make our way to the garden. I want to look at your moss roses. I should have known. Shrubberies are as bad as doors for gathering eavesdroppers. Tell me, Mr. Betteridge, does Rosanna Spearman have a sweetheart like the rest of them?
Really, Sergeant Cuff, with her appearance, poor thing?
I ask for her own sake. You see, I saw her hiding in the shrubbery as we went by.
Very well, Sergeant. Yes and no. She has been foolish enough to fall madly in love with Mr. Franklin Blake. The shrubbery is his favourite walk.
I see nothing foolish in a girl falling in love with Mr. Franklin.
He scarcely notices her.
He'd notice her soon enough if she were pretty. However, I'm glad it's cleared up. Did you notice anything you couldn't account for among the servants when the diamond was found to be missing?
Nothing, except that we all lost our heads, including myself.
Would you allow me the use of a room for seeing the servants in?
You'd better have my own.
Thank you. Send them in order of rank. Just the indoor servants, Mr. Betteridge.
And so they went in. Cook, Lady Julia's maid, my daughter Penelope, Miss Rachel's maid, then the first housemaid and the second housemaid, Rosanna Spearman, then Samuel the footman, and last Nancy the kitchen maid, all emerging flushed or pale, tight-lipped or garrulous according as they had been dealt with. And when it was over, I went in and found Sergeant Cuff standing by the window and whistling The Last Rose of Summer. Any discoveries, Sergeant?
If Rosanna Spearman asks to go out, let her go. But let me know first.
I hope you don't think she has anything to do with the loss of the diamond.
I'd better not tell you what I think. You might lose your head for the second time.
Come in.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Betteridge, but may I have leave to go out for a bit? My head's that bad again and I'd like some air.
Why, yes, Rosanna, of course.
Thank you, Mr. Betteridge.
Ooh. Are you blessed with the gift of second sight, Mr. Cuff?
No, Mr. Betteridge. Just uncommon powers of observation and many years of dealing with the sad byways of this little world. Now, which is the servant's way out? I'd like to know where she's going.
Ask Samuel, the footman. It's easier to direct you from the ground floor.
Just lock the door of your room, would you? If anybody asks for me, say I'm in here, composing my mind.
Now, it may have been foolish of me, but I wanted to know what Sergeant Cuff had found out from his questioning. So I dropped in at the servants' hall where the women were taking tea, and there I learnt a lot. Shortly afterwards I came upon Mr. Franklin taking his favourite walk in the shrubbery, having returned from driving Mr. Godfrey to the station.
I wish to God I'd thrown the Moonstone into the quicksand that day I brought it here. Well, and what has the great Sergeant Cuff been doing?
He's been questioning the servants. And I've been doing some detecting of my own. Now, you've noticed yourself that Rosanna Spearman's been behaving oddly. Well, yesterday afternoon she said she was ill, but it seems that Lady Julia's maid and Mary the first housemaid didn't believe her. They crept up to her room where she was supposed to be resting and found her door locked and the keyhole blocked up and not a sound from the inside.
Well, of course not, if she was supposed to be lying down.
Yes, but that's not all. It seems the baker's man thought he saw Rosanna yesterday afternoon walking over the moor to Frizinghall.
What?
And there's more. Rosanna appeared at tea time, had an attack of the hysterics, and was sent back to bed. The same two women kept up their watch. They said there was a light under her door at midnight, and they heard a fire crackling in her room at 4 in the morning, and that's what they told Sergeant Cuff.
Well, there's an end of the mystery. It's obvious. The paint-stained dress is Rosanna Spearman's, and the fire in her room was an attempt to destroy it. She has stolen the Moonstone. I'll go in directly and tell my aunt.
Not just yet, sir, if you please.
Cuff! And why not just yet?
Because if you tell her ladyship will tell Miss Verinder.
Am I to understand that you forbid me to tell my aunt what has happened?
You are to understand, sir, that if you tell anybody what has happened until I give you leave, then I throw up the case.
Oh, very well, if you insist. Good day.
Mr. Betteridge, perhaps you'll be so obliging as to do your detective business along with me in the future. Now, is there any path leading from the house to the beach?
Yes, Sergeant, there is. Through the plantation of firs.
Be so good as to show it to me. Mr. Betteridge, you refrain from giving me any information which you think may tell against Rosanna Spearman.
Sergeant
No,
Cuff,
don't deny it, Mr. Betteridge. Your humanity does you credit. But you see, it's all a waste of time. Because Rosanna won't get into trouble, not even if I implicate her on the strongest possible evidence.
Why not? Has my lady said she won't prosecute?
She can't prosecute. Rosanna Spearman is simply an instrument in the hands of someone else, and she will be held harmless for that person's sake.
What other person? Do you know who?
Don't you, Mr. Betteridge?
No, Sergeant Cuff, I don't.
Do you happen to know if Rosanna has had a new outfit of linen lately?
Why, yes. As it happens, my lady gave her a new outfit only a fortnight ago. A little reward for her good conduct.
And a pity. But for that, we should have found a new nightgown or petticoat among Rosanna's things, and nailed her that way.
How? What has a new nightgown got to do with it?
Listen. At 11 on Thursday morning, Superintendent Seagrave points out to all the women servants that smear of paint on the door. Rosanna, who has her reasons for suspecting her own things, takes the first opportunity of getting to her room, finds the paint on her nightgown or whatever, shams ill, and goes to the town to buy the stuff for making a new one.
Really, Sergeant?
Hear me out, Mr. Betteridge. She makes it in her room on Thursday night, lights a fire, not to destroy the old one, there'd be a smell of burning and lots of tinder to get rid of, but to dry and iron the new one.
Then what does she do with the one with the paint on it?
She simply wears it, Mr. Betteridge. Nightgown or petticoat, it's hidden under her other things. She's occupied in making away with it this very moment at some convenient spot on that lonely beach ahead of us.
Incredible.
Logical, Mr. Betteridge. It's what you'd do yourself, I venture to suggest, in similar circumstances. Now then, when she asked to go out after I'd questioned her, do you know where she went?
No, of course not.
I followed her to a cottage in the fishing village. She stopped inside for some time, and when she came out, she had something hidden under her cloak. Yes. I shall have to find out what it was.
Why didn't you arrest the poor girl on suspicion?
I didn't want to risk giving the alarm to another person, so I came back to the house to ask you to bring me to the beach by another way. Now look. These footprints in the sand. A woman's foot. You see, Mr. Betteridge, some pointing to the village, some from it. Purposely confused, I should say. Now, perhaps you would introduce me at the cottage, Mr. Betteridge. It would speed the flow of information.
Was it the one next to the church?
It was.
Yes. She's friendly with the daughter, a poor crippled thing they call Limping Lucy. They're a comfort to each other in their affliction, I suppose. The father's a fisherman. Yolland, his name is.
Then let us see what they have to tell us.
So she wrote a letter there to a friend, Mrs. Yolland says.
And from Yolland's beachcombing, she bought 2 dog chains and a small tin case.
Now, what on earth would she want with those?
Oh, I can tell you that easily enough. She's joined the 2 chains and tied them to the hasp on the case. She's sunk the case in the water and made the loose end of the chain fast to some place under the rocks. She'll leave it there until this business is over, and then she'll come back and haul it up again. The mystery is, what the devil has she hidden in that case?
The Moonstone?
No, not the Moonstone. The whole experience of my life is at fault if Rosanna Spearman has got the Moonstone.
Then the dress with the paint stains on it.
If anything is thrown into that quicksand, does it ever come up again?
Oh, never. You can depend on that.
Does Rosanna know that?
Everyone round here knows that.
Then if she wants to be rid of the dress, all she has to do is tie up a stone in it and throw it in. She hasn't got rid of it. She's hidden it. Now, why? It's no good. There's nothing else for it. Tomorrow I must go to Frising Hall and discover what she bought there. Mr. Betteridge, I'm degraded in my own estimation. I've let Rosanna Spearman puzzle me.
Mr. Betteridge, my lady would like to see you and the sergeant immediately.
Very good, Samuel.
Just one moment, Mr. Betteridge. Samuel, has Rosanna Spearman returned?
Yes, sir, nearly an hour since.
And where is she now?
Why, at supper, sir, with the rest.
Thank you, Samuel.
Thank you, sir.
Now, Mr. Betteridge, let us see what Lady Verinder wants of us.
Sergeant Cuff, is it important to your inquiries to know if anybody is planning to leave the house?
Most important, my lady.
Then I have to tell you that my daughter proposes going to stay with her aunt, Mrs. Ablewhite of Frising Hall. She has arranged to leave first thing tomorrow morning.
May I ask when Miss Verinder made this decision?
About an hour ago.
My lady, I would be grateful if you could put off Miss Rachel's departure until later in the day. I have to go to Frising Hall myself in the morning, and when I return, I would like to say 2 words to her, unexpectedly.
Betteridge.
My lady?
Tell the coachman not to send the carriage for Miss Rachel until 2 o'clock. Tell him those are my orders.
Very good.
Have you more to say, officer?
Only one thing, your ladyship. If Miss Verinder is surprised at the change, please not to mention me as the cause. That's a wonderful woman. But for her self-control, the mystery that puzzles you, Mr. Betteridge, would have been at an end tonight.
Damn you, Cuff. There's something wrong about Miss Rachel, and you've been hiding it from me all the while I've been leading you on to it.
I did say that if I told you what I thought, you might lose your head again.
I beg your pardon, Sergeant, but I have served this family for 50 years. Miss Rachel used to climb onto my knee and pull my whiskers.
Don't distress yourself, Mr. Betteridge. In my line of business, if we were quick at taking offence, we wouldn't be worth salt to our porridge.
Well, tell me the truth, Sergeant. What do you suspect? It's no kindness to keep on hiding it from me.
I don't suspect, I know.
Do you mean to tell me in plain English that Miss Rachel has stolen her own diamond?
I do. Miss Verinder has been in possession of the Moonstone from first to last.
Oh.
And she has taken Rosanna Spearman into her confidence because she calculated I would suspect Rosanna of the theft. It's the whole case in a nutshell.
But why? What are your reasons?
Not so hasty, Mr. Betteridge. If Miss Verinder refuses to put off her visit to her aunt, which you will find she will, then I shall be obliged to lay the whole case before Lady Verinder. So let the matter rest there for tonight.
But, Sergeant...
No, not another word you get out of me tonight.
Come in.
Excuse me, Mr. Betteridge, but my lady sent this message for you.
Oh, yes, thank you, Sam. It's for you, Sergeant. My lady says she forgot to mention that the magistrate at Frising Hall reminds her that the Indians must be released early next week.
Ah, yes. Let me see. Superintendent Seagrave's report mentioned an Indian traveller who spoke their language.
Yes, Mr. Murthwaite.
Ah, yes, Murthwaite. Be so good as to write down his address for me, Mr. Betteridge. I'll look him up when I go to Frising Hall in the morning.
The sergeant went to talk roses with the gardener. I lit a pipe. But this was the first trouble for many a year that wasn't to be blown away by a whiff of tobacco. I felt wretchedly old and worn out. Yet with all this I held firm to my belief in Miss Rachel. I knew her, and Sergeant Cuff didn't. There was a change in the weather coming, and after a bit I stirred myself to go to the hall and look at the glass. As I came up to the swing door leading from the servants' quarters to the hall, It was violently opened from the other side, and Rosanna Spearman ran past me. Rosanna, what's the matter? Are you ill?
Speak to me. For God's sake, don't speak to me.
Is anything the matter, Mr. Betteridge?
No, Sergeant, nothing. Nancy! Nancy!
Yeah, Mr. Betteridge?
Go and look after Rosanna Spearman and hurry up, girl. Go on, hurry.
Yeah, Mr. Betteridge.
Get on my nerves, Sergeant Cuff. You are everywhere.
I find it pays to be.
Betteridge!
Oh, Mr. Franklin.
Excuse me, Sergeant. Betteridge, have you seen anything of Rosanna Spearman?
Yes, she's just run into the servants' quarters looking very upset.
I'm afraid I'm the one who upset her.
You, sir?
I can't explain it, but I really do believe she was on the point of confessing something. Something about the Moonstone, not 2 minutes since. What's that?
Only the swing door, Mr. Franklin. There's a wind getting up. What did Rosanna say to you?
I was in the billiard room, just having a knockabout, trying to get this wretched business out of my mind. Then all of a sudden there's Rosanna Spearman at my side, looking like a ghost. Quite startled me. Do you want to speak to me? I said. Yes, she said. If I dare. Well, what an odd thing to say. I thought she must mean something about the diamond. I don't quite understand you, I said. Is there anything you want me to do? And I just took another shot with the cue, and she said, he plays billiards, anything rather than look at me. Well, I ask you, Betteridge. And then she dashed out. I didn't mean to upset her.
You mustn't worry about it, sir. Rosanna is a strange girl.
Well, to tell you the truth, Betteridge, I almost wish the loss of the Moonstone could be traced to her, if only to... Oh, damnation.
I was pretty sure Sergeant Cuff had been listening at the swing door. He knew he could expect no more help from me, so it was just like him to help himself. As I was going the rounds and locking up that night, to my astonishment I found him stretched out on some chairs across the passage leading to Miss Rachel's bedroom, with a red handkerchief tied round his head.
Good night, Mr. Betteridge.
What are you doing here?
I want to stop any possibility of communication between Miss Rachel and Rosanna Spearman.
Why should there be any?
Oh, because there was a coincidence between the time Rosanna came back from the Shivering Sand and the time Miss Verinder said she wanted to leave this house. It's quite clear to my mind. But whatever Rosanna was hiding, your young lady couldn't go away until she knew it was hidden. They've already communicated once this evening, in secret. I want to stop them communicating again.
But Sergeant Cuff's uncomfortable night was spent in vain. Rosanna didn't try to speak to Miss Rachel. The next morning, before breakfast, I was taking a turn in the grounds. Going towards the shrubbery walk, I found the sergeant talking to Mr. Franklin.
One of the female servants spoke to you last night.
Once more, Sergeant Cuff, I have nothing to say.
At this moment, who should appear at the other end of the walk but Rosanna Spearman, followed by Penelope, who was trying to make her go back to the house.
Come back to the house with me.
Seeing that Mr. Franklin was not alone, Rosanna stopped dead. Mr. Franklin saw the girls as soon as I did. So did Sergeant Cuff, but he pretended he hadn't.
You needn't be afraid of harming the girl, Mr. Franklin. On the contrary, it would be in her interest if you told me what passed between you.
I take no interest whatever in Rosanna Spearman.
The moment she heard that, Rosanna suddenly turned round and let Penelope lead her back to the house. The bell rang for breakfast, and Sergeant Cuff went to Frising Hall. As well as we could, we tried to settle down. Mr. Franklin went for a long walk after breakfast, and I went through the household accounts with my lady. After that, Penelope wanted a word.
Mr. Franklin hurt Rosanna cruelly by what he said in the shrubbery this morning.
He said that to help her. He could see that Sergeant Cuff was trying to make one or other of them give themselves away.
But surely he doesn't think either of them could have anything to do with the diamond?
He suspects Rosanna of having something to do with it. Oh, not of taking it, of course, but of being some innocent party to it. And he knew that she'd spoken alone to Mr. Franklin last night. Now, you keep that to yourself. Nothing's proved yet. But what was Rosanna doing in the shrubbery walk this morning?
Oh, she was bent on speaking to Mr. Franklin. You know how she feels about him.
Didn't you try to stop her?
Of course I did, Father. You saw that. But when she heard him say he took no interest in her, it frightened me. She seemed turned to stone. Now she's going about her work like someone in a dream.
At 1:45 precisely, Sergeant Cuff returned from Frizinghall.
Mark my words, Mr. Betteridge. You haven't seen the last of those Indians. There isn't a shadow of a doubt in my mind, or in Mr. Murthwaite's, that they came here to steal the Moonstone. And if we don't find it, they will.
And have you found out what Rosanna was doing in the town?
Yes. She went to a linen draper's and bought a piece of long cloth, enough to make a nightgown.
Whose nightgown?
Her own, of course. Between 12 and 3 on the Thursday morning, she must have slipped down to Miss Verender's room to settle the hiding of the Moonstone. Then, as she left, her nightgown must have brushed against the paint, which was still wet at that time. Paint wouldn't wash out, and she couldn't destroy the nightgown until she'd made another one to replace it.
But how do you know it was Rosanna's nightgown?
By the material she bought. Plain long cloth means a plain servant's nightgown.
Ah.
If it had been Miss Verender's, for instance, she'd have had to buy lace and frilling, and she wouldn't have had time to make it in one night. But the question is, why did she hide the other one and not destroy it? I must search the hiding place at the Shivering Sand. That's where the answer is.
But how will you find it? She won't tell you.
Now, she'll have made some sort of note of how to find it again, and she'll have that note on her or in her room. And while I was in Frizinghall, I took the opportunity of getting a search warrant, should I need it. The close carriage to take Miss Verender to her aunt, I presume.
Yes.
May I have a word with your footman on the back?
Samuel, just come here a moment, please.
Sir?
Sergeant Cuff wants to speak to you.
Samuel, there's a friend of mine waiting among the trees this side of the lodge gate. As the carriage passes, he'll jump up alongside you. All you have to do is hold your tongue and shut your eyes. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Do you mean to say you're setting a watch on Miss Rachel?
No one regrets the necessity more than I do.
Goodbye, love.
There is Lady
Goodbye,
Verender
my
come
dear.
to watch her daughters leaving.
Try to forgive me. Goodbye, Penelope.
Goodbye, Miss Rachel.
Miss Verender,
Yes?
I can't presume to stop you visiting your aunt. But if you do, it makes it much harder for me to recover your diamond. Now, do you go or do you stay?
Thank you, Sergeant. Drive on, Stockdale.
Rachel! Rachel! At least say goodbye.
I said drive on.
Rachel!
Yes, Stockdale, do as Miss Verender says.
Betteridge, for God's sake, get me away to the train as soon as you can.
Of course, Mr. Franklin.
Thank you for all your kindness, Aunt Julia. Let me go now.
If that is what you wish, Franklin. But let me see you before you leave us.
Penelope, have you seen Rosanna lately?
Why, yes, Sergeant. About an hour ago, that is.
And where was she and what was she doing?
Why, she was...
Come on, speak out. This is a serious matter we're dealing with, you know.
She stopped the butcher's man and gave him a letter to post for her in Frizinghall.
I suppose you have no idea to whom the letter was addressed?
To Lucy Yolland at Cobb's Hole. Because the man said it was a roundabout way of delivering a letter directed to Cobb's Hole, to post it in Frizinghall. And the only person she knows at Cobb's Hole is Lucy.
That's true, Sergeant. But what do you think is in the letter?
A note to guide her back to the hiding place when she needs to go there in the future. Penelope, have you seen Rosanna since she gave the note to the butcher's man?
Why, no, I can't say I have.
Then she's either gone to Frizinghall before I can get there, or she's gone back to the Shivering Sand.
Please, sir.
And who are you?
Name's Duffy, sir. I weed the garden, sir. Are you looking for Rosanna?
I am.
I saw her not half an hour since in plantation. She were running towards sea.
Do you know the coast hereabout?
Born and bred on, sir.
Do you want to earn a shilling?
Oh, yes, sir.
Then take me there. Penelope, get one of Rosanna's boots and follow us.
One of her boots, sir?
Do as I say and don't waste time. There's a good girl.
Yes, sir. I'll be as quick as I can.
Betteridge?
I'm coming too.
Then be content to follow. I do believe I can cover the ground faster than you. But first get the pony chaise ready. I may need it when I get back. Now come along, Duffy.
Aye, sir, we'd best make haste. We shall get a soaking afore long.
Rain, you mean?
Aye, you mark my words.
Here are her footprints. The rain hasn't quite blotted them out. Her boot fits them to a hair.
Then where is she? There's not a soul to be seen. Well, except that fisherman over there by those boats.
That's Mr. Yolland.
Then run and fetch him, Duffy. Go on.
Mr. Yolland, have you seen Rosanna Spearman?
All her footprints point to the rocks and the sea, Mr. Betteridge. There are none returning. She's been back to that hiding place and some fatal accident has happened to her.
No, Sergeant. No. No accident.
Looking for Rosanna. I've seen out of her today.
These are her footprints, Yolland, leading straight out to those rocks, and none coming back. Could a boat have taken her off?
Well, no boat that ever was built could have got to her through those breakers.
She wasn't meeting a boat, and she didn't have an accident. She came here weary of her life, and she came to end it.
Mr. Betteridge, are you saying she deliberately killed herself?
I know she did, and I know why.
Oh, Father, I'd completely forgotten. She left a note for you. Here.
Give it to me, girl, give it to me.
I found it in her room when I went to fetch her boot.
Well, what does it say?
You have often forgiven me in past times. When next you see the shivering sand, try and forgive me again.
Well, there you are. Was that if he's not proof she come here to destroy us, then, poor thing?
Mr. Yolland, is there any chance of recovering her body when the tide ebbs?
No, sir. What the sand takes, the sand keeps forever.
That was part 2 of The Moonstone by Wilkie Collins, dramatised for radio by Brian Gear. The cast: Sergeant Cuff, John Franklin Robbins, Gabriel Betteridge, John Sharp, Franklin Blake, John Telfer, Rachel Verinder, Sally Baxter, Godfrey Ablewhite, Geoffrey Beavers, Lady Verinder, Petra Davis, Rosanna Spearman, Tammy Ustinov, Penelope Betteridge, Josie Kidd, Superintendent Seagrave, Rex Holdsworth, Samuel, Matthew Adams, Duffy, Debbie Cumming, Nancy, Joe Scott Matthews, and Yolland, Tom Eastwood. The music was composed and conducted by Sidney Sager, and the programme, which came from Bristol, was directed by Brian Miller. The Moonstone by Wilkie Collins, dramatised for radio in 6 parts by Brian Gear, with music composed by Sidney Sager. The Moonstone, Part 3.
Once again, I, Gabriel Betteridge, take up my pen and resume the tale of the Moonstone, as requested by Mr. Franklin Blake. After the terrible event at the Shivering Sand, the death by her own hand of Rosanna Spearman, Sergeant Cuff, Penelope, and I returned to the house and changed our soaking clothes. It was now time for Sergeant Cuff to make his report to my lady. Mr. Franklin said he couldn't stand by and hear this man make out his case against Miss Rachel, and I understood his feeling. But my lady asked me to be present.
Sergeant Cuff, you are responsible for this appalling tragedy.
I beg your ladyship's pardon, but it was in my interest to keep the poor girl alive.
It was your merciless probing and prying that drove her to her death.
What drove Rosanna Spearman to her death was some unbearable anxiety about the Moonstone. And I think I can lay my hand on someone who can tell me whether I am right or wrong.
You mean my daughter. And you suspect her of taking her own diamond, of hiding it away from us and pretending it is stolen.
My lady, for the last 20 years I have been largely employed in cases of family scandal. It is well within my experience that young ladies occasionally have private debts, debts which they dare not tell anyone about, not even their closest friends or relatives.
Debts? To whom?
Sometimes the milliner or the jeweller.
Oh.
Sometimes the money is wanted for purposes which I don't suspect in this case and which I won't shock you by mentioning.
Quite impossible. I am Miss Verinder's mother, and I can tell you that the sort of action you are suggesting is quite at odds with her character. She is absolutely incapable of such deception.
My lady is quite right, Sergeant. Miss Rachel may be sometimes a thought too forthright, but she's as open and honest as the day is long.
Right or wrong, my lady, I had drawn my conclusion. And the next thing was to put it to the test. I suggested examining all the wardrobes in the house. What happened? Everyone agreed to it, except Miss Verinder. That satisfied me that I was right. Now, if you still don't agree with me, you must be blind to what happened here today. In your hearing, my lady, as Miss Verinder was about to leave for her aunt's, I told her that her going would make it more difficult for me to recover her diamond. You saw yourselves, both of you, that in the face of that statement, she drove off. It all points to one thing and to one thing only, that Miss Verinder had the diamond in her possession and was trying to leave the house before I found it.
You make a strong case, Sergeant.
What I have to say next relates to Rosanna Spearman. My first thought was that Miss Verinder would take advantage of Rosanna's previous record and try to make me believe that she had stolen the diamond. But it was deeper than that. You see, Rosanna Spearman, before she appeared to have reformed, was no common thief. She was at the top of the profession. She had connections with one of the few men in London who would advance a large sum of money on such a jewel as the Moonstone without asking awkward questions. Now, that is something Miss Verinder would not have been able to do herself, to raise money on the diamond, I mean. So, Rosanna was the very person to help her out of this difficulty. As you know, the paint on Miss Verinder's door was smeared by a dress of some kind. The smear must have been done between midnight and 3 on Thursday morning. On Thursday afternoon, Rosanna Spearman shams ill and pretends to take to her room. But a tradesman reports that he saw her walking over to Frizinghall in the afternoon. She reappears at tea time, shams ill again, and returns to her room. Her door is locked, the keyhole is blocked up, and she lights a fire. The explanation is this. I went to Frizinghall and found that Rosanna was there on Thursday afternoon, and she bought the material to make a servant's nightgown. And on Thursday evening in her room, she made it, washed it, dried it, and ironed it because it was her nightgown that made the smear.
How do you know?
Well, it is something I have not yet proved. But remembering what I've already told you, doesn't it seem probable that she visited Miss Verinder between midnight and 3 on Thursday morning and smeared the paint as she was leaving?
And what was she doing at the sand in the afternoon?
It's my belief she was trying to visit the hiding place. She could have got rid of the old nightgown by wrapping a stone in it and throwing it into the quicksand. Why she should have hidden it, indeed if she has hidden it, baffles me at present. Now, there are 2 courses of action open to me, my lady. One is to put a watch on Miss Verinder, on the people she sees, the rides and walks she takes, the letters she writes and receives.
And how would you do that?
With your permission, I could introduce a woman of great experience into your house as a servant, or Mrs. Ablewhite's house, if Miss Verinder remains there. The other thing would be for an officer in London to make an arrangement with that moneylender. You may depend upon it, Rosanna would have told Miss Verinder his name.
And how does all this spying and prying help us?
It means we draw a line round the Moonstone, and we draw it closer and closer until we find it in Miss Verinder's possession, supposing she now decides to keep it. And if her debts press, and she decides to sell it herself without Rosanna's help, then we have our man ready, and we meet it in London.
No. Absolutely no. I will not have my daughter spied on in this manner as though she were a common criminal. You mentioned another way.
Yes, my lady. Not so certain as the other, but worth a try. A sudden shock, administered when she least expects it.
What sort of shock?
I'll go to her at Frizinghall and confront her with Rosanna's death. She may break down and confess everything.
Yes, to that I agree.
Oh, very good, my lady. The pony chaise is waiting. I'll go to Frizinghall without delay.
No.
I beg your pardon, my lady?
I shall tell my daughter of Rosanna's death. I am her mother. It is my right and my duty. Oh, you may rely on me to try the experiment as boldly as you would yourself. And I shall inform you of the result before the last train leaves for London tonight.
When I told Mr. Franklin what was happening, he immediately put off his plan to leave by the next train so that he could hear the news from Frizinghall. This decision left him with a lot of time on his hands, and nothing to talk about except Miss Rachel's treatment of him, and nobody to talk to except me.
How do you explain Rachel's conduct? You see, it's perfectly understandable if only we proceed from what we know, and not from what we imagine we know. Now, we know that the loss of the Moonstone threw her into a state of nervous excitement from which she has not yet recovered. Now, her being in a state of nervous excitement, are we to expect that Rachel should behave to us all as she would normally behave? Of course not. Rachel, properly speaking, is not Rachel, but somebody else. Do I mind being ill-treated by somebody else? Of course I don't. Do you know, Betteridge, I think I should like a glass of sherry.
Don't suppose that I was quit of Mr. Franklin as easily as that. He drifted round the house, found his way to the office, smelt my pipe, was instantly reminded that he had been simple enough to give up smoking for Miss Rachel, and burst in upon me with his cigar case.
Give me a light, Betteridge. There's a good chap. You know, I can scarcely believe that a man can have smoked as long as I have without discovering that there's a complete system for the treatment of women at the bottom of his cigar case. You choose a cigar, you try it, it disappoints you. So what do? You throw it away and try another.
No.
You choose a woman and she breaks your heart. So what do? You throw her away and try another.
I often felt inclined to try that when the late Mrs. Betteridge was alive. But the law insists that you smoke your cigar when once you've chosen it.
Oh, too true, Betteridge, too true. Change the law, I say.
Sergeant Cuff passed the time arguing roses with the gardener. The pony chaise returned a good half-hour before I expected it. My lady had decided to stay at her sister's house for the present. The groom brought 2 letters from Lady Verinder, one addressed to Mr. Franklin, the other to me. I sent for Sergeant Cuff and read mine to him since it concerned him. I have performed the promise I made to Sergeant Cuff with this result. So far as Rosanna Spearman is concerned,
Miss Verinder declares that she has never spoken a word in private to her since she entered my service. They did not meet on the night the diamond was stolen, and no communication took place between them from the time the alarm was first raised to this present Saturday afternoon when Miss Verinder left us. This is the result of my telling my daughter suddenly and plainly that Rosanna Spearman is dead. She also assures me, and I believe her, that she owes no money, and that the diamond is not now and never has been in her possession since she put it into her cabinet on Wednesday night. When I asked her if she could explain the disappearance of the Moonstone, she maintained an obstinate silence. Read this letter to Sergeant Cuff and give him the cheque which I enclose. I am convinced of his intelligence, but I am more convinced than ever that the circumstances in this case have misled him.
This is such a generous estimate that Lady Verinder has made of the value of my time, that I feel bound to make some return for it. I'll remember the amount in this cheque when the time comes.
What do you mean, when the time comes?
Her ladyship has smoothed matters over very cleverly for the present, but this family scandal is of the sort that burst out again when you least expect it.
That's as good as saying that Miss Rachel has deceived my lady with a whole pack of lies. I consider your remark an insult, Sergeant Cuff, to both Miss Rachel and my lady.
You would do better to consider it as a warning to yourself. You haven't done with the Moonstone yet, you know. In fact, I can tell you 3 things that will happen in the near future. First, you will hear from the Yollans at Cobb's Hole. You will hear from the Indians again. And sooner or later, you will hear from that moneylender in London whom I have mentioned.
How can you be so sure?
Because they are inevitable consequences of what has already happened. You will hear from the Yollans when Rosanna's letter reaches them on Monday morning. You will hear from the Indians because they will not give up their pursuit of the diamond. You will hear from Mr. Septimus Luca because the diamond will cross his path sooner or later.
Septimus Luca?
The moneylender. He lives in Lambeth. Make a note of it, Mr. Betteridge, so that there shall be no mistake when it happens.
And with that, Sergeant Cuff left us, walking to the station with the gardener, the better to argue about roses. That left Mr. Franklin, who, having read my lady's letter to him, had also decided to go, perhaps abroad again.
Aunt Julia says that Rachel and I best apart for the present. Rachel still cannot forgive me for bringing in the police.
But that would only have been to help her get her diamond back. I cannot understand, Miss Rachel. Really, I can't.
Anyway, Aunt Julia intends to take Rachel to London for the best medical advice and to get her away from this place and all its memories.
You know the proverb, sir, when things are at their worst, they're sure to mend. Well, they can't be much worse than they are now.
Do you know, when I came here from London with that horrible diamond, I don't believe there was a happier household in England. Look at it now. Scattered, disunited, the very air poisoned with suspicion. The Moonstone has served Colonel Herncastle's vengeance by means he never dreamt of.
Tell me where you're going to, sir.
Going? I'm going to the devil!
God bless you, sir. Go where you may. That was a miserable weekend, I can tell you. Poor Rosanna Spearman's death hung over us like a pall. My lady and Miss Rachel were gone, so was Mr. Franklin. A message came from my lady summoning her own maid and Penelope to London, and Samuel the footman as well. And so on the Monday there were more departures. I was pottering about the grounds on the Monday morning when I got a jolt that shook me out of my lethargy. The first of Sergeant Cuff's prophecies came true.
Mr. Betteridge! Mr. Betteridge!
What? Why, Lucy Yolland. What brings you here, girl?
Where's Franklin Blake?
Mr. Franklin Blake, if you please.
Oh, murderer Franklin Blake would be a better name for him.
Just you watch your tongue, my girl. You've no right to say that.
No right, haven't I? Oh, she'd be living now if it weren't for him. Doesn't that make him a murderer?
No, it does not. Mr. Franklin is not to be blamed if a girl falls in love with him. He did nothing to encourage her, nothing whatever.
We had plans, Rosanna and me.
There, now, come on, love. Don't take on so.
We were going to London together to make our living from sewing. And then this morning comes a letter saying she's made away with herself. And it's his fault.
What do you want with Mr. Blake?
I have a letter for him.
From Rosanna?
Yes.
Well, I'm afraid you can't see Mr. Blake. He went to London last night.
Is that God's truth?
Of course it is.
Then I will bid you good morning, Mr. Betteridge.
No. Wait a minute, Lucy. Don't be so impatient. If you leave the letter with me, I'll forward it on to him. I have his London address.
Rosanna said I was to give him this letter myself, from my hands into his. No other way.
Be reasonable, girl.
No, from my hands into his. If he wants the letter, he must come back here and get it. From me. Write and tell him that, Mr. Betteridge.
Tuesday's post brought me 2 letters. One from Penelope saying that my lady and Miss Rachel were safely established in London. One from Mr. Franklin saying that by the time I received it he would be bound for foreign parts, quite where not even he knew at that moment. I must confess, I could not get Rosanna's letter to Mr. Blake out of my mind. Did it contain the confession he thought she was trying to make to him about the diamond, or was it merely the unhappy outpouring of her love for him? But until he returned to claim it, if he ever did, it would remain sealed and its secret as hidden as poor Rosanna's body in the quicksand. Wednesday came and brought nothing. Thursday brought a second budget of news from Penelope. Some great London doctor had been consulted about Miss Rachel and had earned a guinea by recommending that she had better be amused, so there was a whole round of gaieties in prospect. Mr. Godfrey had called, and to Penelope's great annoyance had been most graciously received. On Friday, again nothing. On Saturday, the last day of my narrative, the postman brought me a London newspaper. I opened it eagerly and found one of the police reports marked in ink. As I read it, I fancied I could hear the voice of Sergeant Cuff in my head. Lambeth. Shortly before the closing of the court, Mr. Septimus Luker, the well-known dealer in gems, etc., etc., applied to the sitting magistrate for advice. The applicant stated that he had lately been annoyed by some strolling Indians,
3 in number. After having been sent away by the police, they had returned again and again, and had attempted to enter the house on pretence of asking for charity. Mr. Luca said he had only the day before been compelled to dismiss from his service a skilled carver in ivory, a native of India, on suspicion of attempted theft. He expressed a fear that this man and the street jugglers might be acting together. The magistrate remarked that if the annoyance were repeated, Mr. Luca could summon the Indians to that court. And as to the valuables in his possession, Mr. Luca would do well to
communicate with the police and adopt such additional precautions as their experience might suggest. And so Sergeant Cuff's 3 predictions had been proved right in less than a week. If you desert me and side with the sergeant, if the only explanation you can see is that Miss Rachel and Mr. Luca must have got together and that the Moonstone must be in pledge in the moneylender's house, I'm bound to say I can't blame you. At this place, then, we part. The mystery of the Indian diamond has threaded its way to London, and to London you must go after it, leaving me at the country house. And so I, Gabriel Betteridge, bid you farewell for the present.
My name is Drusilla Clack, Miss Drusilla Clack, and I am a niece of the late Sir John Verinder. I had been cut off from all news of my relatives by marriage for some time, for when we are poor we are not infrequently forgotten. When a letter arrived from my wealthy relation Mr. Franklin Blake, the whim had seized him to stir up the deplorable scandal of the Moonstone, and he wanted me to help him by writing the account of what I saw while visiting at Aunt Verinder's house in London. Pecuniary remuneration was offered to me. It cost me a hard struggle before Christian humility conquered sinful pride, and I accepted Mr. Blake's cheque. My diary informs me that I was accidentally passing Aunt Verinder's house in Montague Square on Monday, the 3rd of July, 1848. Seeing signs of occupation, I felt it would be an act of polite attention to knock and make inquiries. Accordingly, I was invited to luncheon the next day at 2. In addition to Lady Julia and her daughter Rachel, Mr. Godfrey Ablewhite was present. I am an ardent worker on behalf of many good causes, including the Mother Small Clothes Conversion Society, with which Mr. Godfrey was associated, so we were already acquainted, and I had the highest opinion of him. Only a few days previously, he and another gentleman, Mr. Septimus Luca of Lambeth, had been the victims of an assault which had made them the talk of London. After luncheon, Rachel, ever, I am afraid, of a wilful and unregenerate spirit, pressed him for the full story.
My dear Rachel, the newspapers have told it far better than I could.
Nonsense. It was you to whom it all happened. Now I promise you, you shall have no peace until you tell me the last detail.
Oh, Rachel.
Very well, then. I returned home last Friday to find a little boy waiting in the hall for me with a letter. It was from, or seemed to be from, a lady who wanted to donate a large sum of money to the Mother's Small Clothes Conversion Society, supposing she got a satisfactory reply to certain questions she wanted to put to me.
The Mother's what, Godfrey?
Allow me to enlighten you, Rachel, dear. The Mother's Small Clothes Conversion Society exists to rescue unredeemed father's trousers, if you will forgive the word at the drawing-room table, from the pawnbroker. We then, with our needles, abridge them to suit the proportions of the innocent son of the family, to prevent their resumption by the irreclaimable parent. I trust I make myself clear?
Perfectly, Clack. It sounds quite disgusting. I wonder you aren't dead of any one of 100 dreadful diseases.
Rachel!
Please go on, Godfrey.
I went to the address. It was in the Strand, Northumberland Street, and the door was opened by a most respectable, though somewhat corpulent man who conducted me to an empty room at the back on an upper floor. There was a faint odour of musk and camphor about the place, I remember, and on the table was a beautiful Oriental manuscript. I was looking at this when I was suddenly attacked from behind, overpowered and searched.
Oh.
All my personal possessions were strewn here, there, and everywhere. Of course, I didn't know this until afterwards, because I was blindfolded and gagged almost immediately.
Was it the Indians?
Well, certainly the arm that was thrown around my neck at the very start was a bare, brown arm. Yes, they could have been Indians.
And how many of them were there?
I'm pretty sure it was 2 who attacked me, and 1 who searched my pockets. 3 all told. And it was all done in total silence. I didn't hear so much as a footstep behind my back. And then when they didn't find whatever it was that they were looking for, they spoke in some foreign tongue, and then they hauled me into a chair and bound me, hand and foot.
Oh, quite shocking. And how long were you left like that?
Oh, not very long, Aunt Julia. Only a minute or 2, I should judge. The landlord and landlady found me. They'd seen the 3 Oriental gentlemen leave, accompanied by the portly gentleman who had let me in. They remembered that a visitor had arrived, but had not left, and had thought it prudent to investigate. Lucky for me that they did.
Did they know anything of the Indians?
Nothing whatever. The portly gentleman had engaged the rooms, paid a week in advance, and had said that they were wanted for friends of his, 3 Oriental noblemen newly arrived in the country.
And then exactly the same thing happened to Mr. Septimus Luca.
Indeed. But I know only what the newspapers tell us of that. Well, it appears he received a note, just as I did, except that his pretended to be from one of his customers who wanted to make a purchase. Mr. Luca went to an address in Alfred Place, off Tottenham Court Road. Exactly the same events occurred. The empty room, the beautiful manuscript, the attack. With this one difference, that they took from him a receipt which mentioned a valuable of great price.
The Moonstone.
I should hardly think so, my dear Rachel. In any case, it would have been of no use to them, since it stated that the valuable, whatever it was, should only be given up to the owner in person. No doubt their English friend looked it over and explained this to them. They made no attempt to produce the receipt at Mr. Luca's bank.
It seems an extraordinary coincidence that both you and Mr. Luca should have been attacked by these people.
And the police explained that by my having been seen speaking to Mr. Luca earlier the same day.
Oh, so Mr. Luca is known to you?
Oh, no. No, but it seems we share the same bankers in Lombard Street.
Ah.
And when Mr. Luca and I were giving our statements to the police, I recognised him. It was one of those silly little contests of politeness as we met at the door of the bank. He insisted that I precede him, and I said a few civil words. Evidently the Orientals were watching him and had assumed that I was known to him.
Have the police done anything, Godfrey?
Nothing whatever.
And I suppose it is certain that the men who attacked you were also the men who attacked Mr. Luca?
Well, it would certainly seem that they were.
And not a trace of them has been found?
Not a trace.
Do you think they were the 3 Indians who came to our house in Yorkshire?
My dear Rachel, I told you they blindfolded me before I could see a thing.
What do you know about Mr. Luca?
Nothing at all. Beyond the fact that he's a moneylender. No one knows less about Mr. Luca than I do.
Had you ever seen him before you met at the bank?
Never. Now, pray forgive me, Rachel, but I am tired of talking about
this.
But
I am not. Have you seen him since?
At the police station, when we were trying to help the inquiries.
This banker's receipt you said had been taken from him. Didn't it mention what the valuable was?
I haven't seen the receipt, but according to the description I've heard of it, it didn't.
Well, what did it say?
A valuable gem belonging to Mr. Luca, deposited by Mr. Luca, sealed with Mr. Luca's seal, and only to be given up on Mr. Luca's personal application. And that is all I know about it.
Some of our private affairs have got into the newspapers.
Unfortunately.
And some people are trying to trace a connection between what happened in Yorkshire and what has happened since in London.
Unfortunately, again, that is true.
Rachel, my dear, I don't see the point of questioning poor Godfrey like this. He has been through enough, goodness knows. And the doctor said you shouldn't excite yourself on the subject.
I have nearly finished, Mamma. Tell me plainly, Godfrey. Do people say that Mr. Luca's valuable gem is the Moonstone?
They do say it. There are people who don't hesitate to accuse Mr. Luca of telling a falsehood to serve some private interests of his own. He has over and over again solemnly declared that until these events he had never even heard of the Moonstone, and these vile people reply, without a shadow of proof to justify them, that he has his reasons for concealment. I think it's shameful. Quite shameful.
Considering that Mr. Luca is only a chance acquaintance of yours, you take up his cause rather warmly, Godfrey.
I hope, Rachel, I take up the cause of all oppressed people rather warmly.
Keep your noble sentiments for your ladies' committees, Godfrey. I am certain that the scandal that has fallen on Mr. Luca has not spared you.
My dear Rachel, you really have no right to say
I
that.
mean no harm, Mamma. I mean good. Godfrey, an unlucky accident has associated you in people's minds with Mr. Luca. You have told me what scandal says of him. What does scandal say of you, Godfrey?
Oh, no, don't ask me. It's better forgotten, Rachel. It is indeed.
I will hear it.
Oh, tell her, Godfrey, please. Whatever it is, it cannot do her as much harm as your silence is doing now.
If you will have it, Rachel. Scandal says that the Moonstone is in pledge to Mr. Luca and that I am the man who pawned it.
Oh, no. No, this is my fault. I must put it right. I had a right to sacrifice my own reputation if I wished, but to let an innocent man be ruined because...
Rachel, calm yourself. You exaggerate. My reputation stands too high to be harmed by a thing like this. It'll be forgotten in a week.
Drusilla, quick, in my workbox, a little glass vial.
Why, whatever's the matter?
Hurry, 6 drops in water. Do not let Rachel see.
Mamma, Miss Clack, hear what I say. I know the hand that took the Moonstone. I know Godfrey Ablewhite is innocent. Take me to the magistrate, Godfrey. Take me to the magistrate and I will swear it.
Rachel, you must not appear in public in such a thing as this. Your reputation is far too pure and sacred a thing to be trifled with.
My reputation? What reputation? The best detective officer in England says that I've stolen my own diamond to pay my private debts. What reputation does that leave me with? Godfrey, I won't let you be accused and disgraced through my fault. I won't. If you won't take me before the magistrate, draw up a declaration of your innocence on paper and I will sign it.
Rachel.
Do it, I say, do it. Or I'll write to the newspapers. I'll go out and cry it in the streets.
My dear, Well, very well, my dear. Where's my pocketbook?
Thank you, Drusilla. Stand between us for a minute or two. Do not let Rachel see.
My dear, you're quite blue.
The drops will put me right.
Godfrey, I'm afraid I have not done you justice. You were a better man. You were more unselfish than I believed you to be. Call on us here when you can, and I will try and repair the wrong I've done you.
Are you feeling better now, dear?
Yes, thank you, Drusilla. It was not a bad attack this time.
I will come, dearest Rachel, on condition that we don't speak of this hateful subject again.
They've come to take me to the flower show. I have not distressed you, Mamma, have I?
No, my dear. Now go with your friends and enjoy yourself.
The declaration, is it ready? I must sign it before I can go out with an easy mind.
Here you are, Rachel, and here is my pen.
Rachel, dear, such an intense emotion as you have just shown is an infallible indication of an unquiet spirit. Perhaps if instead of visiting flower shows, you would care to spend an improving hour or so with a number of tracts, which I happen to have with me.
Save that for those with simpler minds than mine, Miss Clack.
Rachel, my dear, I pity you.
What do you mean by pitying me? Don't you see how happy I am? I'm going to the flower show, Clack, and I've got the prettiest bonnet in London. Goodbye.
Dear Aunt, a little conspiracy. Dear Miss Clack, a pious fraud which even your high moral rectitude will excuse.
Why, Mr. Godfrey, whatever do you mean?
Will you leave Rachel to suppose that I accept the generous self-sacrifice which has signed this paper? And will you kindly bear witness that I destroy it in your presence before I leave the house? Any trifling inconvenience that I may suffer is as nothing compared with preserving that pure name from the whiff of scandal. There. A harmless heap of ashes. And Rachel will never know what we have done, will she? And now, dear ladies, I must take my leave of you. Another committee, you know.
Dear Godfrey, thank you for your kindness and understanding. And do call again, won't you?
Of course, Aunt Julia. Miss Clack, goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Godfrey. Dear Lady Verinder, are you quite recovered now? Should I take my leave of you to let you rest?
No, Drusilla, please sit down. Have you any pressing engagements, or is your time your own this afternoon?
Oh, no, I'm entirely free, if I can be of service to you.
You can. You can be one of the witnesses when I sign my will. Mr. Bruff is bringing it at 5.
You will? Dear me, surely it's not as bad as that.
I'm afraid it is, Drusilla. I have been seriously ill for some time past, and strange to say, without knowing it myself.
Oh, dear.
I brought Rachel to London for medical advice, and I thought it right to consult 2 doctors.
Yes, dear, yes.
One of them had been an old friend of Sir John's and had always taken a sincere interest in me for his sake. After prescribing for Rachel, he said he wished to speak to me privately in another room. I expected, of course, that he wanted to give me some special directions about Rachel. But no, he said he had been looking at me, and he thought I was far more in need of medical advice than Rachel.
Oh, dear.
Well, the next day I was seen by both doctors, who agreed that precious time had been lost, and my case was now beyond their art.
Oh, my dear.
For more than 2 years I have been suffering under an insidious form of heart disease. There have been no symptoms to warn me, but little by little it has broken down my health. I may live for some months, or I may die before another day has passed over my head.
Oh, what terrible news, my dear. Permit me to offer what little comfort I can. I have in my possession...
Thank you, my dear. I won't conceal that I've had some miserable moments since I learnt the truth, but I am more resigned than I was. My one great anxiety is that Rachel should not know. She will be bound to think it was due to anxiety about the diamond and reproach herself bitterly.
Oh, my dear aunt, you inspire me with such interest. I shall do you such good before we part.
Good, Drusilla? What do you mean?
Now, I have any number of clerical friends who would be only too happy to see you and prepare you. It would be such a pleasure to me to...
My dear, I really don't think I could face strangers. Not under the circumstances.
Of course not. But perhaps books. I have a little library of enlightening and fortifying works. Perhaps I may bring you a few. Turned down at all the right places and marked in pencil?
Well, if you really think so, then I will do what I can to please you.
The clock on the mantelpiece informed me that I had just time to hurry home to provide myself with a first series of selected readings, say a dozen only, and to be back in time to meet the lawyer and witness Lady Verinder's will. The servant who answered the door upon my return informed me that the doctor had called and was still with my aunt. I was shown into the library and found Mr. Bruff, the lawyer, who had arrived a minute before.
Miss Clack, how do you do? You'll find Lady Verinder somewhat occupied with business this afternoon.
I'm well aware of that, Mr. Bruff. She has been so good as to ask me to be one of the witnesses to her will.
Oh. Well, you'll do. You're over 21, and you have no pecuniary interest in it whatever.
I'm relieved to hear it, Mr. Bruff. Doubtless there are those who would misconstrue my motives were it otherwise.
No. Now, what's the latest news in the charitable circles? How's your friend, Mr. Godfrey Ablewhite, after the mauling he got from the rogues in Northumberland Street? Egad, they're telling a pretty story about him at my club.
A vile falsehood, sir.
Oh, yes, you believe in your friend, Miss Clack. But the world in general is not so easy to convince as a committee of charitable ladies. He was in the house where the diamond was lost, and he was the first to leave it afterwards. Ugly circumstances, ma'am, viewed by the light of later events.
Later events? Oh, and what later events do you mean, Mr. Bruff?
I mean those in which the Indians are concerned. What do they do the moment they are let out of prison at Frising Hall? They go straight to London and fix on Mr. Luca, who consequently feels alarmed for the safety of a valuable of great price. He lodges it under a general description in his banker's strong room. Now, whom do the Indians seize and search? Not Mr. Luca only, but Mr. Godfrey Ablewhite as well.
I understand from Mr. Ablewhite that he had been seen speaking to Mr. Luca earlier that same day.
That won't do, Miss Clack, that won't do. Half a dozen other people spoke to Mr. Luca that morning. Why were they not followed home and decoyed into the trap? No, the plain inference is that Mr. Ablewhite had his interest in the valuable as well as Mr. Luca. The Indians were so uncertain as to which of the two had the disposal of it, they had no alternative but to search them both. Public opinion says that, Miss Clack. And public opinion on this occasion is not easily refuted.
I don't presume to argue with a clever lawyer like you, Mr. Bruff, but is it quite fair to Mr. Ablewhite to pass over the opinion of the famous London police officer who investigated the case? which was that not a shadow of suspicion rested upon anybody but Miss Verinder herself.
Do you mean to tell me, Miss Clack, that you agree with Sergeant Cuff?
I judge nobody, sir, and I offer no opinion.
Well, I do. I judge Sergeant Cuff to have been utterly wrong, and I offer the opinion that if he had known Rachel's character as I know it, then he would have suspected everybody in the house but her. Oh, yes, I admit she's self-willed, and unlike other girls of her age, but true as steel, and high-minded and generous to a fault. If the plainest evidence in the world pointed one way, and nothing but Rachel's word of honour pointed the other, then I would take her word before I took the evidence, lawyer as I am.
Suppose you found Miss Verinder extraordinarily interested in what has happened to Mr. Ablewhite and Mr. Luca. Suppose she asked the strangest questions and showed the strongest agitation when she found out the turn this scandal was taking.
Suppose anything you please, Miss Clack. It wouldn't shake my belief in Rachel Verinder, not by so much as a hair's breadth.
Then permit me to inform you that Mr. Ablewhite was in this house not 2 hours since, and that Miss Verinder herself denied he had any connection with the disappearance of the Moonstone. Denied it, Mr. Bruff, in the strongest language I have ever heard used by a young lady in my life.
Eh? What's that you say, Miss Clack?
And what do you say about Mr. Ablewhite now?
I say this. If Rachel has testified to his innocence, then I don't scruple to say that I believe in it as firmly as you do. I've been misled by appearances, like the rest of the world.
But there is surely another conjecture to be made.
Maybe, but I must own I don't know what it is.
You said that one of your reasons for suspecting Mr. Godfrey Ablewhite was that he was in the house at the time of the diamond's disappearance. But so was Mr. Franklin Blake.
Ah, it won't do, Miss Clack. It really won't do a second time. I own that Franklin Blake is a prime favourite of mine, but that doesn't matter. You see, Franklin Blake had no possible cause to steal the Moonstone.
His debts are notorious in the family.
And Mr. Ablewhite's debts have not yet reached that stage, quite true. But there are 2 objections in the way of your theory.
Really? And what are they?
First, I manage Mr. Blake's affairs, and I can tell you that the vast majority of his creditors, knowing his father to be a rich man, are quite content to charge interest and to wait for their money. There's your first difficulty. The second is tougher still. Lady Verinder has told me that Rachel was ready to marry Franklin.
To marry him?
Aye, to marry him. Oh, yes, she'd drawn him on and put him off again, but that's the way of young girls. But she told her mother that she loved Franklin, and what's more, her mother had told Franklin. So there you are. With his creditors content to wait, and with a certain prospect of marrying an heiress, will you tell me why Franklin Blake should steal the Moonstone?
The human heart is unsearchable. Who is to fathom it?
In other words, he might have taken the diamond through natural depravity. Well, suppose he did, then why the devil did he...
I beg your pardon, Mr. Bruff. If I hear the devil referred to in that manner, I must leave the room.
I beg your pardon, Miss Clack. I'll be more careful of my language. Why, supposing he did steal the diamond, should Franklin Blake take the lead in trying to recover it?
I've had suspicion from himself, perhaps.
But nobody suspected him. No, it's impossible. First he steals something he had no reason to steal, and which belongs to the young lady he loves. Then he tries to help recover the jewel, and thereby provokes her implacable hostility. Oh, no.
You are very convincing, Mr. Bruff, and of course you have much experience in these matters. But who did steal the Moonstone?
Now, that I cannot tell you. In fact, I confess I find the whole case utterly baffling. The only certainty seems to be that someone has brought the Moonstone to London, and that Mr. Septimus Luca, or his banker, is in possession of it at this moment.
At this point, the servant came in to say that the doctor had gone, and Lady Verinder was waiting to receive us. The signing of the will was hurried over, to my thinking, in indecent haste. Samuel, the footman, acted as second witness. Mr. Bruff left immediately the signing was completed, so that I was alone with my aunt, who reclined among the cushions on her sofa.
I hope you won't think yourself neglected, Lucilla. I mean to give you your little legacy, my dear, with my own hand.
Give me your attention, dear aunt, to this precious book, and you will give me all I ask. Here it is. Satan among the sofa cushions.
I am afraid, Drusilla, I must wait until I am a little better before I can read that. The doctor tells me I am not so well today. He orders me, if I read at all, to read only the lightest and most amusing books. And Satan among the sofa cushions hardly promises to be light or amusing.
But you might feel stronger, dear, tomorrow. You will let me leave the book. The doctor can hardly object to that.
Very well, Drusilla, if you feel you really must.
Before I withdrew, I slipped it under her sofa cushions, close by her handkerchief and her smelling bottle. And before I left the house, finding it quiet, I was able to slip round and deposit all my other treasures in any room my aunt was likely to visit. The next day, towards lunchtime, the young footman Samuel called at my humble lodgings with a parcel in his arms.
My lady's love, and I'm to say that you will find a letter inside.
Oh, thank you, Samuel. Just one moment before you go. Could I see Lady Verinder if I called? I was thinking of passing by.
I'm afraid she's gone out driving, miss, with Miss Rachel and Mr. Godfrey.
Oh, indeed.
I must hurry, miss. I'm to get some tickets for the morning concert tomorrow, and I'm afraid all the places may be taken if I don't go now.
And who, pray, is going to a morning concert? Surely not Lady Verinder in her present state of health.
Oh, no, miss. Miss Rachel and Mr. Godfrey, miss. Now, excuse me, but I really must go, miss.
We had a special meeting of the Mother's Small Clothes Conversion Society the next morning, summoned expressly with a view to obtaining Mr. Godfrey's advice. Instead of sustaining our sisterhood under an overwhelming flow of trousers, he had arranged to go to a morning concert. Well, on finding myself alone in my room, I naturally turned my attention to the parcel. Had my aunt sent me my promised legacy? Had it taken the form of worn-out silver spoons or unfashionable jewellery? I opened it. And what met my view? The 12 precious publications I had scattered through the house the previous day, all returned to me by the doctor's orders. Preparation by clerical friends had failed. Preparation by books had failed. The next thing to try was preparation by little notes, selected extracts from the books, copied by different hands and addressed personally to Lady Verinder. Some I wrote myself, some were written by my fellow workers at the Mother's Small Clothes. 6 were sent through the post, 6 I kept myself for personal distribution. Soon after 2 o'clock the following day, I was again on the field of pious conflict. Samuel told me my aunt had had a bad night and was resting. I said I would wait in the library on the chance of seeing her. The house was quiet. Rachel and Mr. Godfrey were not yet back from the concert. The 6 letters I had posted the previous night were lying unopened on the library table. I ran lightly upstairs to scatter the other 6 throughout the house. Just as I entered the front room, I heard a knock at the street door, answered immediately by Samuel. The next moment, a man's footsteps coming up the stairs. Supposing it to be the doctor, and not wishing to be surprised by this incorrigible materialist, I slipped into the little room which communicated with the back drawing-room, and dropped the curtains which closed the open doorway. The visitor was shown in. In a minute or 2 he would be taken to see my aunt. I heard him pacing to and fro and muttering to himself. Did I recognise the voice? I couldn't be sure. And then I heard another voice. A voice I did recognise.
Why have you come up here, Godfrey? Why didn't you go into the library?
Samuel tells me that Miss Clack is in the library.
Oh, you were quite right, Godfrey. We had much better stop here.
Godfrey Ablewhite. Imagine my feelings. What to do? To show myself after what I had just heard was out of the question. To retreat was impossible. No choice but to stay and hear.
I told them that you didn't like to leave your mother in her present condition, and they quite understood.
You don't think it's serious, do you, Godfrey?
Oh, no. In a few days, I'm quite sure she'll be well again.
It seems very hard that you should miss the concert. Mendelssohn's your favourite.
But I'm so much happier here with you.
Do try not to pay me compliments, Godfrey.
I never paid you a compliment in my life. Hopeless love always speaks the truth.
Have you forgotten what we agreed on when you spoke to me in the country?
I break the agreement every time I see you.
Then don't see me.
Oh, but I break it even when I think of you. Rachel, you told me the other day that I was higher in your estimation than before. Am I mad to build the hopes I do on those dear words? To dream of some future day when your heart may soften towards me?
His voice trembled. He put his handkerchief to his eyes. Even her obdurate nature was touched.
Are you so fond of me as that? Really?
Rachel, I've lost every interest in life except you. Would you believe it? My charitable business is an unendurable nuisance to me. When I see a ladies' committee, I wish myself at the ends of the earth.
Was there anything in the annals of apostasy to compare with it? What a backsliding I was witness to. Shocked though I was, I did not lose a syllable of the conversation.
I wonder if it would cure you if I made my confession. Would you think to look at me that I am the wretchedest girl living? It's true, Godfrey. What greater wretchedness can there be than to live degraded in your own estimation? That is my life now.
My dear Rachel, you can have no possible reason to speak of yourself like that.
How do you know I have no reason?
Because I know you. Besides, your silence has never lowered you in the opinion of your real friends. Of course, the disappearance of the diamond seems very strange. Your connection with the disappearance may seem stranger still, but to your true friends...
Are you speaking of the Moonstone, Godfrey?
I certainly thought that you referred to the Moonstone.
I referred to nothing of the sort. If that story ever comes to light, people will see I had to keep a miserable secret. Yes, but not that I did anything to be ashamed of. No, you misunderstood me, and it's my fault for not speaking more plainly. I will be plainer now. Suppose you were in love with some other woman, and suppose you knew it was a shocking disgrace to waste another thought on her, and suppose, in spite of all that, you couldn't forget her.
And this is what you're trying to tell me is the case with you? That there is a man who...
Oh, he doesn't know. Of course he doesn't know. But try as I may, and I have tried, God knows, I can't forget him. I can't tear him out of my heart. Oh, Godfrey, I'm so unhappy.
Will it be credited that at this point Mr. Godfrey fell on his knees before her? Not just one knee, mind you, but two. I was indescribably shocked.
Noble creature. Yes, you are a noble creature. A woman who can speak the truth for the truth's own sake. A woman who will sacrifice her pride rather than sacrifice an honest man who loves her is the most priceless of all treasures. Oh, Rachel, let me cure your poor wounded heart. Will you honour me? Will you bless me by being my wife?
At this point, Rachel Verinder uttered the first sensible words I had ever heard fall from her lips.
Godfrey, you must be mad.
Oh, no, I never spoke more sensibly in my life, believe me. Think of the future. Are you going to sacrifice your whole happiness on this man who doesn't even know how you feel towards him? In justice to yourself, you must not. Think of the consolations of a home, motherhood, peaceful claims and happy duties.
But then she began to weaken. Oh, how differently I should have acted in her place.
It would be useless, Godfrey. I don't love you.
I don't ask for your love. You say I have your esteem and respect. I am content with that.
Oh, don't tempt me. I am wretched and reckless enough as it is.
Hundreds, no, thousands of women marry only for esteem and respect, yet they and their husbands get on very well. A girl with your attractions cannot possibly sentence herself to a single life. You may marry some other man, some years from now, or you may marry me, and know that I prize your respect far more than the love of any other woman on earth.
Godfrey, I am miserable enough and desperate enough to give in if you keep on like this. Take the warning and go.
I won't even rise from my knees until you have said yes.
If I do, we shall both be sorry when it is too late.
No, we shan't. We shall bless the day.
Godfrey, you won't ask me for more than I can give.
I ask you only to give me yourself.
Very well.
Then you accept. You will marry me.
Yes, Godfrey. I will marry you.
He drew her nearer and nearer to him until her face touched his, and then... No, I really cannot carry this shocking disclosure any farther. Let me only say that I tried to close my eyes before it happened, and that I was just one moment too late. I had calculated, you see, on her resisting.
Shall I speak to your dear mother, or will you?
No, I don't want her to hear about this until she is better. Let us keep it a secret for the present. Now, you had better go and come back this evening. We have been here alone together quite long enough. Who has drawn those curtains? The room is close enough as it is.
Miss Rachel! Miss Rachel!
Yes, Samuel, what is it? What's the matter?
Where are you, miss?
In the back drawing room.
Oh, please come downstairs, miss. My lady has fainted, and we can't bring her to again.
That was part 3 of The Moonstone by Wilkie Collins, dramatised for radio by Brian Gear. The cast: Sergeant Cuff, John Franklin Robbins, Gabriel Betteridge, John Sharp, Franklin Blake, John Telfer, Rachel Verinder, Sally Baxter, Godfrey Ablewhite, Geoffrey Beavers, Mr. Bruff, Nat Brenner, Miss Clack, June Barry, Lucy Yolland, Liza Flanagan, and Samuel Matthew Adams. The music was composed and conducted by Sidney Sager, and the programme, which came from Bristol, was directed by Brian Miller. The Moonstone by Wilkie Collins, dramatised for radio in 6 parts by Brian Gear, with music composed by Sidney Sager. The Moonstone, Part 4.
It is with the deepest sense of duty, coupled with the comforting knowledge of Mr. Franklin Blake's cheque awaiting me, that I take up my pen to resume the account of events relating to the Moonstone scandal. I am reminded by consulting afresh Mr. Blake's strict instructions that I am confined to events that I witnessed myself. Consequently, there will be some gaps in my narrative, which you must excuse. A month elapsed between the time of Lady Verinder's decease and my meeting Rachel Verinder again. My aunt's will left her daughter in the guardianship of Mr. Ablewhite Senior until Rachel married or came of age. In these circumstances, Mr. Godfrey told his father of his engagement to Rachel. There now arose the question of where Rachel was to reside. The house in Montague Square was associated with the calamity of her mother's death, the house in Yorkshire with the loss of the diamond, and in her present state of bereavement her residence at her guardian's house in Frizinghall would be an unwelcome check on the gaieties of the Miss Ablewhites. It ended in a proposal from Mr. Ablewhite Senior to try a rented house in Brighton. He would join Rachel and his wife later in the season, and they would have Godfrey, with the London train so convenient, always at their disposal. My Aunt Ablewhite is a large, fair-complexioned woman who has never been known to do anything for herself. The task of engaging servants for the house in Brighton was quite beyond her, and she sent for me to do it, her son Godfrey having already found the house. It was thus that I met Rachel again for the first time since her mother's death.
Drusilla, I'm so pleased to see you. I wanted to ask your forgiveness. I have spoken very rudely to you in the past.
Of course, my dear. A Christian is ever ready to forgive.
Thank you, Drusilla. Now, the servants. Here is the list. Cook, kitchen maid, housemaid, and
my dear, these are only wanted for the term during which Mr. Ablewhite has taken the house. We shall have great difficulty in finding persons of character to accept a temporary engagement if we try here in London. I had better go to Brighton tomorrow and look there.
Oh, that is kind of you, Drusilla. I would do it myself, but I have no experience in hiring servants. And you must stay with us there. You will stay, won't you, as my guest?
And thus the glorious prospect of interference was open before me. Rachel was clearly no longer the reckless, defiant creature whom I had last seen. This of itself was enough to encourage me to take her conversion in hand. It was then the middle of the week. By Saturday afternoon I had engaged the servants, and the house was in readiness. Between 6 and 7, Aunt Ablewhite and Rachel arrived, escorted by the lawyer, Mr. Bruff. before going away to his hotel, he invited himself to Sunday luncheon.
You've scarcely eaten anything, Rachel, dear.
No, Aunt, I'm not hungry.
The sermon was so uplifting this morning. A whole hour of eloquence thundering through that sacred edifice.
It has given me a headache. That is really all that I can find to say for it.
You know the best remedy for a headache, Miss Rachel? A nice long walk. I am entirely at your service if you will honour me by accepting my arm.
How kind of you, Mr. Bruff. A walk is the very thing I was longing for.
Rachel, dear, it is past 2, and the afternoon service begins at 3.
You surely cannot expect me to go to church again.
The doctor says I should take more exercise.
Then will you come with us, Aunt Ablewhite?
No, dear, I don't like exercise. I shall have a nap instead. It will do me far more good.
I don't know when I have felt the solemn duty of interfering so strongly as I felt it at that moment. I was certain that Mr. Bruff had some private object in coming to Brighton, and that Rachel was concerned in it. On my return from the afternoon service, I found they had just got back from their walk. I had never before seen Mr. Bruff pay Rachel such devoted attention, or look at her with such marked respect. He had, or pretended he had, an engagement to dinner, and took an early leave of us. I overheard a few words between him and Rachel at the door.
Are you quite sure of your own resolution?
Quite sure. Nothing could make me change my mind now.
There are not many young ladies who could be so much in command of themselves in circumstances like these. I have the highest regard for you, you know.
I could do nothing if I didn't have your help, Mr. Bruff.
Rachel immediately withdrew to her own room and locked the door. I made all sorts of sisterly offers through the woodwork, but the door remained locked. I felt quite cheered. Plenty of obstructive material to work on here. She came down to breakfast the next day, but she ate nothing and said hardly a word. Afterwards she wandered listlessly about, then opened the piano and began to play music of the most scandalously profane variety. It would have been premature to interfere with her at such a time. I escaped the music by leaving the house for an invigorating walk. Upon my return, I entered the dining room and found myself face to face with Mr. Godfrey Ablewhite.
Oh, dear Miss Clack.
Mr. Godfrey.
I've been waiting to see you.
What a pleasant surprise. We did not expect you so soon.
By a happy chance, I was set free of my London engagements earlier than expected.
Have you seen Rachel yet?
I have. You are aware, Miss Clack, that she was engaged to be married to me?
Was engaged to you?
Was. It appears that upon reflection she feels that it would be best for both of us if she retracted her rash promise, leaving me free to make a happier choice elsewhere.
And have you submitted to this, Mr. Godfrey?
I have, without a struggle.
But why?
Why, indeed? I feel like a little child who, when you ask it why it has been naughty, puts its finger in its angelic mouth and says, I don't know. I don't know why I should accept her decision with such tranquillity. I only know I do.
Have you perhaps realised how much you were neglecting us at the Mother Smallclothes conversion? And has perhaps your conscience troubled you on that account, dear Mr. Godfrey?
Ah, now there you have it exactly, Miss Clack.
Ah.
How perceptive you are. It suddenly occurs to me that my true happiness is in helping my dear ladies, and in doing my modest round of useful work.
Oh.
True, I have lost an excellent social position, but I have got a position. True, I have lost a handsome income, but I can pay for my bread and cheese, and my nice little lodging, and my 2 coats a year. True, I have lost a beautiful girl, but she has told me with her own lips, this, dear lady, is between ourselves, that she loves another man, and her only idea in marrying me was to put him out of her head. Looked at reasonably, the only possible course is to submit to Rachel's change of mind.
Everything you say only shows what a fine and noble nature you possess, Mr. Godfrey.
Oh, how time flies with you, Miss Clack. I shall barely catch my train.
Why What, are you leaving us already?
I fear so, dear lady. Business obliges my father to leave Frizinghall for London today, and he proposes coming on here. His heart is set on my marrying Rachel, and I must tell him what has happened. There'll be great difficulty, I fear, but I must stop him from coming here until he's reconciled to it.
I will rapidly pass over the feelings of joy which assailed me when I realised that Mr. Godfrey had come back to the fold, and content myself with noting that at lunchtime it appeared to me that the recovery of her freedom had led Rachel to thinking again of that other man whom she loved. In the afternoon she accompanied Aunt Ablewhite as she took her exercise in an invalid chair, while I armed myself with the life, letters and labours of Miss Jane Ann Stamper, 44th edition, passages of which bore with a marvellous appropriateness on Rachel's present condition. The next day Aunt Ablewhite was as near to being astonished as her nature would permit by the sudden appearance of her husband. A minute later he was followed, to my astonishment this time, by Mr. Bruff.
This is a pleasant surprise, Mr. Bruff. When I left your office yesterday, I didn't expect to have the honour of seeing you here today.
I turned over our conversation in my mind after you'd gone, and it occurred to me that I might be of some use. Only just had time to catch the train. No opportunity of discovering which carriage you were in.
Rachel, my dear, I have heard some very extraordinary news from Godfrey, and I'm here to inquire about it. You have a sitting room of your own in this house. Will you honour me by showing me the way to it?
Whatever you wish to say to me, Mr. Ablewhite, can be said here, in the presence of my relatives and Mr. Bruff.
Just as you please, my dear. Some weeks ago, my son informed me that Miss Verinder had done him the honour to engage herself to marry him. Is it possible, Rachel, that he can have misinterpreted or presumed upon what you really said to him?
Certainly not. I did engage myself to marry him.
Very frankly answered. So, the error is evidently in what Godfrey told me yesterday. I begin to see it now. You and he have had a lover's quarrel, and my foolish son has interpreted it seriously.
Pray let us understand each other, Mr. Ablewhite. Nothing in the least like a quarrel took place yesterday between Godfrey and me. If he told you that I proposed breaking off our marriage engagement and that he agreed on his side, then he told you the truth.
Oh, come, my dear. Now, don't be angry, and don't be hard on poor Godfrey. He has evidently said some unfortunate thing. Well, he was always clumsy from a child. But he means well, Rachel, he means well.
Mr. Ablewhite, I have either expressed myself very badly or you were purposely mistaking me. Once and for all, it is a settled thing between Godfrey and me that we remain cousins and nothing more. Now, is that plain enough?
Am I to understand, then, that your engagement is broken off?
You are to understand that, if you please.
Am I also to understand that the proposal to withdraw from the engagement came, in the first instance, from you?
Yes, it did. And it met with your son's consent and approval.
I beg to ask you, Miss Verinder, what complaint you have to make of my son.
You are not bound to answer that question, Rachel.
Don't you forget, Mr. Bruff, that you are a self-invited guest here. Your interference wasn't asked for.
Your son, Mr. Ablewhite, put the same question to me. And my answer was that reflection had convinced me that I should best consult his welfare and mine by retracting a rash promise and leaving him free to make his choice elsewhere.
What has Godfrey done? I have a right to know that. What has he done?
You have had the only explanation I think it necessary to give to you or to him.
In plain English, it's your sovereign will and pleasure, Miss Verinder, to jilt my son.
I have exposed myself to worse misconstruction than that, and I have borne it. I have nothing more to say.
Well, I have. I have something more to say. I have to say that if my son doesn't feel this insult, I do.
Insult? What insult?
You know very well what insult, and so do I. I know it as certainly as if you had confessed it in so many words. Your cursed family pride is insulting Godfrey, as it insulted me when I married your aunt. Her beggarly family turned their backs on her for marrying an honest man who'd made his own place and won his own fortune. I had no ancestors. I wasn't descended from a set of cutthroat scoundrels who lived by robbery and murder. I wasn't good enough for the Herncastles when I married, and now it comes to the pinch my son isn't good enough for you. I suspected it all along.
A very unworthy suspicion. I'm astonished you have the courage to acknowledge it.
Surely, Mr. Bruff, this is beneath notice.
You've got the Herncastle blood in you, young lady.
Really, Mr. Ablewhite, I think you ought to control yourself. Really, I do.
Who asked you to put your piece in? Now, Miss High and Mighty, it all comes out, doesn't it? Blood will out.
Dear Mr. Ablewhite, one word.
Blood will... Eh? Who were you?
An affectionate well-wisher and friend, as one long accustomed to arouse, convince, prepare, enlighten, and fortify others. Permit me to take the liberty of composing your mind.
I know you. Miss Clack. Drusilla Clack. Sit down, woman.
Don't suppose that I claim attention for my humble words. Oh, no. The blessed words of Miss Jane Ann Stamper.
Miss Jane Ann Stamper be damned.
Oh, such language in a Christian household. Where are my tracts?
Your tracts be damned too.
Here is one, entitled Hush, for heaven's sake.
There. That's what I think of. Hush, for heaven's sake. That and that. Who asked this impudent fanatic into the house? Did you, Mrs. Ablewhite?
Miss Clack is here as my guest, Mr. Ablewhite.
Oh. Miss Clack is here as your guest. In my house.
Mr. Bruff, what does he mean?
You appear to forget, Mr. Ablewhite, that you took this house as Miss Verinder's guardian for Miss Verinder's use.
Not quite so fast. I have a last word to say, which I should have said some time since if this rampant spinster had not interrupted me. I beg to inform you, Mr. Bruff, that if my son is not good enough to be Miss Verinder's husband, I cannot presume to consider his father good enough to be Miss Verinder's guardian. In your legal phrase, Mr. Bruff, I decline to act. This house has necessarily been hired in my name. I have no wish to hurry Miss Verinder. On the contrary, I beg her to remove her guest and her luggage at her own entire convenience. And now I pray you will excuse me.
My dear, I should be ashamed of my husband if I didn't know that it is his temper speaking and not himself.
Thank you, Aunt. But I have no wish to stay where I am not welcome.
You, Miss Clack, are the mischievous person who has irritated him. I hope I shall never see you or your tracts again. Now, Rachel, dear, in my husband's name, what can I do for you?
If I may be permitted to answer for Miss Verinder, might I ask you, Mrs. Ablewhite, to send Penelope down with her mistress's bonnet and shawl?
This minute, Mr. Bruff.
Leave us 10 minutes together, Mrs. Ablewhite, and you may rely on my setting matters right.
Oh, Mr. Bruff, you are a friend indeed.
Miss Clack, might I ask you to...
I, too, have an interest in Rachel. An infinitely greater one than yours, I make leave to say, concerned as it is with her Christian soul.
Rachel, my dear, you are quite right. Mr. Ablewhite is beneath our notice.
What is to happen now?
I'm coming to that. When your dear mother named Mr. Ablewhite as your guardian, I persuaded her to insert a clause in her will empowering her executors in certain events to consult with me about the appointment of a new guardian. One of these events has happened today. Now then, will you honour Mrs. Bruff and myself by becoming our guest? And will you remain as one of our family until we've settled what is to be done next?
Oh, Mr. Bruff, how kind you are. I can think of nothing that would give me greater pleasure.
Stop! Stop! I must be heard. Mr. Bruff, you are not related to her, and I am. I summon the executors to appoint me guardian. Rachel, dearest Rachel, I offer you my modest home. Come to London by the next train and share it with me.
You are very kind, Drusilla, but I have accepted Mr. Bruff's invitation, and I think it will be best if I remain under his care for the present.
Come along, Rachel. See to the packing of your things. Miss Clack, good day.
Reviled, deserted by them all, I was left alone in the room. From that day forth, I never saw Rachel Verinder again. She had my Christian forgiveness then, and when I die, she will have as a legacy from me the life, letters, and labours of Jane Ann Stamper.
My fair friend Miss Clack having laid down the pen, it is now my turn to take it up. My first task is to fill in the gap in Miss Clack's account, the conversation that took place in Brighton after Sunday lunch between Miss Rachel and myself.
I sometimes think Miss Clack's Christian zeal betrays her into overdoing things. Another service on top of this morning's would really have been too much of a good thing.
It's far too nice an afternoon to be indoors anyway. And how is your headache?
Oh, much better, thank you.
Will you forgive an old friend and servant of your family if I ask whether your heart is set on your marriage to Godfrey Ablewhite?
Let us sit on this bench, Mr. Brough.
By all means.
To tell you the truth, I'm marrying in despair. It is at least a positive act. It will certainly change my life, which is intolerable to me at the present. I suppose it may bring some sort of happiness to it. I don't know. Does that answer your question, Mr. Brough?
It goes some way, certainly. But Mr. Ablewhite's heart must be set on it at any rate.
He says it is. And he would hardly marry me after what I have told him unless he was fond of me.
It sounds strangely in my old-fashioned ears to hear you speak as though you were not quite sure about him. Isn't there any little doubt in your own mind about his sincerity?
Mr. Brough, you have something to tell me about Godfrey. What is it?
It is not very pleasant.
Tell me.
Very well. In a word, he's marrying you for your money.
What nonsense. He doesn't need money.
How can you be sure of that? What's ample for one man isn't even a pittance for another man.
I suppose you have proof.
I have. Now let me think where to begin. I don't suppose you know, and why should you, that before a will can be acted upon, it has to be proved, as we call it. Now, all wills go to a proctor, who lodges them in Doctors' Commons. I happened to be calling on my own proctor one day, and he told me that your mother's will had been asked for and examined.
Why? And who examined
As
it?
for who, I'm coming to that in a minute. As to why, it's perfectly normal practice for anybody who applies to Doctors' Commons to be allowed to look over a will. They pay a shilling fee, that's all. But in your mother's case, there was absolutely nothing that could be contested. And I could think of nobody who would have the slightest interest in examining it, so I asked my proctor who'd wanted to see it.
Godfrey Ablewhite.
Solicitors acting for Godfrey Ablewhite.
Are you sure?
Positive. I got in touch with the solicitors concerned. It was somewhat irregular, I admit, but I have a small hold over them in the form of work that I can't be troubled with. I pass over to them. Strictly speaking, they broke confidence with their client, but you see, I was thinking of your interests.
But why should Godfrey want to see my mother's will?
I'm afraid, my dear, the cruel truth is, it must be to see if it's to his financial advantage to marry you.
But he proposed before my mother died. He would have known then that I would one day inherit from her.
But only in general terms. He wanted to know exactly how much and when.
But why?
Let me explain. To protect you from fortune hunters, I advised your mother to draw up her will so that you have nothing but a life interest in the property.
What does that mean?
It means that neither you nor your husband, if you should marry, can raise sixpence either on the property and land or the property and money. You would have the houses in London and Yorkshire, and you would have the handsome income. But that is all.
And is that not enough for Godfrey?
That I don't know. It wouldn't be enough if he needed to raise a large sum of money quickly. But of course I know nothing of Godfrey Ablewhite's financial position. All I know is he has an interest in finding out what it would be when, or if he marries you. And that's why I'm here now. I see it as my duty to put these facts before you.
I thank you, Mr. Brough. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. If you hear any rumours of my marriage when you get back to London, contradict them at once, on my authority.
So you mean to break your engagement?
Of course. After what you have told me, it's unthinkable that I should marry Godfrey Ablewhite.
You may find some difficulty in getting him to release you from your promise.
Can you not advise me?
Tell him, the next time you see him alone, that you know about his mercenary motive, and that in the light of that knowledge, the marriage is simply impossible. Then put it to him whether he thinks it wisest to secure your silence by agreeing, or if he persists in holding you to the engagement, to force you to make the facts generally known.
What if he denies it or tries to justify himself?
In that case, refer him to me.
Thank you for your advice, Mr. Brough, but I can't follow it.
You can't? Why ever not?
Don't you see? I have believed in this man. I've promised to marry him. After giving that promise, how can I tell him to his face that he's the most contemptible of all things, a mere fortune hunter? I couldn't endure the shame of it.
Your principles are admirable, my dear, but you cannot possibly withdraw from your engagement without giving him some reason.
I shall say that I have thought it over, and I think it will be best for both of us if we do not marry.
Is that all? And have you thought of what he may say on his side?
He may say what he pleases.
And what may public opinion say?
I have braved public opinion once over the Moonstone. I can brave it again over this, Mr. Bruff.
My mind was in a strange conflict over Rachel when I left her that day. She was obstinate, she was wrong, but she was admirable, deeply to be pitied. I made her promise to write to me the moment she had any news. On the evening of my return to London, before it was possible to have received any letter, I was surprised by a visit from Mr. Ablewhite the elder, who told me that Godfrey had got his dismissal that very day. Moreover, he told me that Godfrey had accepted it, and so my view was proved. Godfrey Ablewhite needed a large sum of money by a given time. He'd found out he would get no help from Rachel's inheritance, and had been set free in a very timely manner by Rachel's own act. What other theory would account for his rejecting an income which would have kept him in luxury for the rest of his life? How events turned out afterwards you already know from Miss Clack. Miss Verinder honoured my wife and myself by making a long stay at our house in Hampstead until a new guardian was appointed, a Mrs. Merridew, a sister of the late Sir John Verinder. Now I must take the story of the Moonstone onwards a little. About a week or 10 days after Rachel left us, one of my clerks handed me a card and said that a gentleman was waiting to speak to me. There was a foreign name, I forget now what it was, and a line written in English at the bottom of the card which I remember very well. Recommended by Mr. Septimus Luca. The audacity of somebody in Mr. Luca's position presuming to recommend anybody to me. I was just about to refuse to see the man when my clerk told me he thought he was an Indian. Convinced immediately that the Moonstone was at the bottom of it, I had the man sent up. He was tall, he was dressed in European clothes, he was very polite, and spoke excellent English, but he was unmistakably an Indian.
I have come, sir, to ask you to lend me some money, and I leave this casket as an assurance that my debt will be paid back.
Very beautiful.
Indeed it is, sir. It is made of ebony. The jewels are diamonds, rubies, and sapphires. But I'm sure a gentleman in your position would know that.
And you apply to me on Mr. Septimus Luca's recommendation?
That is correct, sir.
How is it that Mr. Luca did not lend you the money himself?
Mr. Luca informed me, sir, that he had no money to lend.
I'm sorry, but Mr. Luca is quite mistaken in sending you here. Like other men in my profession, I am trusted with money to lend, but I never lend it to strangers, and never on such security as this.
I see. Thank you, sir. Before I go, will you allow me to ask you one question?
Most clients want to ask me 50. Pray ask your question.
It is this, sir. Supposing it had been possible and customary for you to lend me the money, in what space of time would it have been customary for me to pay it back?
According to the usual course pursued in this country, in 1 year from the date on which it was advanced to you.
Thank you, sir. I am deeply indebted to you. I will take up no more of your time.
Later that same afternoon, I had another caller, Mr. Septimus Luca. I made another unprofessional sacrifice to mere curiosity. I saw him.
Mr. Bruff, I owe you an apology. You've been troubled, I fear, by an Indian gentleman on my recommendation. Pray allow me, sir, to explain how I came to commit this unpardonable breach of etiquette.
Do not distress yourself, Mr. Luca. I am all attention.
It was like this. This man called on me and asked me to lend him money. He produced a beautiful little casket, and the ebony inlaid with precious stones as surety.
As he did with me.
Yes, well, let me continue. The point is, Mr. Bruff, excuse me, but no doubt you've read in the newspapers of an unfortunate incident in which I was bound and gagged and robbed of a receipt by 3 men whom I took to be Indians, by the language they spoke, that is.
Oh, yes.
So you will readily understand with what suspicion I regarded being approached again by an Indian. And more than that, and this is what really frightened me, I recognised this man as one of the 3 whom I had had occasion to complain about to the magistrate. Perhaps you heard of that too, how they kept annoying me and how I'd had to dismiss an Indian workman in ivory on suspicion of theft.
Indeed, Mr. Luca, I remember that.
Yes, well, then imagine how I felt. I thought he'd come to kill me. I could only think of the quickest way of getting rid of him. When he asked me to lend him money, I told him I hadn't any. When he asked me to recommend someone else, I told him that usually the safest course was to consult a respectable solicitor. When he asked me to name one, yours was the only name that came into my head. Really, Mr. Bruffer, I do beg your pardon, but I was terrified. The perspiration was pouring off me like rain.
Yes, Mr. Luca. Well, no harm seems to have come to you. Or to me, for that matter. Perhaps we may consider the incident closed.
Oh, I do hope so, Mr. Bruff. And thank you for being so understanding.
Just one thing.
Yes, Mr. Bruff?
Did this Indian gentleman ask you a question as he was leaving?
Well, really, sir, I don't remember.
Try.
Yeah, well, let me see now. Yes, he comes back to me. He asked me, supposing I could lend him the money, how soon I would want it back.
He asked me exactly the same thing. And you know, I had the distinct impression that that was the only thing he really wanted to know.
Oh, yes, Mr. Bruff. Curious. I wonder why he should want to know that. Well, thank you for your time, Mr. Bruff, and I do hope you will overlook this breach of decorum on my part, but I was frightened for my life, sir, for my very life.
I had a dinner engagement that evening, and among the guests I discovered the Indian traveller, Mr. Murthwaite. I also discovered that he was as bored by the inevitable political small talk as much as I was. So I informed him of my close connection with the Herncastle family and with the Moonstone. I instantly had his whole attention.
And have you seen anything lately of the Indians?
I have every reason to believe that one of them came to see me in my office today.
What? You astonish me, Mr. Bruff.
He tried to borrow money from me on security of a jeweled casket. He was particularly interested in how long it would be before he had to pay the loan back, supposing I'd given it to him, which I hadn't. He tried the same trick with Septimus Luca, the dealer in precious stones, with the same result. And he asked him how long before he had to pay back. Curious, that.
But surely you see his object?
I'm ashamed of my stupidity, but I'm afraid I don't.
Let me ask you one question. How far have the Indians got in their conspiracy to steal the Moonstone?
I have no idea. The Indian plot is a complete mystery to me.
That's because you've never seriously examined it. I have. Will you allow me to take you through it?
I should be obliged if you would. I'm beginning to think that if I am to serve Miss Verinder's interests, I cannot know too much about this plot.
Very well. Let us begin with the Indians themselves. It is quite clear, bearing in mind that these are men in the prime of life, not yet 40, shall we say, that they have succeeded to the men who followed Colonel Herncastle home from India. They have also succeeded to the organization.
Organization, you say? You mean there's a great network of spies and informers they can rely on?
Not a very large one, no, but sufficient for their purpose, I should say, to judge by their results so far. Now, what gave them their first chance of getting at the diamond?
Why, that would have been the death of Colonel Herncastle. And I suppose their organization would have told them about that.
Of course. Up to that time, the Moonstone was safe in the strong room of a bank. I'm sure that as a lawyer you can imagine what their first course would be upon hearing of the Colonel's death.
Right as he is will, to find out what was to happen to the diamond. They could get a copy from Doctor's Commons.
Exactly. Through one of those shady Englishmen I mentioned. And they would learn that the Moonstone was bequeathed to Miss Rachel Verinder, and that Mr. Blake the Elder, or some person appointed by him, was to place it in her hands. Their next difficulty was to decide whether to try and take the Moonstone when it was being removed from the bank in London, or wait until it was taken to the country house. They decided on Yorkshire as the safer course of action.
How was it that they didn't try and take the Moonstone from Lady Verinder's house before Rachel's birthday? But that's where they must have thought it would be.
But they did. Gabriel Betteridge surprised them lurking about the terrace on the first night of Franklin Blake arriving there. But having made that mistake, they didn't come near the house for 4 or 5 weeks until Miss Veranda's birthday.
But why not?
Well, probably because they'd made their own inquiries in the neighbourhood and had found out that Mr. Blake had put the diamond in the bank. And if they hadn't known that, they would still have waited. No Indian, Mr. Bruff, ever takes unnecessary risks. And which would have been the safer course? To try and take the diamond while it was being looked after by a young and active gentleman, or to wait until it was in the possession of a young girl who would naturally take a great delight in wearing it at every opportunity. And the proof of that is surely that they made no more attempts upon the diamond until Miss Veranda's birthday. They had calculated that she would wear it that night, and they were quite right. I was at her dinner party. I saw her wearing it. And I sent the Indians packing. They were prevented from making any further attempts because the next day they were thrown into prison as rogues and vagabonds. And that, I may fairly say, ends the first act.
Indeed. Well, so what happened next in the conspiracy?
Well, now, I'm coming to that. I was staying with some friends at Freising Hall at the time, and a day or two before the Indians were set free, the governor of the prison came to me with a letter addressed to them. It had come through the ordinary post to their lodging house, and the landlady had brought it to the prison. When he opened the letter, the governor found it was written in Hindustani. That's why he brought it to me for a translation. I made a copy in my pocketbook. Let me see.
What about the writing on the envelope?
Oh, that was in English, though not in the usual manner of addressing an envelope. Ah, here it is. Read it for yourself, Mr. Bruff.
In the name of the regent of the night, whose seat is on the antelope, whose arms embrace the 4 corners of the earth. Brothers, turn your face to the south and come to me in the street of many noises which leads down to the muddy river. The reason is this. My own eyes have seen it. Why, it's a lead to the Moonstone, is it not?
Undoubtedly. In the Hindu mythology, the god of the moon is represented with 4 arms and is seated on an antelope. Furthermore, the envelope had a Lambeth postmark.
Lambeth? That points to Mr. Luca.
Right again. The prison authorities saw no reason to hold back the letter from the Indians when I had translated it for them. And what is the first thing the Indians do when they're set free? They go to the railway station and take a train to London. Now, what is the next news we hear of the Indians?
The report in the newspaper that Mr. Luca has been annoyed by their loitering about his house in Lambeth. He applied to a magistrate for advice, I remember.
And in his statement he referred to a foreign workman.
Native of India, I remember it perfectly.
Quite. He said he'd been forced to dismiss him on suspicion of attempted theft. It's a pretty plain inference as to who wrote that letter, isn't it?
And which of Mr. Luca's treasures he tried to steal.
You mean the Moonstone?
I do, I most certainly do. I've never doubted the Moonstone found its way into Mr. Luca's hands, however much he may deny it. The question is, who put it there?
Yes, that's what I've often asked myself. Somebody must have taken the Moonstone from Yorkshire to London, and somebody must have raised money on it, or it wouldn't have come to rest with Mr. Luca. And you say there's been no discovery made of who that person was?
None that I know of.
There was a story, was there not, about Mr. Godfrey Ablewhite?
There was, but I can tell you that Mr. Ablewhite has been completely removed from suspicion.
Is that the case? On what evidence?
Somebody... It will be a breach of confidence to tell you who. Somebody has sworn to his innocence, and I consider it evidence beyond dispute.
Very well. Let us leave it to time to clear the matter up. To return to the Indians.
Ah, yes. Pray do.
Their coming to London simply ended in their suffering another defeat.
Thanks to Mr. Luca's foresight in depositing the Moonstone with his bankers.
And in dismissing the Indian workman. He would have given the Indians invaluable assistance in getting into the house. So the position stands at present, with the Indians knowing the Moonstone's whereabouts and quietly waiting, with their unlimited Oriental patience, for another chance of taking it. Now, do you see the object of the last question which the Indian put to you and to Mr. Luca?
Of course. He wanted to know when he could expect the Moonstone to be taken out of pledge. That's when they'll try again.
Without a shadow of a doubt. Observe the cleverness with which they work. First they find out from Mr. Luca how long it is customary to wait before repaying a loan, and then they check that statement from a respectable authority. Yourself, Mr. Bruff.
More than that, they took the receipt when they searched Mr. Luca, so they know when the Moonstone was deposited at the bank. They therefore know the earliest date at which it can be taken out of the bank.
And they will be waiting, you can be sure of that. Now, When do you think, at a rough guess, that the Moonstone found its way into Mr. Luca's possession?
Oh, as well as I can reckon it, towards the end of last June.
So, if the unknown person who pledged the Moonstone can redeem it in a year, it will be in that person's possession again at the end of June 1849. I shall be thousands of miles away, but it may be worth your while, Mr. Bruff, to be in London at that time.
Going off among the savages again, Mr. Murthwaite? Rather new than me.
I think I shall be safer among the fiercest fanatics of Central Asia than I should be if I crossed the door of the bank with the Moonstone in my pocket. The Indians have been defeated twice running. It's my firm belief they won't be defeated a third time.
I made a note of the date, end of June 49, in my pocketbook. And now I hand the pen to the writer who follows me, Mr. Franklin Blake himself.
In the spring of the year 1849, I was wandering on the borders of a desert in the east. One day, a letter reached my camp bearing a black mourning border. I opened it immediately. It informed me that my father was dead, that I was heir to his great fortune, and that Mr. Bruff begged me to lose no time in returning to England. At dawn the next day I was on my way home, and eventually arrived in Yorkshire.
Mr. Franklin, as I live by bread.
Betteridge.
Home at last. And how are you, sir? No need to ask. You look fighting fit.
And you get younger, Betteridge, with every year that passes.
No, not so, sir. Not so. Oh, but there have been sad changes since you went away. The house all shut up and the servants gone, but I'll cook your dinner and the gardener's wife will make your bed.
Betteridge, my dear old friend, I cannot enter this house tonight.
What's that you say? You not enter this house where you spent the happiest years of your life?
That's all gone and will never come again.
But my lady would... You know about my lady?
I do, Betteridge, I do. No, but I was thinking about Rachel. This is her house now, and I cannot enter it, and eat in it, and sleep in it, as things are between us.
I'm sorry to hear that, sir. Have you seen Miss Rachel since your return?
Oh, would that I had. You know she's under Miss Merridew's guardianship now.
Oh, yes, a sister of Sir John. A widow, is she not?
Yes, and I've been to her house in Portland Place, but Rachel won't see me. She won't even write to me. I own it cuts deep, Betteridge, and that's why I cannot come in. Now, I shall walk over to Frisinghall and stay at the hotel.
Oh, there's no need to do that, sir. There's Hotherston's farm nearby, and you can hardly object to that. Hotherston lives on his own freehold. They let rooms to anglers and artists and such like.
And are they free now?
Mrs. Hotherston asked for my good word to recommend them only yesterday.
Oh, then I'll take them. And you must come and have breakfast with me tomorrow.
I'm heartily sorry, sir, to hear the way things still are between you and Miss Rachel. I had hoped they were all smoothed over by now.
And so had I. But you still can't forgive me for that business of the Moonstone. And, that's why I'm here now.
Oh, sir, you've not come to take that up again.
I have, Betteridge. I've got to get to the bottom of it.
No, sir, let it be. That cursed diamond has misguided everybody who's come near it. No. Let it be, Mr. Franklin.
Betteridge, I can't. It's as simple as that. I can't. It's the only way I can see to put things right again between Rachel and me.
Have you thought, sir? Supposing you make any discoveries, what you might find out about Miss Rachel?
I'm as sure of her as you are. Now, whatever I find out, nothing can alter my opinion of her. The question is, how on earth do I begin when even the great Sergeant Cuff failed?
I can put you on the track, Mr. Franklin, if you're sure you want me to.
You, Betteridge? In heaven's name, how?
Do you remember Rosanna Spearman?
Of course. I always thought the poor girl was trying to make some sort of confession to me about the Moonstone.
I think you can find out what that confession was, whenever you please.
What?
She left a letter, sir. A letter addressed to you.
Have you got it?
No, sir.
And where is it?
At the fishing village, Cobb's Hole. Lucy Yolland has it.
But why wasn't it sent on to me?
Because Rosanna also left Lucy a note. in which she said your letter was to be given into your hands and no other way. Lucy had such a regard for Rosanna that nothing would make her part with it. And besides, you'd left for abroad before I could write to you.
Well, let's go and get it at once.
Wouldn't do any good, sir. They're great savers of candles along our coast, and they go to bed very early at Cobb's Hole.
Nonsense. We could be there in half an hour.
You might, sir. And when you get there, you'd find the door locked and bolted. Much better wait until tomorrow. I'll come with you.
Early?
As early as you like, sir.
I didn't wait for breakfast at the farm next morning. I took a crust of bread in my hand and set out. I had some misgivings that I might surprise Betteridge in his bed, but I found him ready and waiting, with his stick in his hand.
Good morning, Mr. Franklin. A good night at the farm.
I own I didn't sleep much. Too excited. And how are you this morning?
Very poorly, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear it. What's the trouble?
A new disease, sir. I don't want to alarm you, but you're certain to catch it before the morning is out.
The devil I am.
It'll lay hold of you at Cobb's Hole. I first caught it in the company of Sergeant Cuff. And I call it the detective fever.
Sergeant Cuff. Yes, I might want a few words with him.
I'm afraid he's retired now, sir. Got a little cottage at Dorking and up to his eyes in the growing of roses.
Well, then I must do without his help.
I assume you know all that has happened regarding the Moonstone while you've been abroad.
Yes, Mr. Bruff told me everything as soon as I got back. To tell you the truth, Betteridge, the one grain of consolation I found was the fact that Rachel withdrew from her marriage engagement to Godfrey Ablewhite. How she could have contemplated it, I really don't know.
Lucy Yolland insisted on taking me down to the beach before she would give me the letter. She led me behind some boats, out of the sight and hearing of the few people in the village. She had a limp, it is true, but also remarkably beautiful hair, and there was a fierce keenness in her eyes. That she had no love for me was obvious from the start.
So you are Mr. Franklin Blake?
I am. Perhaps you'd like to see some formal identification before you give me the letter. I believe I have a note here from my lawyer, Mr. Brock.
No, I don't want any lawyer's notes. Mr. Betteridge brought you, that's good enough for me. I just want to look at you first. I just want to see you with her eyes.
Well, if you insist.
I do insist. It's the least you can do for her. No. I can't see what she saw in your face or your eyes. I can't hear what she heard in your voice, the poor daft thing. You know, she'd be living now if it weren't for you, Franklin Blake.
What? I scarcely knew the girl. I certainly never encouraged her in any way.
Oh, no, you wouldn't, would you? With a shoulder like hers? Well, she was in love with you, God rest her.
In love?
Yes. No, I can't see why. You're not even average height.
Now, look here.
And that's why she killed herself, because you never noticed her. Oh, but for you, we'd have been in London now, living together like sisters and earning an honest living from our needles. Oh, I suppose that doesn't seem much to you, does it? But it's better than living in service to someone like you, who tears your heart out every time he looks at you. Here, take your letter. I don't know what's in it, and I don't care. All I hope is I never set eyes on you again.
Extraordinary girl. She must be mad. Well, now, this letter. If you want to know the meaning of my behaviour to you while you were staying at Lady Verinder's, do what the enclosed instructions tell you to do. Your humble servant, Rosanna Spearman. Go to the shivering sand at the turn of the tide. What on earth? Walk out on the South Spit until you get to the beacon and the Coast Guard station in line.
Mr. Franklin, I can't stand it any longer. What does it say?
Here, read it yourself.
Go to Shivering Sand, turn of tide, get beacon and Coast Guard station in line, lay a stick down on the rocks. I knew it, sir. I knew it.
Knew what, Betteridge? And you're right, man. I have got the detective fever. So, what does all this rigmarole mean?
Sergeant Cuff said it all along. From first to last, sir. He said she'd got a note of how to get to the hiding place, and this is it. Lord save us. Here's the secret that puzzled even the great Cuff, ready and waiting to show itself to you. Now then,
At the turn of the tide, she says. It's the ebb now, but when's the turn? There's young Duffy over at the nets, he'll know. Duffy! Duffy, hello!
I hear you, Mr. Betteridge.
How long till the turn of the tide?
Oh, about half an hour, I should say.
Come along, Mr. Franklin. We can just get round to the south spit before the turn, but we must hurry.
Betteridge, refresh my memory. What part did Rosanna Spearman play in all this?
Sergeant Cuff thought that she was shielding someone, sir.
Rachel? Out with it, Betteridge. We'll be facing the truth in a few minutes, like it or not.
Yes, sir. He thought Miss Rachel had taken Rosanna into her confidence. And there were suspicious circumstances. Rosanna saying she was ill in her room when really she was over in Frising Hall buying the stuff for a servant's nightgown.
Did Sergeant Cuff prove that to his satisfaction?
Oh, yes, sir. Had it from Maltby, the linen draper that she bought the material. He suspected that she'd hidden the old one, but he could never prove it.
Why should she make a nightgown?
Because it was she who smeared the paint on the door with her own when she was visiting Miss Rachel in the early hours of the morning, before the paint was dry.
But supposing that to be true, why hide it? It might accidentally come to light. If it was evidence against Rosanna Spearman, surely she'd have destroyed it, burnt it, or thrown it in the quicksand.
That's what puzzled the sergeant. I don't think he liked to think, sir, that a servant girl had got the better of him. She bought a tin trunk and some chain from Mr. Yolland, and that's how she hid it. Somewhere out there, in the water.
Now then, Betteridge, let's have your stick.
Here you are, sir.
She says we're to lay it along the edge of the rocks on the side overlooking the quicksand. Right. What next?
Feel along the stick among the seaweed. She says you'll find the chain.
I can't find any chain, only seaweed.
Get your hand well in among the weeds, sir. It might have grown up a lot since Rosanna hid it here.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
What's this?
Have you found it, sir?
I think so. It's deep in among the weeds. Yes, I've got it. It's come free. There. Well, there it is, Betteridge.
It's all rusty, sir.
Let's hope it's watertight. The lid's rusted fast. Never mind. Let's grip it between my knees. Now. Got it!
Oh, well done, sir. Well done. Now then.
There's no water inside. A letter. My name on it.
A linen, sir. A nightgown.
Well, let's open it out and see. Yes. Yes, it's a nightgown, all right.
And is there a stain of paint on it, sir?
No. Not this side, so far as I can see.
Turn it over, sir. Turn it over. Here, let me help you.
Yes. Yes, there it is, Betteridge. Look!
This trifle of your Superintendent Seagrave has grown a little in importance since you've noticed it. We have now to look for an article of dress in this house with a smear of paint on it, and to ask the owner of that article how he or she can account for being in Miss Verender's sitting room in the early hours of Thursday morning. If that person can't satisfy us, we haven't far to look for the hand that took the diamond.
Mr. Franklin, sir?
Yes, Betteridge?
I said, is there a name in the nightgown?
Oh, yes. Wait a minute. Let's see. Oh, my God.
What's the matter, sir?
Betteridge. The name is my own. This is my nightgown. It's mine.
That was part 4 of The Moonstone by Wilkie Collins, dramatised for radio by Brian Gear. The cast: Sergeant Cuff, John Franklin Robbins, Gabriel Betteridge, John Sharp, Franklin Blake, John Telfer, Rachel Verinder, Sally Baxter, Godfrey Ablewhite, Geoffrey Beavers, Mr. Bruff, Nat Brenner, Miss Clack, June Barry, Mr. Ablewhite, Godfrey Kenton, Aunt Ablewhite, Margot Boyd, Mr. Mirthwaite, Gordon DeLew, Septimus Luca, Adrian Egan, the Indian, Geoffrey Searle, Lucy Yolland, Liza Flanagan, and Duffy, Debbie Cumming. The music was composed and conducted by Sidney Sager, and the programme, which came from Bristol, was directed by Brian Miller. The Moonstone by Wilkie Collins, dramatised for radio in 6 parts by Brian Gear, with music composed by Sidney Sager. The Moonstone, Part 5.
I do not clearly remember anything immediately after the appalling discovery at the Shivering Sand. The discovery that the nightgown Rosanna Spearman had hidden in the tin trunk was my nightgown. My first proper recollection is of sitting with Gabriel Betteridge in his little room back at the house, with a glass of grog before me on the table.
Now, Mr. Franklin, there's one thing certain. That's a liar to begin with, that nightgown.
Betteridge, I know no more about taking the Moonstone than you do, but there is the evidence against me. The paint on the nightgown and my name on the nightgown are facts.
Take another sip of grog, Mr. Franklin. You'll soon stop believing in facts.
But I can't...
No buts, Mr. Franklin. Foul play. There's foul play somewhere in all this, and we must find it out. Now, what about the letter?
Oh, good heavens, I'd forgotten all about it. Let's see now. There's pages of it.
Is it from Rosanna?
Yes. Wait a minute. She came from a reformatory, didn't she? Hadn't she been a thief?
And what if she had?
Well, isn't it likely that she stole the Moonstone? How do we know that she didn't purposely smear my nightgown with the paint?
And then hide it so that no one could find it? Doesn't make sense, sir.
No, you're right, it doesn't.
Now, what does it say in the letter?
The letter? Oh, yes. Let's see. Sir, I have something to tell you. Sometimes such misery may be told in very few words. In my case, in 3 words, I love you. In the name of heaven, Betteridge.
Go on reading, sir.
I couldn't tell you this if I didn't know that I would be dead by the time you read it. You will find the hiding place, and then you will find your nightgown with the paint on it.
And you will want to know why I took the trouble to hide it. Well, the reason is in those same 3 words. Because I love you. Do you remember when you came out on us from among the sandhills that morning, looking for Mr. Betteridge? I fell in love with you in that moment. You were like a prince in a fairy story. I suppose you'll laugh at this, but please don't. It's deadly serious to me. Oh yes, I know all about the difference in our stations in life. And I know all about my deformed shoulder. But I know all about my heart, too. And that didn't lie. Neither did my tears at night. I cried because you never noticed me. Why should you? Except that I wanted you to. And of course I hated Miss Rachel. Oh, how I hated her. She used to give you roses to wear in your buttonhole, didn't she? Ah, yes, but more often than not you wore my rose instead. I used to sneak in and put a rose in your glass of water and throw hers away. Anyway, about the diamond. As you know, Superintendent Seagrave began by setting a guard on all the women's bedrooms, and we all chased after him to ask what he meant by it. We found him in Miss Rachel's sitting room. He pointed to the smear on the door and said, "Look at the damage we'd done already," and sent us away again. Afterwards, I stopped a moment on one of the landings to see if I got the paint on my dress. While I was doing this, Penelope Betteridge came by.
You needn't bother looking for paint on your skirts, Rosanna.
Oh, why not? I was nearest the door just now, I think.
So you may have been, but that paint's been dry for hours. If that policeman hadn't set a watch on our bedrooms, I might have told him so. What an insult! Thinking one of us might have stolen Miss Rachel's diamond makes my blood boil, it does.
How can you be sure about the paint?
What? After all I suffered from the smell of Mr. Franklin's blessed vehicle, which I had to mix up for him. Oh, there's nothing I don't know about it. Miss Rachel asked him if it would be dry in time for the dinner company to see it last night, and Mr. Franklin said no, it wouldn't be dry for 12 hours. Well, it was just past 3 in the afternoon when they finished it. That means it was dry by 3 o'clock this morning, so none of us could have done it just now, could we?
Perhaps some of the ladies did go upstairs to look at it last night, after all.
Well, even if they did, that door was all right when I left Miss Rachel in bed at midnight.
Shouldn't you tell the policeman, Penelope?
I wouldn't tell him after the way he's treated us. Not if he paid me for it. So there.
Then I went in to make your bed and put your room tidy. There was your nightgown lying over the bed where you'd thrown it. I picked it up to fold it and saw the paint from Miss Rachel's door. For a moment I was rooted to the spot. Then I ran with your nightgown to my room and locked the door and sat down to think what it meant. It meant you were in Miss Rachel's sitting room between midnight and 3 Thursday morning. That's what it meant. You can guess what I first thought, but I wasn't sure. For if you had been foolish enough to forget to take care of the wet door, Miss Rachel would never have let you carry away evidence like that against her. At the same time, I wasn't completely certain that I'd proved my suspicion to be wrong. So I decided to keep the nightgown, to see what use I could make of it. But of course it would be missed. There was only one thing for it. I'd have to make another nightgown exactly like it before Saturday when the laundry woman came. I locked your nightgown in my drawer and went back to your room to make sure there was no paint on any of your other things. There wasn't, except a few streaks on your flannel dressing gown, and I got rid of those by scraping them away. Later on, we were all questioned by Superintendent Seagrave, and Penelope came out of the room quite beside herself.
That dreadful man thinks I did it. I know he does.
Did what, Penelope?
Stole Miss Rachel's diamond, of course.
But why?
Simply because I was the last one to be in her sitting room, where it was in the Indian cabinet. The very idea. I've been brought up with Miss Rachel from a girl. Oh, that dreadful man, he'll have me disgraced, I know he will.
Then I thought, if the last person in the room is to be suspected, then the last person was you, Mr. Franklin, and I hold the evidence. This seemed to open such a chance of bringing myself to your notice that I passed in a moment from suspecting to believing. And the reason you've been so busy trying to help the police was simply to draw suspicion away from yourself. I saw my opportunity, and I came down to you in the library.
Yes, what is it?
Excuse me, sir, but you left one of your rings upstairs and I brought it down to you.
Oh, thank you, Spearman. Just leave it on the table there, would you?
Yes, sir. Sir?
Yes?
This is a strange thing about the diamond, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, it is, indeed.
They'll never find the diamond, will they? No, nor the person who took it. I'll answer for that.
What are you talking about, girl?
That made you look at me. And just then I heard Mr. Bettridge's step outside the door. That spoilt it all. I only just had time to get out of the room. When I got back to the servants' hall, the bell was going for dinner. Afternoon already, and the material for the new nightgown still to be got. I pretended I wasn't well and went to Frising Hall for the stuff. On the Friday morning, there was the new nightgown all ready to go back in your drawer. And even its newness wouldn't give it away, because you'd had all new things when you got back from abroad. The next thing I heard was that the sergeant had come round by his own road to my opinion, that the owner of the stained article of dress was the thief. That left me holding the only proof against you, and not a living creature knew it.
Not even you. Good heavens, Bettridge, this is unbelievable. I didn't know any of this.
Why should you, sir? There's no governing the human heart, is there? Now, who can that be? Come in.
Oh, I beg your pardon, Mr. Bettridge. I didn't know you were engaged. I brought you the list for next week, that's all.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Jennings. Yes, I'll see to it. Would you care to join us in a glass of grog?
No, thank you, Mr. Bettridge. I have some calls to make.
Who was that, if I may ask?
Ezra Jennings, Mr. Candy's assistant.
Candy? Candy?
You remember, sir, the little doctor you had that argument with on Miss Rachel's birthday?
Oh, yes. Told me I ought to go through a course of medicine if I was ever to get a good night's sleep again.
You were rather sharp with him, sir.
So I was.
He caught a severe chill going home in the storm. He was delirious for days. It left him just a shadow of his former self.
And what's happened to his practice?
Mr. Jennings does it. The poor aren't fussy about who doctors them, and that's mostly all the practice is now.
You don't seem to like him.
No one likes him, sir. There's a story that Mr. Candy took with him a very doubtful character.
That list he left with you, what is it?
This? Oh, it's the sick people hereabouts who stand in need of a little wine. My lady always had a regular distribution of good, sound port and sherry among the infirm poor, and Miss Rachel wishes the custom to be kept up. Shall we go on with the letter, sir?
Yes, but you read it for a while, would you, Betteridge?
Very well, sir.
She'd made the nightgown. Go on from there.
Yes, sir. Sergeant Cuff would be sure to examine all our linen and dresses. There was nowhere safe from him. For the time being, I decided
to wear it under my dress. The next thing that happened, I was told to take the washing book to Sergeant Cuff. He looked at me as if I was a stranger, and he was very polite in thanking me for bringing the book. Both bad signs, I thought. Then it was time for you to come back from seeing Mr. Godfrey off by the railway. I went to the shrubbery to try for another chance of speaking to you. But you never appeared, and what was worse, Sergeant Cuff and Mr. Betteridge came along, and Sergeant Cuff saw me where I was hiding. I thought I'd better get back to work before any more disasters happened. Just as I was going to step across the path, you came back. You were making straight for the shrubbery when you saw me, and you turned away and went into the house. So I...
No, I swear I didn't see her. I was going to take a walk in the shrubbery, but I remembered at that moment that my aunt might want to see me and change my mind, that's all.
I went into the laundry room. It was empty, and I sat down to have a think. There was talk about your debts. Penelope had heard Miss Rachel talking about them. Mr. Betteridge spoke of them too. So it was plain enough that you'd stolen the diamond to raise money on it. Well, I could have told you of a man in London who would have given you plenty and no questions asked. Why didn't I speak to you about it? The truth is, I lost my nerve the moment you looked at me. I'd gone as near as I dared when I spoke to you in the library. Then Penelope came into the laundry room and gave me something else to think about.
Oh, I really don't know how I can put up with Miss Rachel's temper. I never knew her like this. Anyway, perhaps I won't have to much longer.
Why's that?
Oh, she says she can't bear the house with a policeman in it, and she's going to speak to my lady this evening and go to her Aunt Ablewhite's tomorrow. One thing's for sure. If she goes, so will Mr. Franklin.
You mean he'll go with her?
Oh, no. It's him she's in a temper with. No, if Miss Rachel goes one way, Mr. Franklin will go another. Unless they make it up before tomorrow.
What have they quarrelled about, do you know?
Oh, it's all on Miss Rachel's side. I'm afraid he's far too fond of her to quarrel with her. It's all Miss Rachel's temper, that's what it is.
Then there came a message that all the indoor servants were to be questioned one by the sergeant. My turn came after the upper housemaid and my lady's maid. He tried to wrap it up, but I could tell that those two creatures had opened his eyes to some of the truth. He knew I'd made a new nightgown, but he thought it was my own. But what puzzled me was that he let me see, on purpose, I think, that he suspected me of having something to do with the loss of the diamond, but only as acting under somebody else's orders. But I couldn't think who that might be, and I still can't. One thing was plain. You were safe as long as the nightgown was safe, and not a moment longer. But at any second I might find myself charged on suspicion and searched accordingly. I had to choose between destroying the nightgown or finding a safe hiding place for it. I think if I had been less in love with you, I should have destroyed it. But how could I destroy the only thing which proved I'd saved you? So I thought of the shivering sand. It was never far from my thoughts, as Mr. Betteridge knows. I made the first excuse that came into my head and got leave to go out for a breath of fresh air. I went straight to Mr. Yolland's cottage at Cobb's Hole. His wife and daughter were the best friends I had. But don't think I told them your secret. I told nobody. I'm writing this letter up in Lucy's room, and I've taken off the nightgown. From Mr. Yolland's beach combings I shall take a small tin trunk to hide the nightgown in the sand. And then what? I must try and speak to you again. If you leave the house, as Penelope says you will, I shall have lost my chance forever. But if I miss you, or you are as cruel to me as you have been, then goodbye to life. which has grudged me the happiness it gives to others. But it may not end like that. I may find you in a good humour tonight or tomorrow morning. Besides, I shan't improve my plain face by fretting, shall I? Who knows but I might have filled all these pages for nothing. I beg to remain, sir, your true lover and humble servant, Rosanna Spearman.
Oh, God, Betteridge, that poor wretch.
Don't upset yourself, sir. You didn't make her fall in love with you.
The way she puts it, I almost feel I did. But when she thought I was cutting her, I swear I was only trying to help. You see, I thought Cuff suspected her, and glad though I'd have been to see his suspicions diverted from Rachel. Not at that cost. I just couldn't bring myself to stoop to that. That's why I kept on playing when she tried to speak to me in the billiard room. To help her. I thought she wanted to confess to some part in taking the diamond. Now, that would have been on the Friday night after she'd wrote the letter. Then, the next morning, when she wanted to see me in the shrubbery walk, Cuff was trying to make me tell him what she'd said to me in the billiard room. And so, to warn her, I said loudly I took no interest in Rosanna Spearman, and she misunderstood. Must have been that. That was the last straw. If only I'd let her speak.
We'd have been at the point where we are now.
And Rosanna Spearman might still be alive today.
Take my advice, sir, and dismiss that thought from your mind. You still have to untangle yourself from this mess. Now, have you any plan?
No, only to see Mr. Bruff tonight and lay it all before him. Walk me to the station, Betteridge. There's a good chap. Betteridge, was I drunk the night of Rachel's birthday?
You drunk? Why, it's your greatest defect of character, Mr. Franklin, that you only drink with your dinner.
Yes, but that night, I might have had a drop too much.
No, sir. I'll tell you what did happen. You looked so wretched ill, we persuaded you to have a drop of brandy and water to cheer you up a bit.
Precisely. I'm not used to brandy and water. It's possible.
No, sir, it isn't. I know you're not used to brandy and water, and to my eternal shame, I drowned half a glass of our 50-year-old cognac in a tumbler full of cold water. A baby couldn't have got drunk on what you had that night.
I see. Well, what about this? You saw a great deal of me here when I was a boy. Did you ever know me to walk in my sleep?
Never.
Oh. Are you sure?
Perfectly. You never walked in your sleep in your life. I see what you're driving at, but it won't do.
Why not?
Well, suppose you did take the jewel when you were drunk or walking in your sleep, or both together, if you like.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't explain what's happened since. It doesn't explain how you took the jewel to London and pledged it to Mr. Septimus Luca. Were you drunk or walking in your sleep when you did those two things? No, sir. The sooner you put your head together with Mr. Bruff's, the sooner you'll get an explanation for all this.
We reached the station with only a minute or two to spare. Just as I was saying goodbye to Betteridge, I happened to glance towards the book and newspaper stall. There was Mr. Candy's assistant again. Our eyes met at the same moment. Ezra Jennings took off his hat to me, and I returned the salute. I arrived in London far too late to see Mr. Bruff at his office, so I drove straight to his home at Hampstead, and disturbed him dozing in his chair, his bottle of wine at his elbow. He examined the nightgown which I had brought with me, and then read Rosanna Spearman's letter from beginning to end.
In my opinion, this letter explains Rachel's extraordinary conduct. She believes you have stolen the Moonstone.
That had occurred to me, too. I just couldn't bear to believe it.
The first thing to do is to appeal to Rachel. She must be persuaded, or forced if necessary, to tell us why she thinks you took the diamond. The chances are that the whole of this case will fall to pieces if only we can get Rachel to speak out.
Do you really think so?
Listen to me. Admittedly, this is your nightgown, and admittedly it has a smear of paint on it from Rachel's door. But what evidence is there that you were the person wearing it the night Rachel's diamond was lost? Now, as to this letter of Rosanna Spearman's, it merely proves her to have been clever at deception, and that justifies me in suspecting her of not having told the whole truth. I won't start any theory. I will only say that if Rachel has suspected you on the evidence of the nightgown alone, the chances are that it was Rosanna who showed it to her.
Because she hated Rachel. Because it would serve her purpose to stir up a quarrel between us.
Exactly. She had not decided on destroying herself then, remember.
But suppose it turns out that I did wear the nightgown.
What then?
Well, if that were to be proved, we'd have a job to prove you innocent of taking the Moonstone. But we won't go into that now. We'll wait and see whether Rachel hasn't suspected you on the evidence of the nightgown only.
Good God! What right has Rachel to suspect me on any evidence of being a thief?
Sensible question. Rather hotly put, but worth considering nonetheless. Search your memory and tell me this. Did anything happen while you were staying at the house to shake her belief in your principles generally?
No, I don't think so.
Frankly, and I know your affairs rather better than you do yourself. Did any of your debts turn up on the doorstep in Yorkshire?
Yes. Yes, you're right, they did. I'd completely forgotten. There was a Frenchman who appeared just before Rachel's birthday.
After money?
I'm afraid so. It turned into rather an ugly scene, and Aunt Julia and Rachel were in the next room and overheard.
What happened?
I'm ashamed to say that Aunt Julia paid the man what he wanted on the spot. Oh, it was an awful business. I was, well, rather tight for money as usual, and I'd borrowed some from a man who kept a small restaurant in Paris. When the time came, I couldn't pay it back. And meanwhile, he'd gone bankrupt and sent a relative of his to England to find me and get the money.
What view of this did your Aunt Julia take?
Oh, she was very annoyed with me for being so careless and putting myself in such a position. Then Rachel started on me. You know what high romantic principles she has. Said I was heartless and dishonourable.
Not without some reason.
I know. Well, things were rather cool between us for a while, but I made my peace with her the next day. I thought no more of it. But perhaps she remembered it when the diamond was lost.
It would have had its effect on her mind, you may be sure of that. Now then, Rachel must be our next step. But the great difficulty is going to be to get her to show her whole mind in the matter without reserve. Have you any suggestions to offer?
I have made up my mind to speak to Rachel myself.
You? Well, in cases of this extraordinary kind, the rash way is sometimes the best. And you have a chance in your favour, which I don't possess.
A chance in my favour?
I don't trust your discretion, and I don't trust your temper. But I do trust in Rachel preserving some perverse weakness for you. The question is, how are you to see her?
May I venture to suggest, if nothing was said about me beforehand, that I might see her here?
Cool.
But may I?
In plain English, my house is to be turned into a trap to catch Rachel, with a bait in the shape of my wife and daughters. If you were anyone else than Franklin Blake, and if this matter were one atom less serious, I should refuse point blank. As it is, consider me your accomplice.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Bruff. But when?
Say the day after tomorrow. Stay at home all morning and expect me to call on you and tell you precisely when to be here.
2 days later, as the clock of Hampstead Church struck 3, I put the key into the door of Mr. Bruff's back garden wall. The garden was deserted. I went into the conservatory and crossed the small drawing room as Mr. Bruff had told me. Facing me was the door of the music room. At the other side of that door was Rachel. I own my courage almost failed me. My hands were trembling. I wanted to turn and run. So much depended on it. My good name, my future happiness. What would Rachel's reaction be? I began to feel all Mr. Bruff's doubts about the rightness of what I was doing. The moment I showed myself in the doorway, Rachel turned from the piano. She stood stock still looking at me. I took a few steps towards her and stopped. Slowly, as if in a dream, she advanced towards me. I forgot every consideration, past, present, and future, which I was bound to remember. I caught her in my arms and covered her face with kisses. There was a moment when I thought the kisses were returned. Then, with a cry of horror, with a strength I could not have resisted, she pushed me away.
Oh, you coward! You coward!
I beg your pardon if I have offended you.
How low can you sink? Only a coward would sneak in here and try and play upon my weakness for you.
Perhaps. But you have done me an infamous wrong.
I have done you a wrong. After what you have done, you can say that. Then you must be mad. You must be.
No, Rachel, I am not mad. But you suspect me of stealing the Moonstone. I've never known the reason why, and that is why I'm here today. Let me ask you this. Was it because Rosanna Spearman showed you my nightgown with a smear of paint on it?
What on earth are you talking about? Rosanna Spearman showed me your nightgown? Of course she didn't. Why should she?
Because my nightgown has come to light with that paint on it, and there seems every reason to believe that whoever was wearing it stole the Moonstone. I've desperately clung to the hope that someone else wore it to throw suspicion onto me. So I ask you again, if it wasn't the nightgown, what made you suspect me?
I don't suspect you. I know you stole the Moonstone.
Oh, Rachel, that is nonsense. I know I didn't. But I didn't, I tell you.
And I tell you I saw you. I saw you steal the Moonstone.
What? You saw me?
Yes.
Rachel, I can't explain the contradiction, but I swear before God that until now I did not know I had taken the Moonstone. Do you believe me?
I believe what I saw.
Rachel, I want you to tell me everything that happened, from the time you wished me good night to the time you saw me take the diamond.
Why go back to it? How can you go back to it?
Because we are both the victim of some monstrous delusion that has worn the mask of truth. If we look at it together, if we look at what happened that night, we may end in understanding each other yet.
Very well. What do you want to ask me?
After we'd said good night, did you go to bed or did you sit up?
I went to bed.
Did you notice the time? Was it late?
Not very. About midnight, I think.
Did you go to sleep?
No. I couldn't sleep that night. I was thinking of you.
Was there a light in your room?
No. Yes. I got up again and lit my candle.
When was that?
About 1 o'clock. I put on my dressing gown and I was going into my sitting room to get a book. I had just opened my bedroom door when I saw a light under the door from the landing and I heard footsteps coming towards it. I thought it was Mamma. She tried to make me give her the diamond to look after for the night. I thought she was coming to see if I was awake and to speak to me about it.
What did you do?
I blew out my candle. I wanted to keep my diamond.
Did you go back to bed?
I had no chance. The minute I blew the light out, the sitting room door opened. And you came in carrying your bedroom candle.
What was I wearing?
Your nightgown.
Are you certain?
Quite certain.
Could you see my face?
Yes, clearly.
Were my eyes open or shut?
Open.
Was there anything strange about them? Were they fixed or staring?
No. They were very bright, I remember, but quite normal. You looked about you as if you were afraid of being found where you ought not to have been.
But apart from that, there was nothing strange about me.
No, nothing.
So what did you do?
I was petrified. I couldn't call out. I couldn't even move to shut my door.
Could I see you where you were standing?
You might have done, but you never looked towards me. Anyway, would you have taken the diamond if you had seen me there looking at you? The next thing to happen was that you went to my Indian cabinet.
Then my back must have been towards you. How could you have seen my hands?
There are 3 glasses in my sitting room. I could see your hands in one of them. You put your candle on top of the cabinet, and then you opened and shut one drawer after another until you came to the one with the Moonstone in it. You looked at it for a moment, and then put your hand in and took it.
How can you be sure I really took the Moonstone out of the drawer?
I saw it gleaming in your fingers. There is no doubt you took the Moonstone out of my cabinet.
Did I close the drawer?
No. The diamond was in your left hand. You took the candle in your right, and you stood still for what seemed a long time. I could see your face in the glass. You looked as though you were thinking and were dissatisfied with your thoughts. Then you seemed to rouse yourself and went straight out of the room.
Did I close the door after me?
No. Your light disappeared along the passage and the sound of your steps died away, and I was left alone in the dark.
Did anything happen between then and the time when the whole house knew the Moonstone was lost?
No, nothing.
Are you sure? Perhaps you fell asleep.
I never slept. I didn't go back to bed. Nothing happened until Penelope came in at the usual time in the morning. Have you anything else to ask me?
If you had spoken when you ought to have spoken, if only you had explained yourself.
You are unbelievable. I spare you when my heart is breaking. I screen you when my own character is at stake. And now you tell me I ought to have explained myself. What did you expect? That I should come to you and say, Franklin, dear, you are a thief. My love, you have stolen my diamond. I would rather have lost 50 diamonds than see your face lying to me as I see it lying now.
Rachel, I'm sorry to have caused you this fresh pain. I think I'd better go now.
No, It seems I owe you a justification of my conduct. Well, you shall have one. What I should have done, of course, was to raise the house and tell them what had happened. But I didn't do that. I thought and thought for hours. And then I wrote you a letter.
But I didn't receive it.
I know you didn't receive it. My letter said that I had reason to know you were in debt. There'd been that man from France, do you remember?
Yes, and I remember how much it had disturbed you.
So you would have known what I was referring to. And I also offered you the loan of as large a sum of money as I could get. I would even have pledged the Moonstone myself if there had been no other way. And then, just as I was going to arrange with Penelope to give you the letter, what do I hear? I hear that you had brought the police into it. You were busying yourself trying to find the diamond. You even had the audacity to speak to me about it when all the time the diamond was in your own hands. I could scarcely believe that you, of all people, could be so false and cunning. So I tore the letter up. But even then I hoped I could save you. Somebody told me you were on the terrace. I forced myself to go down. I forced myself to speak to you. Do you remember what I said?
Perfectly. But you must believe me, Rachel, when I say that I did not know what you meant. It astonished me, it distressed me, but it didn't give me an inkling of the truth.
That's just the expression you wore on your face then.
Oh.
How can you persist in this charade after all this time? This charade of injured innocence!
But in my own eyes I was innocent. So how could I have understood what you were trying to say to me? Those veiled hints and suggestions did no more than make me uneasy about you. You should have spoken out.
How dare you tell me what I should or should not have done? Is there no limit to your audacity? And besides, if I had spoken out in front of other people, you would have been disgraced for life. If I had spoken to you alone, you would have denied everything just as you're denying it now. I tell you, I shrank from the horror of it. You led me to expect we would understand each other after all this. Well, do we? Do we understand each other now?
No, Rachel, it grieves me to say that we seem to be as far from understanding as we ever were. I had hoped for so much from this visit. I had hoped that everything would be set right again.
How could it be? It's just where it was. You stole the diamond. You pretended to help the police. You pledged the diamond to the moneylender in London and went abroad with the money. And now you come here and tell me what I should have done. There is only one thing I should have done. Only one thing I should do now, and that is to expose you and ruin you. But I can't. I couldn't then, and I can't now. God knows why, but I can't bring myself to. I can't tear you out of my heart even now. I think I despise myself even more than I despise you.
I had set out with the hope raised by Mr. Brough that if only Rachel would tell what she knew, the whole case against me would fall to pieces. And what had happened? She had told me that with her own eyes she had seen me steal the Moonstone. How was I to clear my name now? And until I had cleared it, what hope was there of my marrying Rachel? For I was certain of one thing at least, that Rachel still loved me. Later that evening I had a visit at my lodging from Mr. Brough.
I can hardly hold you entirely responsible for the shock and grief Rachel is suffering. After all, you saw her in my house with my permission. But I must insist that you give me your promise you will not try to see her a second time, except with my approval.
I can assure you, Mr. Brough, I'm in no hurry to repeat this afternoon's experience. You have my promise.
Good. But I think we can now be sure that Rachel has told you the whole truth. But we can hardly blame her for believing you to be guilty.
Do you believe I am?
No, not even on Rachel's evidence, not even on the evidence of the nightgown. I think there must be a dreadful mistake somewhere in all this, and somehow it must come to light.
Oh, I wish I could feel so confident. Sergeant Cuff couldn't get at the truth, neither, it seems, can I.
Come, Franklin, you really must stop looking back to the past. We must close our minds to all that and see what we can discover in the future.
But it is a matter of the past. Do you remember, Mr. Brough, when we met over a year ago? Just after my father had given me the Moonstone to take to Rachel in Yorkshire.
Aye, I do.
Well, we wondered then why Colonel Herncastle had left the Moonstone to Rachel. I don't think we need wonder any more.
Is that your opinion?
Isn't it yours? Can you possibly doubt that he meant it to cause trouble? He must have thought that the Indians would pursue it to Yorkshire and steal it, perhaps even killing people if anyone came between them and it. He must have. What he could not have known was that he would cause even greater harm, that he would turn a happy household into one of suspicion and mistrust. This final blow, that I, of all people, should take Rachel's diamond, that she should see me do it. Oh, that's a master stroke, that is. He could never in his wildest imaginings have dreamt of that.
Franklin, you're allowing things to get out of proportion. Oh, it's only natural, I grant you, but listen to me for a moment. There's not the slightest ground for what you've suggested.
Oh, come, Mr.
I repeat,
Bruff.
not the slightest basis in fact, and facts are what I deal in.
But he knew the danger that followed him. He must have known that it would follow the Moonstone wherever it went.
He thought he'd scotch the danger. He thought that by letting the Indians know the Moonstone would be cut into separate stones if he were killed, then he'd put pay to their pursuit. He could not have known how persistent they would be.
But he knew how
I haven't finished. The only piece of factual evidence we have is the Colonel's will. You know yourself what he said in the clause relating to the Moonstone? That he left it to Rachel in token of his forgiveness of her mother for closing her house against him in his lifetime.
That's a blatant lie. You know it is.
Excuse me, Franklin, but I know nothing of the sort. Neither in words nor in writing did Colonel Herncastle give me any cause to suspect his motives. He may have been all the things in his lifetime that people said he was. I knew he collected occult books, took opium, dabbled in chemistry, kept the lower society, but does that stop him repenting of his ways at the end? No, Franklin, there's no basis for your suspicions, none at all. Now let's stop looking to the past and concern ourselves with the future.
I confess I see no future.
Ah, Franklin, that's not like you. Come, I have a little plan. At least we agreed that the Moonstone's at the bottom of all this. Now, what do we believe was done with the Moonstone when it was taken to London?
It was pledged to Mr. Luca.
Correct. And we know it was not you who pledged it. Do we know who did?
No.
And where do we believe the Moonstone to be now?
With Mr. Luca's bankers.
Exactly. Now observe. We are already in the month of June. Towards the end of the month, a year will have elapsed from the time when we believe the jewel to have been pledged, and there is a chance that the person who pawned it may redeem it. Now, under the terms of Mr. Luca's own arrangement, he himself must take the Moonstone out of the bank. So, I propose setting a watch at the bank to see if he does, and trying to discover to whom he returns it. That may lead us by a short road to who took it. What do you say to that?
Very clever, Mr. Bruff. The only thing is, it means we've got to wait.
About a fortnight. Is that so very long?
It is when you're in my situation.
I can understand that. But what else is left for you to try?
I thought of talking to Sergeant Cuff.
I'm afraid he won't help you. He's retired now.
Betteridge has his address. I thought he might find the case interesting enough to help if he could.
Perhaps. Keep me informed as to results. Meanwhile, I'll do what I can with my watch on the bank.
But my inquiries produced only the information that Sergeant Cuff was in Ireland to look into some astonishing development in the art of rose-growing. I wrote him a letter outlining the new developments and asking him to contact me upon his return. I then began to go over in my mind the events of the day leading up to my taking the diamond, in particular, the dinner party. If only I could reconstruct those hours, I might begin to understand the events which happened later. It was useless to appeal a second time to Rachel. My aunt was dead. Mr. Bruff had been prevented from attending the dinner. That left Mr. Murthwaite, who was now 1,000 miles away. Miss Clack, who was living in France for reasons of economy, Godfrey Ablewhite, whom I soon discovered to be travelling on the continent, and Mr. Candy. I remembered a letter I had received from Betteridge a few days earlier, full of chatter but starved of news, except that Mr. Candy, the physician, had heard from his assistant, Mr. Jennings, that I had been back to the locality, and that Mr. Candy had expressed a wish to see me. I left for Yorkshire by the next train.
I've often thought of you, Mr. Blake, and if there's anything I can do for you, pray command my services, sir. Pray command my services.
Very generous of you, Mr. Candy. As a matter of fact, there is something.
Very well, sir. Speak out. What is it?
You remember, of course, the affair of the Indian diamond a year ago at Lady Verender's?
Diamond? Oh, yes. Well, go on.
There now seems to be some chance that it may be found after all. Naturally, it would help if all the evidence could be collected again. I must say I have some hope of discovering new evidence.
Ooh, evidence. That's what you're after. Oh, well.
And I remembered that you had been one of the guests at Miss Verender's birthday celebration.
Don't see anything of her these days. Bright little thing she was. Gone abroad, they say.
No, Mr. Candy, not abroad. She's staying in London with her guardian, Mrs. Merridew.
I knew a Merridew when I was a student. Not related, I suppose. This was a tall beanpole of a fellow. Came to grief over his gambling. Couldn't leave it alone. Lost his overcoat and all one night. Yes, married you. Related, do you think?
You sent me a message by Gabriel Betteridge. You had something to say to me.
Yes. Yes. Betteridge was quite right. I had something to say to you.
Yes.
Oh, what a wonderful man, Betteridge. At his age, what a memory.
Was it by any chance about the dinner party?
That's it. The dinner, the birthday dinner. Yes, the dinner.
Perhaps you made a note in your diary of what you wanted to say.
I require no notes, Mr. Blake. I am not such a very old man yet, and my memory is thoroughly to be depended on. Yes, the dinner. It was a very pleasant dinner, was it not, Mr. Blake? A very pleasant dinner. I really had it on my mind to speak to you about it. I don't know when I ever spent such a pleasant evening among friends. Yes, come in.
Excuse me, Mr. Candy, but I'm just off on some calls. Is there anything you need?
Oh, no, thank you, Mr. Jennings. This is Mr. Blake.
Indeed, we are already acquainted.
Perhaps I may walk a little way with you, Mr. Jennings.
It would be a pleasure, sir.
Yes, a very pleasant dinner, Mr. Blake. Very pleasant indeed.
I'm afraid you find Mr. Candy sadly changed.
Yes, his illness must have been far more serious than I'd supposed.
It's almost a miracle that he lived through it.
Is his memory never any better? He's been trying to recollect something he wanted to tell me.
Was it something that happened before he was taken ill?
Yes, that is, it happened immediately before.
Then I'm afraid it's most unlikely that he'll be able to recall it. Is it important to you?
Yes, Mr. Jennings, it is. Can you, as a medical man yourself, can you suggest anywhere I might be able to assist his memory?
Mr. Candy's memory is beyond the reach of any assistance. I know. I've tried often enough to help him remember.
That's a very disappointing answer, I must confess.
But it may not be a final one. It may still be possible to trace Mr. Candy's lost recollection.
Really? But how?
Before I come to that, I must tell you a little about his illness. You have heard how it happened, I dare say.
It was after a dinner party at Lady Veranda's. He drove home in his gig, and it was pouring with rain.
That was the start of it. When he returned home, he found an urgent message waiting for him, and he went straight off to visit his patient without stopping to change his clothes. I was out myself on a case some way from Frizinghall, and by the time I got back the next morning, the mischief was done. The fever had set in. I sent at once to 2 other physicians to give me their opinion. They agreed with me that it was serious, but unfortunately we differed over treatment. Eventually they left the house and I managed the case alone.
But obviously your treatment was successful.
Mr. Candy is alive today, it's true. It was successful to that extent. But it was not a rapid recovery. I sat by his bedside for days on end as he hovered between life and death. I wondered all the time if I had done the right thing.
It must have been an exhausting experience.
It was. The only relief I had, though you may not think it a relief, was to pass the time working on my book, on the brain and the nervous system.
I'm sure you would have found it professionally most interesting.
So will you, I think, Mr. Blake. It has some bearing on Mr. Candy's memory. For long periods he was delirious. Now, it's part of my theory that although the power of speaking connectedly may be lost under such circumstances, the faculty of thinking connectedly is not necessarily impaired. Do you begin to see what I'm driving at?
I think so, but how does it help me to discover what he was trying to tell me just now?
I write shorthand, Mr. Blake, and I use it to take down all Mr. Candy's incoherent ramblings while he was in a state of delirium, night after night.
And have you kept your notes?
More than that. I have transcribed them into ordinary writing, and I think I've been able to fill in the gaps. It was rather like trying to put together a child's puzzle. I think it supported my theory. The superior faculty of thinking was going on in Mr. Candy's mind, while the inferior faculty of speech was in hopeless disorder.
Did my name appear in any of this?
There was one night when he seemed to be concerned with going over something which had happened between the two of you. The question is, of course, is this the thing he was trying to remember when you saw him half an hour ago?
It must be. Can't we go back and look at your papers, Mr. Jennings?
Forgive me, but it is not quite so simple as that. I am a physician. I cannot disclose what a patient of mine said when he was quite helpless and unable to act for himself. Not unless there's a very compelling reason for me to do so.
Naturally, I understand your delicacy of feeling, Mr. Jennings. My reason for wanting to know what Mr. Candy was trying to remember is that later that night, the night on which he got soaked and caught his illness, A very valuable diamond was stolen from Miss Verinder's sitting room at the house. Now, there is some reason to hope that it might be recovered, and as a member of the family, I'm trying to collect every scrap of information about the events of that night.
I am sorry to disappoint you, Mr. Blake, but the information I have has nothing to do with a diamond. In fact, Mr. Candy didn't say a word about diamonds the whole time he was ill. Now, if you will excuse me...
Mr. Jennings, I have not treated you quite fairly. The fact is that it's very painful to have to tell you the real reason for my interest. In a word, I took the diamond.
You, Mr. Blake?
There seems to be no doubt about it, no doubt at all. Miss Verinder herself has told me that she saw me take the diamond.
But why do you need to appeal to Miss Verinder? Surely you know yourself that you took it.
No, Mr. Jennings, I do not know. I'm sure that Miss Verinder is telling the truth, but I swear to you that I took the diamond without knowing it. Now do you see why it is so vital to me to find out every scrap of information? The least thing may provide some clue which will lead to unravelling the whole affair and clearing my name in Miss Verinder's eyes.
Then Miss Verinder has not made her statement publicly?
Of course not.
I am going to ask you a question, Mr. Blake. I want you to think carefully before you answer it, and I want you, for your own sake, to tell me the truth.
You have my word.
Very well. It is this. Have you ever taken opium, Mr. Blake?
Opium? Good heavens, no. Why do you ask?
Were your nerves out of order this time last year? Were you unusually restless and irritable?
Why, yes, I was, now you mention it, but what has all this to do with...
Did you sleep badly?
Yes, wretchedly. Many nights I never slept at all.
Was the birthday night an exception? Try and remember. Did you sleep well on that one occasion?
Yes, I do remember. I slept marvellously well.
Mr. Blake, will you come back to the house with me? Can you spare me an hour of your time?
Of course, but what are you driving at?
The truth of what happened that night. It's in my notes. The notes I took off Mr. Candy's delirious ravings. I can explain everything for you.
For God's sake, Mr. Jennings, tell me now.
No, not here in the street. Besides, I need my notes. Come back to the house.
But your calls?
My calls can wait. Back to the house, Mr. Blake.
But what does all this mean? A page of writing with great gaps in it. Another page, parts of it in red ink and the other part in black? How am I to make any sense of all this?
You will, Mr. Blake, in a moment. May I ask you a few more questions?
By all means.
You've already told me that you've never taken opium in your life, so far as you know.
Of course not.
You also told me that at this time last year you were irritable and sleeping badly, except on the night of the birthday.
That's right.
Can you think of any reason for this nervous irritability?
No, none whatever. Oh, I remember old Betteridge had an idea about it, but it's of no importance.
Well, pardon me, Mr. Blake, but in a case like this, anything, however trivial, is worth mentioning. Why did Mr. Betteridge think you were sleeping badly?
Because I'd stopped smoking suddenly. Miss Verinder said the smell of it offended her.
And had you been an habitual smoker?
Oh, yes, I enjoy my cigar, and I didn't find it easy to give up.
Then Mr. Betteridge was perfectly right. You were an habitual smoker. You suddenly stop smoking,
yes,
and your nervous system suffers as a result. Of course you couldn't sleep at night. Now, do you remember getting into an argument with Mr. Candy about medicine, either at dinner or afterwards?
Yes. I'm afraid I was rather rude to him about his profession, but we parted on good terms at the end of the evening. May we turn to these papers?
There's one more thing I should like to know. Were you particularly worried about the diamond at the time of the birthday?
I had every reason to believe that there was a plot to steal it, and I rather thought that some attempt would be made that very night. There was also the question of of Miss Verinder's personal safety. She was wearing it in her dress.
Did you talk about the diamond before you went to bed?
Lady Verinder tried to persuade her daughter to give her the diamond for safekeeping. I overheard that conversation, yes. But, Mr. Jennings, tell me what you suspect.
I would rather you found out for yourself. Try the papers now. Begin with this one. This is a transcription of my shorthand notes of Mr. Candy's speech while he was delirious.
Mr. Franklin Blake, and agreeable, down a peg, medicine. Mr. Jennings, I'm at my wit's end. You play with me. What does all this mean?
Go on to the other sheet of paper. You must understand that the fragments you have just read were repeated over and over again. And that helped me, eventually,
to reconstruct what was going on in Mr. Candy's mind. The other sheet of paper contains Mr. Candy's disconnected thoughts in black ink, and my attempt at connecting them together in red.
Ah.
Read through it and see what you think.
Mr. Franklin Blake is clever and agreeable, but he wants taking down a peg when he talks of medicine. I see. He confesses that he's been suffering from want of sleep at night. I tell him that his nerves are out of order and that he ought to take medicine. He tells me that taking medicine and groping in the dark are one and the same thing. Mr. Jennings, this is unbelievable. This is exactly the conversation I had with Mr. Candy at dinner that night.
Go on with the reading, Mr. Blake.
I'll show him a thing or two. He really wants sleep, and Lady Verinder's medicine chest is at my disposal. Give him 25 minims of laudanum tonight, without his knowing it, and then call tomorrow morning. How did you sleep last night, Mr. Blake? Like a log, he'll say. So much for medicine. And then come down on him with the truth. Mr. Jennings, does this mean that somehow or other Mr. Candy contrived to give me opium that night?
Yes, he did. I don't think there can be any doubt about that.
But how? I don't remember taking any medicine. Isn't there anything about it in your notes?
Nothing at all. Mr. Candy made no mention of it.
The interfering, meddling old fool!
Try to forgive him, Mr. Blake. He acted innocently enough. He's not the first doctor to practice a little deception on a patient. You certainly needed sleep, and he saw you got it. I think I might well have done exactly what Mr. Candy did.
Are you saying that, in your opinion, as a medical man, I was acting under the influence of opium when I took the diamond?
Yes. That is precisely what I think. In your overwrought condition, with the safety of the diamond uppermost in your mind, you went to where it was kept and took it. You were in a state of trance produced by the opium.
And for a whole year, I've been wrestling with this. For a whole year, Rachel Verinder has thought I was a thief and a hypocrite. And it's all Mr. Candy's doing.
But if he hadn't fallen ill, he would have called the next day, told you of the trick he'd played on you. Miss Verinder would have heard of it and questioned him, and everything would have been cleared up straight away.
Everything except what I am supposed to have done with the diamond, and where it is now.
Those questions I can't answer. But there is one way I think I can help you. You and I know you didn't steal the diamond.
Yes.
At least that you didn't steal it with malice aforethought. But Miss Verinder doesn't. Perhaps I could prove to her that you didn't.
If only you could. It's almost more important to me than getting the diamond back.
Mr. Blake, would you agree to taking part in a medical experiment?
What sort of experiment?
One in which we try to recreate as exactly as possible the circumstances of last year. You go back to the house, you give up smoking. You get irritable, you sleep badly, and then I give you another dose of opium, and we see what happens.
You mean we see if I try and steal the diamond again?
Yes.
But it would never work. How could it?
That is not a scientific answer, Mr. Blake. The experiment will certainly not work if it is not tried. It may work if it is tried. How badly do you want to clear your name in Miss Verinder's eyes?
Very well, Mr. Jennings. I agree. When do we begin?
This very moment. Put that cigar out, Mr. Blake. It is your last for some time. That was part 5 of The Moonstone by Wilkie Collins, dramatised for radio by Brian Gear. The cast: Gabriel Betteridge, John Sharp, Franklin Blake, John Telfer, Rachel Verinder, Sally Baxter, Rosanna Spearman, Tammy Ustinoff, Penelope Betteridge, Josie Kidd, Mr. Bruff, Nat Brenner, Ezra Jennings, Philip Sully, and Mr. Candy, Danny Schiller. The music was composed and conducted by Sidney Sager, and the programme, which came from Bristol, was directed by Brian Miller. The Moonstone by Wilkie Collins. Dramatised for radio in 6 parts by Brian Gear, with music composed by Sidney Sager. The Moonstone. Part 6.
I sat facing Ezra Jennings in the bare little room. On the table between us lay Mr. Jennings' notes, pieced together through the long nights of Mr. Candy's delirium, and hovering in the air, the suggestion that I should put myself back, as nearly as might be, into the frame of mind I found myself in a year ago, and then take another dose of opium to see if it would induce me to steal the diamond a second time.
May I assume that you agree to this attempt at reconstruction?
Is it necessary? Here is the evidence in front of us.
My notes are not evidence. They were taken under circumstances entirely out of the layman's experience. And there is only my word for it that they're genuine, and not some invention of my own. And even if you accept those 2 points, what do they amount to? A theoretical possibility and nothing more.
Then we must try the experiment.
It's the only way.
Pass me your ashtray, Mr. Jennings. This is the last cigar I shall smoke until we have put this idea to the test.
Be quite clear in your mind about what I am suggesting. It may expose you to ridicule, even from your closest friends.
I don't care what it involves. I will try anything to clear my name. But if I'm to do what you suggest, if I'm to steal the diamond unconsciously a second time, it must be in the presence of unimpeachable witnesses.
But of course. Now there's another point. I want you to go into this expecting a reasonable success, not failure. This isn't just some eccentric idea of my own with no scientific foundation. I'm acting on sound physiological principles. Would you like me to turn up the relevant passages in the textbooks?
No, thank you. But I'd be grateful if you'd explain one thing. How could I have walked into Rachel's sitting room, opened the cabinet, taken the diamond, and gone back to my own room again? I thought the effect of opium was first to stupefy you, and then to send you to sleep.
A common error about opium, Mr. Blake. Would you have supposed that I am, at this moment, under the influence of a dose 10 times larger than the one Mr. Candy gave to you?
Why, no, Mr. Jennings, I should not.
There's no need to look so alarmed. I take it strictly for medical reasons. From necessity, I might say. Besides, as to the point you have just made about the effect of opium, De Quincey, in his Confessions of an English Opium Eater, tells us that after what he calls a debauch of opium, he either went to the opera to enjoy the music, or he wandered about the London markets on Saturday nights.
But there is no doubt that I had a perfect night's sleep after Mr. Candy gave me the opium.
When you take opium, 2 things happen. First, you are stimulated. Then you are sedated. Now, going back to the night in question. In the stimulating phase, the latest and most vivid impression left on your mind, the anxiety about the diamond, would be likely to become intensified in your brain. Little by little, this anxiety would drive you to take whatever steps you could to make sure the diamond was safe. In the spiritualized intoxication of opium, you would go into the room, find the cabinet, open it, take the diamond out, and retrace your steps.
But if I could do all that, how could I not remember it the next morning?
Because later, as the sedative effect began to gain on the stimulant action, you would slowly become inert and stupefied, and later still, you would fall into a deep sleep. With the morning, when the effect of the opium had been slept off, you would wake up completely ignorant of what you had done during the night.
Very well, then. What did I do next? What did I do with the diamond once I had taken it?
That's the very point I was coming to. When you left Miss Veranda's sitting room with the diamond in your hand, I should think it very likely you went back to your own room.
Yes. And what then?
It's possible that with the idea of preserving the diamond uppermost in your mind, you hid it somewhere in your bedroom.
Oh, just a minute, Mr. Jennings. That can't possibly be the case. The diamond is in London now.
In London? How did it get there?
Nobody knows.
But you say you took it out of Miss Veranda's room. So how was it taken out of your keeping?
I have no idea.
But where was it when you woke up in the morning? Did you see it?
No.
Has Miss Veranda got it back?
No, or I would not be here now.
Mr. Blake, there seems to be something here that needs clearing up. But for the present, let's return to the experiment with the opium. We have decided that you leave off the habit of smoking.
From this moment?
Good. Not many men could make that resolve, I can assure you. Now, the next step is to reproduce as nearly as we can your domestic circumstances as they were last year.
But how can we? The house is all closed. My aunt is dead. Godfrey Ablewhite is on the continent. And so long as the suspicion of the theft rests on me, it is quite out of the question for me to meet Miss Verinder.
Oh, I don't think reassembling the same people is very important. But I do think you should see the same objects, pieces of furniture and so on. Above all, you must sleep in the same room, and it must be furnished the same way. So must Miss Verinder's sitting room.
But you're forgetting something else. It is Miss Verinder's house now, and as things are between us, I cannot even write to her.
I see. Mr. Blake, may I ask you a delicate question?
Yes.
Am I right in thinking you felt no common interest in Miss Verinder this time last year?
And I still do.
And Miss Verinder returned that feeling?
She did.
So it would not be unreasonable to assume that she would like to see you proved innocent.
Well, there's no doubt of that.
Then, with your permission, I will write to her and ask leave to use her house for the experiment.
Mr. Jennings, if you would do that, I believe you would be doing me the greatest possible favour.
Then that's settled. I shall write by today's post. Now, don't forget to lock up your cigars when you get back to the hotel.
Yes.
I'll call tomorrow and hear how you have passed the night.
It was then the 15th of June. The events of the next few days are all recorded in the journal kept by Ezra Jennings. Let him tell how the venture with the opium was tried and how it ended.
Miss Verinder wrote to say that she believed in Mr. Blake's innocence, simply from reading my theory of the opium. Nevertheless, she willingly gave us her permission to use the house if we still wanted to try the experiment, and she would like to come to Yorkshire herself and be one of the witnesses. I agreed, as long as she promised not to see Mr. Blake beforehand. Meanwhile, Mr. Blake's health was visibly suffering from his giving up smoking. He was sleeping badly and becoming short-tempered, both very good signs. On one of my visits to Mr. Blake at the hotel, I found him in the company of Gabriel Betteridge.
I'm sorry to have to tell you, Mr. Jennings, that it's quite impossible to furnish the inner hall as it was last year.
You're not sorry at all, Betteridge. You're positively glad.
It's a simple matter of fact, Mr. Franklin. Last year there was a stuffed buzzard in the hall. And when the family left, the buzzard was put away with the other things, and when he was put away, he burst.
Very well, Betteridge. We will do without the buzzard. But I should like the carpet to be laid on the stairs as before.
Now, that can't be done either. The man who laid that carpet down is dead, and the like of him for reconciling a carpet in a corner is not to be found in all England.
Very well. We must try the next best man in England.
Just as you wish, Mr. Jennings. What else?
Miss Verinder's sitting room to be restored exactly to what it was last year. Also the corridor leading from the sitting room to the first landing. Also the bedroom, occupied last year by Mr. Blake.
When we took up the carpet in Miss Verinder's sitting room, we found a surprising quantity of pins. Am I to put them back down again?
I don't think the pins are material to the experiment.
Thank you, Mr. Jennings. Now, as to Mr. Franklin's bedroom, who is responsible for keeping it in a permanent state of disorder? His trousers here, his shirts there, and his French novels everywhere, him or me?
Oh, I think you can rely on me for that, Betteridge.
Then if there are no more instructions, I would like to make a start.
No, nothing more, Betteridge.
Very good, sir. Good day to you both, gentlemen.
Do you think we can depend on him, Mr. Blake?
Implicitly. We shall find the house exactly as you want it. Oh, by the way, I've heard from Mr. Bruff, the family lawyer. It will not surprise you to know that he heartily disapproves of the whole thing. But on the other hand, he thinks we ought to have somebody of sound common sense present, and he will therefore act as a witness.
June the 25th, the day of the experiment, and everything at the house was ready. From giving up his cigars, Mr. Blake was fully as irritable as he had been a year before. Mr. Bruff appeared, and was given the room communicating with Mr. Blake's. Miss Verinder arrived during the evening with her guardian, Mrs. Merridew, as chaperone, and went straight to her own rooms. Mr. Blake, Mr. Bruff, and I dined at exactly the hour of the birthday dinner. I led the conversation back to the Moonstone, and seemed to have revived Mr. Blake's anxiety about it before he went upstairs. Because of Miss Verinder's interest, I had Betteridge bring the medicine chest to her sitting room.
May I help you, Mr. Jennings? Is there anything I can do?
You can pour on the water when I've measured out the drop.
Is this likely to take long? I brought some papers with me to work on.
Just witness the measuring out of the laudanum, Mr. Bruff, and we shall not want you again until it begins to take its effect on Mr. Blake.
By the way, Mr. Jennings, Mrs. Merridew has retired to bed. She seemed to be under the apprehension that your experiment involved an explosion. I told her it would not take place until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. I hope I did it right, sir.
You did splendidly, Betteridge.
How much laudanum are you going to give him?
I've decided to increase the dose.
Oh, is that safe?
Quite safe, Miss Verinder. You see, my notes tell me that Mr. Candy gave him only 25 minims. Now, that's a small amount to produce the results we know it did. Not only that, Mr. Blake knows this time he is to take the laudanum, and that's likely to make him rather resistant to its effects. There we are. 40 drops. I think that will do nicely.
Oh, let me pour out the water. I must do something.
Very well. Just half full.
How long before anything happens?
An hour, perhaps. Now, this room must be dark, as it was before. And I have here a piece of crystal, which is to be the substitute for the diamond.
Oh, let me put it in the cabinet.
Can you remember the right drawer?
Of course. This one.
Did you witness that, Mr. Bruff?
I did, Mr. Jennings, and I say before everyone that I am astonished that you, a physician, should countenance such a charade as we're all taking part in tonight.
Oh, come, Mr. Bruff. Surely any attempt to clear up this affair is worth trying. It would so ease my own heart if it succeeds.
It is only that consideration, Rachel, that has persuaded me to be present.
Now, Miss Verinder, you must wait in your bedroom just as you did before. Are you sure you can control yourself? He must not suspect your presence.
Oh, for his sake, I can do anything. Besides, so far as I am concerned, he is proved innocent already.
The thought does you credit, Miss Verinder. But remember that we also have hopes that the experiment may show us what happened to the diamond after Mr. Blake took it.
Of course. I shall leave my door just a little open as it was that night.
Good. Now, gentlemen, I would like you both to come with me to Mr. Blake's room. It's time to give him the laudanum.
Really, Mr. Jennings, this suspense is intolerable. Am I to have the opium tonight or not?
You are to have it now, Mr. Blake. Here it is.
And give it to me at once before I change my mind about the whole affair.
You'll do no such thing. My time's valuable, even if yours is not.
Oh, don't grumble, Mr. Bruff. Here, give me the glass. Ah, there you are, Mr. Jennings. Now, are you satisfied, Mr. Bruff? You've seen me take the laudanum?
I've seen it. Now may I do some work on my papers?
Oh, you have no more imagination than a cow, Mr. Bruff.
A cow is a very useful animal.
And what are we to do now, Mr. Jennings?
Be so kind as to draw the curtains round the bed, Betteridge.
Very good, sir.
They were not closed on this side, Betteridge.
Then leave those. We will wait in the other part of the room.
Mr. Jennings, I own I'm not a little apprehensive.
The dose I have given you cannot possibly do you any harm.
No, it's not that. I mean, I'm afraid it may not work, that nothing at all will happen.
Put your mind at rest on that point. It will all happen as it did before. Of that I am convinced.
Very well. And thank you, Mr. Jennings. Now, let me try and compose myself for sleep.
For the Lord's sake, sir, tell us when it will begin to work.
Not before midnight. Say nothing and sit still. No, there's one thing we must all do. Take off our boots.
What, sir? Take off my boots? Whatever next?
It's absolutely essential. If Mr. Blake leaves his bed, we must follow him. And we must do so without noise. Now, please be so good as to do as I ask. You too, Betteridge.
Having so far forgotten ourselves, why stop at taking off our boots?
Oh. I hope no word of this ever gets back to my office.
How long, Mr. Jennings, before I fall asleep?
Did it not occur to you, Mr. Blake, that when you brought the Moonstone here from the bank at Frizinghall, you were running a great risk?
What? Oh, why? No, not then. It seems greater now, when I look back on it in the light of subsequent events.
But this time last year, as you lay in this bed, were you not anxious for Miss Verinder's personal safety?
Of course I was. I know Murthwaite said that the Indians wouldn't try to take the diamond a second time that night, but I didn't know how far his opinion could be relied upon. Yes, I was very anxious. and determined the next morning to make her see the danger she was in.
I encouraged him to talk about the diamond, so as to make him forget about the opium. As the minutes of the new morning wore away, the sublime intoxication of the drug gleamed in his eyes. He ceased to complete his sentences. The sentences dropped to single words. Then silence. He sat up in bed. He began to talk again, but to himself, not to me. The stimulant effect of the opium had taken control of him.
I wish I'd never taken it out of the bank. It was safe in the bank. Oh, how do I know? The Indians may be hidden in the house. It's not even locked up. It's in the drawer of her cabinet. And the drawer doesn't lock. Anybody might take it. No, why should they? This is England, the 19th century. Be sensible and go to sleep. Deal with it in the morning. How the devil am I to sleep with this on my mind? Must make sure it's safe.
He rose, took the candle from beside his bed, and went swiftly out of the room. We followed him along the corridor, down the stairs, along the second corridor. He never looked back. He never hesitated. He went straight into the sitting room, leaving the door open. He advanced to the middle of the room and looked about him. I saw the door of Miss Verender's bedroom standing ajar, and the dim outline of her summer dress. Not a sound, not a movement from her. Mr. Blake put his candle on top of the Indian cabinet and opened one drawer after another until he came to the one with a piece of crystal in it. He took it out with his right hand and picked up his candle with the left. All this was what he had done last year. Would he now repeat what he had done next? He put the candle down on a little table, wandered irresolutely towards the sofa, and collapsed on it in a heap. The crystal fell from his hand. He was asleep. The experiment was over.
Come along. We may go into the room now. Nothing will disturb him for some time. The sedative effect of the opium is upon him.
Mr. Jennings, I owe you an apology. I own I thought this whole thing would be a waste of time. But we have seen Franklin Blake take the diamond under the influence of opium, just as he did last year. You have proved your case. And now I'm going to draw up a paper to that effect. Will you sign it with me, Mr. Betteridge?
It will be a pleasure, sir. By jingo, we're beginning to see daylight in all this at last.
Thank you, both of you. But I must point out that the experiment has not been a complete success, and perhaps it has failed where it should have been of most use.
Oh?
In showing us what Mr. Blake did with the diamond after he had taken it from the cabinet.
Why do you think that was, Mr. Jennings?
Perhaps I gave him too large a dose of opium. And then we could not reproduce exactly the conditions of last year. I mean the conditions in Mr. Blake's mind. However, we have proved that even if he did take the diamond, he was not acting consciously when he did so.
One word about the diamond. Your theory, Mr. Jennings, is that he hid it in his room. Mine is that it's in the possession of Mr. Luca's bankers in London.
But can you put your theory to the test?
I'm doing so even at this moment. I know that Mr. Luca must take the diamond out of the bank himself, and if the pledge is being redeemed when it first falls due, then he will be doing so about this time of the month. So I am setting a watch for Mr. Luca at his bankers. If he does redeem the Moonstone, he must lead us to the person who deposited it with him, and we clear the mystery up once and for all.
Well, let us hope that your watch is successful.
I'm going back to London with the morning train. If I hear that a discovery has been made, it'll be a good thing to have Mr. Blake in London with me. Will he be fit to travel?
I should think so. He'll have had a good night's sleep.
Good. Now sign this, Betteridge.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Jennings? Thank you. You may rest assured that I shall keep this document in a safe place. Mr. Jennings, I am in your debt. Franklin Blake is more than just a client to me. I've known him since he was a boy. Well, I want my bed. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Bruff.
Mr. Jennings, I would like to make my rounds and be sure that all is locked up for the night. I trust it will be in order if I now resume my boots.
Perfectly in order, Betteridge. Good night, and thank you. I was alone in the room with Mr. Blake. I arranged him in a more comfortable position on the sofa, and as I was doing so, Miss Verinder came out of her bedroom.
Is he quite safe like that, Mr. Jennings?
Quite safe, Miss Verinder. He will sleep deeply for several hours. Besides, I shall stay and watch him. You need have no fear.
Oh, let me watch him with you.
You need your rest, Miss Verinder.
Oh, but I can't sleep, not after this. It's all proved, isn't it? He didn't take the diamond, did he? Well, not as himself, consciously.
No.
I've been so cruel to him. How can I ever make amends?
If I may say so, Miss Verinder, I don't think from what Mr. Blake has let drop to me, I don't think you will have to make amends.
I'm so happy. He will see me here when he wakes up and everything will be all right again. I'd forgotten what it's like to be happy. Mr. Jennings?
Yes?
How do you come to know so much about opium and what it can do?
It's a very commonly prescribed drug. Any physician would know about it.
But you seem to have a special interest in it.
The nervous system is my particular study.
Mr. Jennings, this may be an impertinence, but you do not look a well man. Do you use opium yourself?
Yes, Miss Verinder, I do. I have a disease which... Let us just say opium gives me some relief.
I'm sorry. I should not have mentioned it.
No. No one could possibly be offended at anything you said, Miss Verinder. Now you will understand if I have to leave you to watch alone later on. The pain is at its worst in the early morning. Perhaps you could fetch a shawl or a coverlet. I don't want him to catch cold.
I woke up without the slightest knowledge of what I'd done under the opium. Of what happened after my waking, I merely report that Rachel and I thoroughly understood each other before a word was spoken. We all returned to London that morning. We wanted Ezra Jennings to come with us, but it was impossible to persuade him to leave Mr. Candy. When we arrived at the terminus, Mr. Bruff was met by a small boy who ran up to him.
Mr. Bruff, sir! Mr. Bruff, come quick!
Why, Gooseberry, whatever is it? What's happened?
Mr. Luke has gone to the bank, sir, with two police officers in plain clothes, sir.
Has he, by Joe? There's not a moment to lose. Cabby! Cabby!
Where to, sir?
Lombard Street. Quick about it.
Right, sir.
In with you, Franklin. Quick. You boy, on the box. Look lively.
Do you think he's going to redeem the Moonstone?
It certainly looks like it, if he's got two plainclothes officers with him. I've had two of my clerks watching Mr. Lucas' house.
Who's that boy? Gooseberry, you called him, didn't you?
Aye. My clerks gave him that name on account of his eyes. But I wish they were as much to be depended upon as he is. That's the sharpest boy in London. I hope we're in time. Might be all over when we get there. Hurry, driver, hurry! Now then, Gooseberry, you stay by me and keep your eyes open.
Yes, sir.
Here's my man. Well, what's the news, Hopkins?
He's in the inner office now, Mr. Bruff. Been there nearly half an hour.
Good man. Well, we'll wait here. You go back to where you are.
Yes, sir.
I see no sign of the Indians, Mr. Bruff. In fact, nothing but perfectly ordinary people going about their business. Excepting that man with a beard and a round hat. Looks like a sailor.
So he couldn't be one of the Indians in disguise?
No. He's taller than any of them.
Well, he must have their spy somewhere, and he may be the man.
Mr. Bruff, here's Mr. Luke and his two plainclothesmen coming out the office.
Keep your eye on him, Gooseberry. If he passes the diamond to anyone, he'll do so here.
I don't think he's seen us.
There. As he passed that man in the grey suit, I saw his hand move.
And I. And now he's out of the door with the two policemen either side of him.
That's my other man slipping out after them. Now then, where's Hopkins? Come to that, where's Gooseberry?
He was here a moment ago.
Oh, wretched boy, what the devil does it mean? They've both left us just at the very time we wanted them most.
Look, the man in the grey suit has just paid in a cheque. Now he's on his way out.
What's to be done? We can't degrade ourselves by following him.
I can. I wouldn't lose sight of that man for £10,000.
In that case, I wouldn't lose sight of you for twice the money.
He's getting on to that omnibus. Come along, Mr. Bruff.
A nice occupation for a man in my position. For heaven's sake, don't mention it. I should be ruined if it was known.
Well, what did you find out?
It's greatly to our credit, Franklin, that you and I are the two worst amateur detectives that ever tried their hands at the trade.
You mean the man in the grey suit knows nothing about the diamond?
He went into that chemist shop. I know the proprietor well. Been going there for years.
And?
I had a few words with him in private. The man in the grey suit has been in his service 30 years, and he would trust him with the crown jewels, let alone the Moonstone. He was simply paying money into his master's account, and that's all.
Now what's to be done?
Come back to my office. Gooseberry and Hopkins have evidently followed somebody else. Let's hope they're better at the game than we are.
I'm very sorry, Mr. Bruff, but I made a mistake. I could have taken my oath I saw Mr. Luca pass something to an elderly gentleman in a light-coloured overcoat. I followed him. It turns out to be a master ironmonger. I'm most respectable.
Oh, dear. And I suppose you've no idea where Gooseberry is?
No, sir. I've seen nothing of him since I left the bank.
Very well, Hopkins. That'll do.
Thank you, sir.
Well, it looks as though we've all made a mess of it.
There's still Woods, my other clerk, the one who followed Mr. Luca.
And the boy.
Yes, I've great faith in young Gooseberry. Perhaps he saw something we didn't. What do you say to dining here on the chance he may come back in an hour or two? There's some good wine in the cellar. We can get it chopped from the coffee house.
Excellent. Though I should like to see Rachel in Portland Square this evening and bring her up to date with events.
Of course. Come in. Woods. Well, what news?
I followed Mr. Licker as per your instructions, sir. He went back to his house and dismissed the two policemen when he got there.
Did you see any sign of the Indians?
No, sir. I looked carefully in the street and in the alley behind the house. There was no one at all loitering nearby.
Thank you, Woods.
Thank you, sir.
Well, there we are.
We must have lost the diamond. Mr. Luca would surely not have dismissed the policeman if he still had it with him.
Exactly my opinion. So Gooseberry's our only hope.
But Gooseberry didn't come back before I went on to see Rachel at her guardian's house. So I left my card at Mr. Bruff's to be given to the boy with a message saying he could find me at my lodgings at 10:30 that night. But I stayed too late with Rachel and found he'd been and gone, leaving me a note to say he'd return next morning.
Come in, Gooseberry, there's a good chap.
Thank you, sir. Good morning.
Sergeant Cuff! Excuse me, I was not addressing you. I was expecting someone else.
That's quite all right, sir. I thought I'd look in on the chance of your being in town before I wrote to Yorkshire.
Well, come in, come in. Would you like some breakfast?
No, thank you, Mr. Blake. 6 o'clock is my breakfast hour these days, and I go to bed with the sun.
The complete country gentleman, eh? Well, you certainly look the part. I would not have recognised you.
The smell and noise of London is fearful, Mr. Blake. I don't know how I endured it all these years.
Pray, take a seat.
Oh, thank you, sir. I only got back from Ireland last night. But before I went to bed, I read your letter. So I know what's happened in the affair of the Moonstone since last year. I'm afraid I completely mistook my case. It's only in books that officers of the detective force don't make a mistake.
But now you're in the nick of time to recover your reputation.
Oh, I beg your pardon, Mr. Blake. But now I have retired from business, I don't care a straw about my reputation. Lady Verinder was very liberal to me in the matter of my fee, and that's why I'm here now. I'll go back to work, if that's what you want. Only on condition that not a farthing is to pass from you to me.
If those are your terms, Sergeant Cuff, then I gratefully accept them.
Just plain Mr. Cuff these days, sir. Now, perhaps you'd tell me how the case stands since your letter.
Well, I told you that Miss Verinder had seen me take the diamond. She was quite right. I did. But I did so under the influence of opium given me sometime the previous night by Mr. Candy.
Good gracious. Can that be proved?
It has already been proved. Mr. Candy's assistant, Mr. Jennings, conducted an experiment. He gave me a second dose of opium, and I repeated my actions of that night, witnessed by Mr. Jennings, Miss Verinder, and Mr. Bruff.
That's quite amazing. In all my experience, I never heard the like. However, did you repeat whatever it was you did with the Moonstone after you took it?
Unfortunately, no. But Mr. Jennings thinks I must have hidden it in my room.
Then how did it get to London? No, that won't do. But I agree with him that you must have taken it back to your room.
Well, and then what happened?
Have you no suspicion yourself?
None whatever. And there's one more thing I must tell you. Mr. Luca took the Moonstone out of the bank yesterday. Oh, come in. Gooseberry, come in, boy.
Good morning, Mr. Blake.
Mr. Cuff, this is Mr. Bruff's office boy and budding detective, Gooseberry.
Not the Mr. Cuff. Sergeant Cuff of the Detective Police.
Formerly of the Detective Police, now retired.
But newly come out of retirement to help us in the affair of the Moonstone. Shut the door, Gooseberry, and tell us your news. Now, Did you follow anyone yesterday at the bank?
Yes, sir, but first I am to tell you that Mr. Bruff presents his compliments and says he's prevented from being with you today. Gout, sir.
Oh, dear, I am sorry. Poor man.
Well, my lad, and what have you got to tell us?
Please, sir, may I tell you in a cab, sir?
And why in a cab, Gooseberry?
Because I think we ought to get over the docks as quick as we can.
And why do you think that?
Because yesterday at the bank I followed a man and that's where he went, sir. It was a tall man, sir, with a big black beard, and he was dressed all like a sailor.
I remember him. Mr. Bruff and I thought he was a spy for the Indians.
And why did you follow him, Gooseberry?
Because I saw Mr. Luca pass something to him.
Why didn't you tell Mr. Bruff or Mr. Blake what you saw?
No, there was no time. He went out in such a hurry.
Well, what did he do when he got into the street?
He called a cab, sir, and I held on behind and ran after it.
And he went to the docks, you say?
Yes, sir, Tar Wharf. Spoke with the steward of a Rotterdam steamboat. He asked if he could go aboard and sleep in his berth overnight. The steward wouldn't let him because of the cabins being clean.
Then what did he do?
He left the wharf and came back into the street. It was then I noticed a man.
What man?
Well, a workman, sir. He seemed to be watching the sailor. And when the sailor went into an eating house, the workman waited on the other side of the road. Then after a minute, a cab came by and stopped by the workman. A man leaned forward at the window. A man with a dark face, all like an Indian, sir. And he spoke to the workman. I couldn't hear what they said. Well, then the cab went on down the street, and the workman went across the road into an eating house.
What did you do?
Oh, well, I waited till I was hungry, and then I went in too. I had a shilling in my pocket, and I had black pudding eel pie and a bottle of ginger beer.
Mr. Blake, what can a small boy not digest? The substance in question has never been found yet.
What happened in the eating house?
Well, the sailor read the newspaper at one table, and the workman read the newspaper at another table. Well, then the sailor got up and went out, so I went out too. He didn't seem too sure of where he was going. But in the end, he went into the Wheel of Fortune public house. They do very good pork pies there, sir.
And what of the workman?
Oh, he followed too, on the other side of the road.
And in the Wheel of Fortune, what happened?
Well, the sailor asked if he could have a bed. The landlord said they were full, but the barmaid said no, number 10 was empty. And they sent for a waiter to show the sailor up. Just before that, I'd noticed the workman among the people at the bar. But before the waiter had answered the call, he'd vanished.
Who's vanished? The workman?
Yeah, that's right, sir. Well, the next thing was, the sailor was taken up to see number 10, so I waited to see if anything happened.
And did it?
Oh, yes, sir. There were men shouting upstairs, and the landlord was called for. And then he come downstairs again with the workman by the collar.
So the workman had gone upstairs?
Yes, sir.
But why the landlord got him by the collar?
Because he was drunk, sir.
Drunk?
Ah, but wait till I get the end of my story, sir. Well, the landlord put him out into the street and said he'd have the police round if he'd come back. You see, sir, the waiter and the sailor had found the workman in room number 10, and the workman kept saying he'd taken it.
But this is extraordinary. The workman wasn't drunk before, was he?
No, sir, and he wasn't drunk afterwards either. Oh, I followed him. He was rolling and staggering about something shocking, sir, until he got round a corner. And then he was sober as you're me, sir.
So, we have the sailor in room number 10 and the workman drunk and then suddenly sober. Anything else?
Only this, sir. I went back to the Wheel of Fortune to see if I could see any more of the sailor, but he must have stayed up in his room. When I left again, there was the workman, standing on the other side of the road, looking up at a window at the top of the public house, the only window with a light in it. Well, then he walked away again, and I come on to your lodgings, Mr. Blake, to tell you what I'd seen. But you didn't come back, even though I waited. So then I went home, because I ain't fit for nothing if I don't get my night's sleep, sir.
What a pity you were not at home, Mr. Blake. We've lost valuable time in this.
But you were not here until this morning, Mr. Cuff.
True, but you might have thought to pursue inquiries yourself. However, let that be.
What do you make of all this?
The sailor is evidently the person to whom Mr. Luca passed the diamond.
But I distinctly saw his hand move as he passed another man.
Bluff, Mr. Blake, to put you on the wrong track.
And a workman who followed the sailor. A spy for the Indians, of course. But how do you explain the sudden drunkenness?
Oh, that's easy enough. He was caught having a look at room number 10 and pretended to be drunk as an excuse.
But why did he want to see the room at all?
To report it all to the Indians. They couldn't risk arousing suspicion by appearing themselves. So they would have told the man he must give them a description of the room where the sailor was lodging for the night. Because that's where the Moonstone would be.
Here we are, Mr. Cuff, the Wheel of Fortune.
The place is in turmoil, Mr. Cuff.
Yes, I fear we may be too late. This will be the landlord.
Now, who the devil are you and what do you want?
I'm Sergeant Cuff, late of the Detective Police, and I'll thank you to keep your temper, landlord.
I'm sorry, sir, but something unpleasant has happened.
Has it anything to do with a man dressed like a sailor who slept here last night?
In room number 10?
Why, yes, it has. He didn't answer his call at 7, or at 8, or 9. That's a carpenter you can hear trying to open his door this very minute.
Is there any other way he could have left his room?
Well, I suppose there is, but you see, this room's a garret, and there's a trapdoor onto the roof. You don't think he's gone that way without paying?
The sailor might have done.
The room's open. Come on up, sir.
No! You wait here, boy!
Oh, sir!
We still can't get in. There's something behind the door.
Very well, stand aside. I'll put my shoulder to it. There he is on the bed, still asleep.
It's the man we saw in the bank.
Hold on, this man's in a fit. Look at his eyes.
He's dead.
What?
This man's dead, landlord. You'd better send for a doctor and the police.
Go on. You heard what the sergeant said. See to it, man.
Yes, sir. Right away.
Mr. Blake, sir, look at this.
What? You were told to wait downstairs, boy.
Yeah, but look at this box on the table and this receipt.
Here, give it to me. Deposited with Messrs. So-and-so by Mr. Septimus Luca, a small wooden box containing a valuable of great price to be given up only on the personal application of Mr. Luca.
It had the diamond in it, didn't it, sir?
Mr. Blake,
Look, sir, Mr. Cuff's pulled off the man's hair.
may I trouble you to come over to the bed, Mr. Blake?
Oh, he's pulled off the man's beard.
For God's sake, what are you doing?
Making due allowance for the dark complexion, which I have not yet had time to wash off. Who would you say this man was, Mr. Blake?
What? How should I know him?
Perhaps if you could bring yourself to look, Mr. Blake.
My God. It's Godfrey Ablewhite.
Yes, that's what I thought.
But how does Godfrey come to have the Moonstone? Does it mean that he took it after all?
We may find that out with further inquiries.
But why? He had money.
I should say he was suffocated with this pillow. Still, the post-mortem will tell us that.
Look here, sir. There's a piece cut out the trap door just behind the bolt. Well, that's how they got in the mud for gentlemen.
Well done, boy. Yes, that's how they got in, all right, landlord.
Yes, sir.
How could anyone have got onto the roof from outside?
Why, there's a house under repair only 3 doors down. Oh, there's scaffolding and ladders.
Then that's how they got up. A flat roof, is it?
Yes, sir. And if you kept bent low, the parapet would hide you from the street. Besides, this is one of the quietest streets in London after midnight.
When the police arrive, landlord, be so good as to tell them I shall put myself at their disposal later. But now there are some inquiries I must pursue. Urgently.
Yes, Mr. Cuff, this is the box I handed to Godfrey Ablewhite, and the Moonstone was in it.
And where is it now?
On its way back to India, where it came from. Mr. Luca, how did you come by the Moonstone?
Godfrey Ablewhite brought it to me, just over a year ago it was. I was more than surprised, I can tell you. No such diamond as that was in the private possession of anyone in Europe, let alone in Great Britain.
And what proposal did Godfrey Ablewhite make to you?
Well, first, that I should buy the stone off him, and if I didn't want to do that, would I sell it on commission and pay him a sum down on account? Well, of course, I wasn't prepared to do either. But my curiosity was aroused, as you can well imagine. I examined the stone, and I came to the conclusion that it was worth £30,000 if it was worth a penny. Then I asked him how he got it.
And what did he say?
He tried to fob me off with a couple of stories, so I showed him the door.
And then?
And then he told me the truth. He had no option if he wanted to raise any money on the stone.
Mr. Franklin Blake and I don't always see eye to eye, and he was in a particularly waspish mood the night of Rachel's birthday. He crossed swords with a doctor on whether or not he needed medicine to make him sleep at nights. The doctor proposed that I should help him give Mr. Blake a little lesson by slipping some laudanum into his brandy and soda last thing. I had the room next to Mr. Blake's. Do you follow me so far?
Perfectly, Mr. Ablewhite. Pray continue.
I wished him good night and went into my own room. I sat thinking for about an hour, and then, just as I was getting into bed, I heard Mr. Blake talking to himself. His voice sounded unnatural, and I looked in to see if he was all right. He was mumbling about the diamond. Was it safe, and he couldn't sleep with it on his mind, that sort of thing.
Go on, Mr. Ablewhite, you interest me.
Well, then he took his candle and went out of the room. I thought the laudanum had had some effect on him which the doctor hadn't foreseen, and I was afraid of an accident, so I followed him. He went to Miss Verinder's sitting room, and I saw him take the diamond out of a cabinet. I also saw that Miss Verinder was standing at another door, and I knew that she'd seen it too. Then I hurried back to my room, or else he would have blundered into me as he came by.
And then what happened?
I'd scarcely got back when he came through the communicating door into my room. He seemed to be awake, yet not awake, if you understand me. Well, I was afraid to say anything, but he spoke first. "Put it in your father's bank at Frisinghall," he said. "It'll be safe there." And then he turned and went back into his own room. He gave me the diamond, Mr. Luca. He put it into my hand.
But the next morning, was there not a hue and cry?
Oh, of course. The police are there still. But for reasons of her own, Miss Verinder has said nothing about what she saw. And I, of course, am not suspected.
No. Yeah, but as a man of honour, Mr. Ablewhite, are you not obliged to declare what has happened? That Mr. Blake took this stone apparently under the influence of a drug, and that it's in your possession?
Oh, yes, as a man of honour. But I have my reasons for keeping silent.
Pure greed, perhaps?
How dare you, sir?
How dare you, after what you've just confessed, speak to me like that? Come, your reasons.
I don't see that my reasons are any concern of yours.
If you want me to consider involving myself as an accomplice to your crime, you will tell me your reasons, or you will leave my house.
Very well. I am pressed for money. Desperately pressed.
Debts?
Of course, debts.
What kind of debts?
I'm one of 2 trustees for a young man's fortune. £20,000. I have sold every farthing of it out of the funds.
And why should you do that? Do you not have sufficient income of your own?
Not to maintain a villa in the suburbs, and a certain lady who lives in it, and who is accustomed to a luxurious style of living.
And the other trustee's signature?
Forged.
So, forgive me for being so intrusive. So, what is your present financial position?
I have £300 to find tomorrow for the young man, the half-yearly payment from his capital. And when the trust lapses on his coming of age next February, 20,000. I don't even have the 300. I've tried to borrow from my father, but he won't lend me a penny. That is why I kept the diamond. It's all that stands between me and ruin.
Yes, well, you've been to me before to borrow money.
Under necessity, yes.
And I hold certain promissory notes of yours.
Yes.
Mr. Ablewhite, even in my line of business, this is a doubtful, I might even say a dangerous transaction. You will therefore not expect me to be, what shall I say, liberal.
But you yourself have just valued this stone at £30,000. It's a fortune. And you say you can't be liberal?
Here is what I propose. I will lend you the sum of £2,000 on...
£2,000? But that's...
On condition that you deposit the Moonstone with me as a pledge. If after 1 year you pay me £3,000, you may have the Moonstone back. If you do not, then you forfeit the pledge. The Moonstone stays with me. In this unfortunate case, I will make you a present of those promissory notes of yours.
That's monstrous, outrageous. Certainly not.
Very well, here is your diamond. Good night, Mr. Ablewhite.
No, wait. I have no choice. I can't give the young man his £300 tomorrow. If it weren't for that, I should have taken the diamond to Amsterdam and had it cut up. But there's no time. Very well. I accept. But I must have £300 now.
Of course, Mr. Ablewhite. I'm not an unreasonable man. £300 now and the balance of £1,700 in 1 week. Oh, and of course, now that we've entered into this little business agreement, you may rely implicitly upon my silence, Mr. Ablewhite.
Mr. Luca, you amaze me. Godfrey Ablewhite was my cousin. I would no more have suspected him of taking the Moonstone than of
having the villa and the mistress? Perhaps. But it is well within my experience, I can assure you, that these philanthropic gentlemen often have another side to their lives, a side which they would not care to have revealed to their ladies' committees.
And how did he raise the £3,000 to redeem the Moonstone?
One of those committee ladies fortunately died and left him £5,000. It happened a few weeks ago, I believe.
Yes! Just before I went to Yorkshire for the experiment, Mr. Cuff, I tried to get in touch with Godfrey. Someone at his club told me he'd gone to Europe.
Rotterdam, you may be sure, to make arrangements to have the diamond cut up into a marketable commodity.
Of course, the Rotterdam steamer. The boy told us he was trying to spend the night aboard it.
And where, I wonder, is that troublesome jewel now?
I think there's little doubt it's well on its way back to where it came from.
Then there's a chance you might recover it yet.
I think not, Mr. Luca. The Indians, from what we know of them, will not take the direct route. They will cover their tracks, pursue them how we may.
And I think I can speak for Rachel when I say that we don't want it back.
Not want a stone like that, worth 30,000?
If it were worth 10 times that amount, I would say the same.
Well, I mean,
I believe it was deliberately left to Rachel by her uncle to cause as much trouble and misery as it possibly could. Well, it has done that. Let it come to rest where it belongs. I want no more of it.
Well said, Mr. Blake. I should say the same in your place. But Mr. Luca has, on his own admission, been an accomplice to the theft.
What's that?
There's no denying it now, Mr. Luca. You admitted it in front of 2 witnesses, and you have made a cool £1,000 out of it.
Yeah, but that is my business, gentlemen, only my business.
Mr. Luca, if you would restore that £1,000 to Miss Verinder, to whom surely it belongs, then I think Mr. Blake and I would be prepared to overlook your part in the affair. If not... Well, I shall be returning to the police this afternoon to assist them in their inquiries into Mr. Hablewhite's death.
Very well. Very well. Here, let me write you my cheque.
Godfrey Ablewhite, eh? Well, well. A man doesn't spend a lifetime in my profession without becoming inured to surprise. But I own I'm surprised now. But it does explain 1 or 2 things. His proposal of marriage to Miss Verinder.
And his calm acceptance when she released herself from the engagement.
Couldn't get at the money?
Right, Mr. Cuff. Rachel only has a life interest in her mother's property, and there's no raising 20,000 on that.
Oh, there's something else. When I was trying to find anyone who'd been at Rachel's birthday dinner to try to reconstruct what happened that night, I made inquiries for Godfrey at his club. I happened to meet a mutual acquaintance, and he told me that Godfrey had become engaged to another young lady, another very rich young lady, and that had foundered because he couldn't come to an agreement with her father over the marriage settlement. I didn't attach any importance to it at the time.
Now, that would have been when he was travelling abroad on his legacy of 5,000.
Yes. You know, it may sound absurd, but I can't help feeling sorry for the fellow.
Wasted sympathy. It was all his own doing.
Yes, but what a position to be in. On the one hand, known in society as a respected philanthropist. On the other, keeping a mistress and having squandered money held in trust by him in order to do so.
And he very nearly got away with it. If he'd got to Amsterdam with the Moonstone, there would just have been time to get it cut up into separate stones, to have sold them, and been able to restore the young man's fortune when it was due. He might even have made a small profit.
And as it is, he gave his life for it, for a wretched piece of carbon. It's funny. I remember him calling it that the day I gave it to Rachel, and everyone else was saying how wonderful it was.
And I suppose there's no doubt it was the Indians who murdered him?
No moral doubt, no. Though I don't suppose we'll ever be able to prove it in a court of law.
So what will the inquest verdict be?
Almost certainly willful murder by person or persons unknown.
Well, let's put it all behind us, gentlemen. It's a year of my life I never want to live again. But one good thing has come out of it. And I'd like you both to be the first to know. Rachel and I are going to be married.
Congratulations. Mr. Blake, I wonder if I might ask you a small favour.
My dear Mr. Cuff, anything.
As you know, in my retirement, I've been able to give more of my time to growing roses, and I'm rather proud of having produced a new variety. It would give me considerable pleasure, Mr. Blake, if I could have your permission to call it Rachel Verinder. A pretty name. And a pretty name for a rose, too.
Darling.
With all my heart. And Rachel will be delighted. I know she will. And so I come to the end of the story, or almost the end. One thing more remains to tell. Rachel and I had been married for about 3 months when I received a letter from abroad, much crumpled from its travels. It was from Mr. Murthwaite, the Indian explorer.
About a fortnight since, I found myself in a province of northwestern India called Kathiawar, where the people are fanatically devoted to the old Hindu religion. I resolved not to leave these romantic regions without looking once more upon the magnificent desolation of Somnauth. I had not been long upon the road before I noticed that other people, by twos and threes, appeared to be travelling in the same direction. On the second day the number had increased to hundreds, and on the third to thousands. I learnt that there was to be a great religious ceremony in honour of the god of the moon. The shrine was on a hilltop, and looking back I could see tens of thousands of people dressed in white and carrying torches. In front of the shrine stood 3 men. My companion told me they were Brahmins who had forfeited their caste in the service of the god. They were to purify themselves by pilgrimage, to set forth in 3 separate directions, never to look on each other's faces again, never to rest on their wanderings until the day of their death. They descended from the shrine and took their ways, the crowd parting for them and closing in again, obliterating the paths they had made. Then the curtain in front of the shrine was drawn aside, and the figure of the god was seen, his 4 arms stretching out to the 4 corners of the earth. And in his forehead shone the yellow diamond I had last seen on a woman's dress in England. How it came back to its rightful place I do not know. But I do know that after 8 centuries, the Moonstone looks out once more over the sacred city in which its story began. What will be the next adventure in the life of that accursed jewel? Who can tell?
That was the final part of The Moonstone by Wilkie Collins, dramatised for radio by Brian Gear. The cast: Sergeant Cuff, John Franklin Robbins, Gabriel Betteridge, John Sharp, Franklin Blake, John Telfer, Rachel Verinder, Sally Baxter, Godfrey Ablewhite, Geoffrey Beavers, Mr. Bruff, Nat Brenner, Ezra Jennings, Philip Sully, Septimus Luca, Adrian Egan, Mr. Mirthwaite, Gordon DeLew, Gooseberry, Debbie Cumming, Hopkins, Barclay Johnson, and Woods, Emlyn Harris. The music was composed and conducted by Sidney Sager, and the programme, which came from Bristol, was directed by Brian Miller.